Wait, 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 wait.
Wait for
Hasan Abi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Thirsty Thursday, October 24th. Thursday, October 24th, 2024. Red pill or blue pill? You already know, baby. The bread pill. The reddest pill of all. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Hasan Abi broadcast is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. Are you brown facing? I know, despite the fact that I shaved my beard and wanted to look whiter, I feel like I'm failing to do so right now because my beard grew back immediately. And I have basically lost the opportunity to fucking whiteface. But hey, it is what it is. Folks, this is part, like I said, or the broadcast, where I tell you about my personal news. Shave your beard, you're becoming too hot. No, I won't be. And personal news-wise, I know there's a new Jubilee React content with Ben Shabibo versus 25 Kamala voters. We're going to be talking about that, obviously. But aside from that, personal news-wise, last night I ended the broadcast. What did I do? Hung out with my mom. That's what I do. I'm a boring-ass 33-year-old man who hangs out with his mom and watches shitty Netflix shows that he's not really all that invested in at this point. Chaos being the one that we're watching. It's good, but it's not like super captivating, but it's one that like me and my mom watch together. Excited for Dun 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 tonight. Thought it was going to be last night, but it's actually tonight that's coming out. Anyway, it also got canceled. Yeah. Well, anyway, I am probably going to be rewatching Jujutsu Kaisen or something. But where was I? Yeah, I did that. I hung out. Not really much else going on in my life. I just usually tap out. Look at some NBA highlights on my TikTok. And then I go to sleep, woke up early, played some basketball, won one game, lost one game, not great. I don't know what our standing rankings are, me versus that one Hasan Abi hit who's a basketball dunk coach. I don't know if he's in the chat or not. I hope he's not because I got cooked. But to be fair, my ankle was messed up, so I couldn't be at full capacity, but you know. So it's all good. Won the first game. Second game, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to shoot threes. And I almost got fucking like skunked almost. When I was like, I'm not going to shoot threes, I almost got destroyed, which is not good. Not good at all. It's not good. I'm too much of a fucking nasty 3-point shooter, dude. It's crazy. I can't stop. I'm too goddamn good at just shooting these freaking 3-pointers, dude. Mr. Triple P, they call me. Okay? Oh my God. They call me Mr. Active Shooter, okay? A real fucking threat from the 3-point line. It's all good. So, incoming potion. No, today I don't have a potion. I have this one. C.I. Harris released a real story of Donald Trump video a few hours ago too, by the way. Nice. Merch photo shoot went on the Insta tomorrow. Merch is coming out tomorrow. Merch photo shoot is going to come out tomorrow. Jokic would cook you, bro. Of course he would. He's a fucking NBA player, and he's 700 feet tall. Hey, Hasan Abi, I'm Jewish in my late 20s, and my dad seems to be having the same mental break as Ethan, going so far as to DM every one of my friends when they post something pro-Palestinian. I don't feel like I can have the conversation directly anymore because he ends up getting very personal. He's always been a liberal, albeit a bit xenophobic, but it feels like he'll end up MAGA if this continues. Any thoughts on how to deal with him? Yes. Find a person that he does respect if he has like liberal leanings that is a little bit older, maybe older than him, or at least like someone who is very intelligent that is from, I don't know, like maybe like a anti-Zionist rabbi or something, and then have him have that conversation with him, because I feel like in order to combat certain types of DMing people who post anything pro-Palestinian, oh brother, someone must have been dealing with that since 10-8. Yeah, I think that like there's a limit to like how much you can reason with people when like lifelong social conditioning is going to always play a significantly larger role in their development, a significantly larger role in the way they see the world. So like in order to do that, especially for like older people that are, firm, sometimes you might have to just give up on that, on changing their minds on that issue. Or if you can't change their minds on that issue in particular, you can go to a person that they trust more, that they respect more, that they could potentially break through that programming. So yeah, can we finish the docu from yesterday? We are going to finish the docu from yesterday, but anyway, what else? Have you thought about having any of the Majority Report crew other than Sam, Matt B, Emma, Brandon, Matt L on your podcast? On my podcast, on my broadcast. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't have it, VP Harris rallies with Obama, Bruce Springsteen, Tyler Perry at Georgia rally. Emma Jory report. But yeah, why was you not at the Bernie Sanders interview? Guys, I'm not going to do a get out to vote initiative for the Kamala Harris campaign, directed by the Kamala Harris campaign. What are you talking about? Like, I am entirely too critical to do that. I think it would not be honest of me to do such a thing. Like, where's your shirt from? Oh, great question. Thank you for asking. This is my shirt, my merchandise that's going to be coming out tomorrow. That's the daily flex. As the flex of the day, the showcase, the merch. Hold on. Did you listen to the daily about the gender in the elections? What do we think? I have not listened to the daily this morning because I was playing basketball and then I had a long fucking call with, let's just say, a reputable mainstream media outlet that wants to do a profile on the boy, but that's neither here nor there. When it starts, when it happens, we'll talk about it. Alhamdulillah, your beard is going back. Yeah, my beard grows back quick. I told you. So, King, can you explain who Fethullah Gulen is? My Turkish friend is devastated by his passing, but everyone online says he's a CIA plant. He is a CIA plant. Why the fuck do you have a Turkish friend that's like a Gulenist? He's a cult leader. He's a cult leader and a CIA plant. Okay, that's what it is. That's who he is. Anyway, where the fuck was I? All right, so does that shirt also aim at Democratic billionaires? Yeah, no shit, dude. What do you mean? Listen to the new Yeet album, sir. I don't really have too much else going on in my life and my personal news other than that. Like, I'm late because I literally was just like doing an interview. So I haven't had the using Palestinian human shields. Kamala's CNN Townhall reaction, finishing Israelism doc. Is Oxford Union still? Is the Oxford Union still happening? Yes, it is. Did you read the new issue of Absolute Wonder Woman? Wrote use yeet as a sound effect? I did not. Your shirt looks less anti-Semitic today, so I'm happy. Okay, thanks. Ben Shapiro on Jubilee, Kamala Harris downfall, Ben Shabibo on Jubilee. Can I know why Semitic means something and anti-Semitic means something else? Yes, dude. I have talked about this a billion times at this point. When people say anti-Semitism, it's not fucking anti-people who are Arab or from the Levant, okay? It just means anti-Jew, okay? Please don't do this semantics argument. Like, it's so silly. It does not matter. Your shirt looks less anti-Semitic is a crazy thing to say. Yeah, it's a meme. This person was memeing about that yesterday. I know that we can't meme because if I, God forbid, joke about anything, people will clip it out of context and put it on fucking LSF to try to be like, Hasan is being anti-Semitic again. Look at him, but fuck him. Yeah, Arabs or Semites is not like, no, it doesn't matter. No one, you're never going to be able to convince people of this, okay? It does not fucking matter. That's not a valid argument. Anti-Semitism means anti-Jewish, okay? That's what it means. That's literally what that is responding to, okay? There is no reason to have a semantics argument over it. I think it's like kind of silly to have that. Anyway, Kamala CNN town hall reaction, finishing Israelism doc. Trump. Tucker calls Trump daddy. Daddy in sexual rant. Finishing Israelism doc. CNN reports idea of using Palestinian human shields. Ben Shapiro on Jubilee. Get in now. Dude, the Republican Party is bouldering towards like the weirdest way to be fascist. Not that it fucking matters. Like, fascism is still fascism, right? But like, they're somehow just like, they're somehow like, not only are we fascist, but we're also fucking super weird on top of the fascism. Like, not even our ideological commitment is not just to like some kind of fascist national project, but also one that is like, not only is it violent, but it's also very weird, strange. But yeah. Besides the 9/11 thing, is this the most backlash you've gotten before? What? Dude, you think I'm getting like shit ton of backlash? Are you fucking insane? No, 9/11 is like the most backlash I've ever gotten in my career, and probably buying a house, people were more mad about that. Dude, what? There is no like, dude, right now, I need you to. My Northern Irish Jewish mate called you a terrorist, so it's energy consuming to defend people being labeled as terrorists because they're Muslim, whilst that energy could be better spent on pro-Palestinian causes. Wait, he's Northern Irish? Northern Irish. Would you ever have Shane Gillis on the pod? Yeah, I don't think he likes me too much. I think he like hangs out with Sam Hyde and shit sometimes. So I don't know if he still does, but like I know that he's like I've heard that before. Anyway, we're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing it quick today. Look at that, 25 minutes in. Boom, 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 boom. Not a lot of personal news, you know. Not a lot of personal news. Moodang, this is for my trip. Trying to see Bath Time, but it didn't happen. Sorry for ghosting. Not trying to spam. Just thought you liked the little experience. J Gray BKK, you are insane. You promised us Moodang Bath Time literally a month ago. Okay? You said you flew all the way out there to Thailand to give us Moodang Bath Time. And day in and day out, every single day. Every single day. Hey, Majority Report. A Majority Report. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good one. We are about to watch our chatter that flew to Thailand specifically to see Moodang. Turns out there is no Moodang Bath Time in this, but it's fine. I still want to see it.
It was even doubling back.
Okay.
It was pretty bitchin' though, because there were some capybaras just chilling to look at.
Okay,
On the
that's
way
sick.
to see
Love
Moodang,
capybaras.
We saw some hippos hanging out in the little river. First we were greeted by Moodang's older sister, Mu Wong, which means sweet pork. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Moodang having bath time, and only got to see her doing what cute babies do best, sleeping.
It's
Mama
still okay.
was keeping watch over her the whole time. The way the whole viewing is set up is they let 30 people in at a time to see Moodang, and then after 5 minutes they make you leave.
That's crazy. Moodang is quite the celebrity. Like, that's crazy that they're just like, yeah, you got to fuck off after seeing Moodang for 5 minutes. Why are you talking about promises? Listen. I got some games ready to go on the fucking docket. Okay, if you went to Thailand with Will, we could have had Moodang Bath Time. Next year. I'm going to Japan next year. I'm going to Thailand next year. I might even go to China. You know, just get ready. Once we're done with this election cycle, I'm gonna go crazy. Okay, we're gonna be making content. Call me I Show Speed. The way I'm going to be doing backflips in every continent.
While we didn't get to see Moodang take a bath, we did get to see one of her four-legged friends go swimming, which was pretty awesome.
I don't get the Moodang hype. It's just very cute. It's like a very cute little fucking baby hippo. Like, I don't know. It's not that. I love animals. You know, I am a big fan of animals. I fucking absolutely love animals, especially baby animals are the best. So, you know. That's it. This is a funny thing I saw from Soul Khan, which is like not even wrong. Nathan J. Robinson says, sorry, but campaigning with Dick Cheney is like campaigning with Slobodan Milosevic or Osama bin Laden. Soul Khan goes, Dick Cheney is a much worse person than Osama bin Laden, by the way. Not even close. Cheney's body count in the short term was astronomically higher, and in the long term, due to climate change, that gap will be exponentially wider. He is 100% correct. Good luck explaining that to Americans. Americans will never see that in the same light, though. Okay? If anything, you could say, I guess, like, you could attribute Dick Cheney and George W. Bush's, like, war on terror to Osama bin Laden as, like, his actions were utilized as, like, the fire that sparked this entire process. But like beyond that, you know, pound for pound, you can't even come near the bodies that like every American president has in general. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a catalyst. Seems like some people are still over 20 years behind the moral curve because they think there's any comparison in scale in intensity between harm done by America and the harm done to America in the context of the global war on terror, which explains a lot in terms of America's support and the tolerance of Israel's genocide against Palestine, both because they either had the ingrained disregard or antipathy for both for those lies pre 9/11 and or Gwat instilled amplified it. Yeah. Come on, 9/11 happened and Dick Cheney had a right to defend himself. You convinced me. There's no scenario where you need to make bin Laden the lesser evil. You convinced me. I will not vote for bin Laden or Dick Cheney. Anyway, that's cool stuff. The elefante. That's sweet. I love animals. Animals make me happy. The world is kind of shitty, but you know what's really cool? Animals. That's just how it goes. You do not have to hand it to the Taliban. You can't. You're actually saying, technically, when you think about it, you're saying the Taliban are fucking weak, dude. We are the Mujahideen. The Taliban are the Takfir. They do not even pray 5 times a day. I heard they do not know the direction of Kaaba, unlike my soldiers, the Marine Corps. We are the real Taliban. You got clip chimps so hard on Reddit. Even I laughed at it. Yeah, I know. I saw really cool stuff happening over there as people are every single day being like, excuse me, yeah, here. I'll just show that real quick and laugh at it and we'll move on and we'll get to the actual news. But it was like, Hasan Abi not holding back,
So she's
and it's this clip.
Concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Yes!
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you
for remembering we need to bring the hostages home.
Of course.
The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college campuses and on our city streets in the last year.
Brianna Wu posted about it. Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah. And ironically enough, it was once again, it's it's cool how he tortures his Jewish friends like this. Ironically enough, it was a classic Hasan Abi deadlock fucking pre-watch moment. The worst fucking part about this is that the people defending the war don't give a single solitary fuck about the hostages. Some of us actually want to fucking ceasefire and a hostage deal. I know. Yeah, mods pinned the context to it, I guess, but it doesn't fucking matter. None of these dipshits care, dude. Are you kidding me? They're like, "Arr! Could someone please explain the joke? What's so funny? Oh my god, I don't get it." Yeah. Imagine seeing someone with the LGBTQ plus flag, predicting they ask about a recent mass shooting at a gay club, and then laughing at your ass off when they actually do. That's the joke to Hasan, but against all Israelis. And it's like, no, dude, it's fucking funny because someone who thinks at this point that Kamala Harris is not pro-Israel and is undecided is a fucking idiot, okay? I'm sorry. You will never convince me. You will never convince me that that is not funny. Someone is like, I'm an undecided voter and my single issue is, are you pro-Israel? Like, that's so stupid. You're a fucking idiot, okay? Shut the fuck up. You're probably voting for Trump anyway. Why are you asking this question? Get the fuck out of here. And it's pretty clear. It's like they're trying to turn you into this monstrous, bloodlusting Muslim who laughs about Israelis dying is so fucking bizarre. It's not bizarre. It's called Islamophobia, which is really funny because a lot of my detractors, a lot of my naysayers in general are ironically the very same people who are aligned with some Islamist fundamentalist principles. Like they're fucking usually transphobic, whereas I'm not. So that's why it's hilarious to be like, Hasan is an Islamist, fundamentalist, barbaric Muslim who does not care about all this shit. It's like, come on, dude. Yeah. So if you want to actually know the true context, I mean, here, I posted it on not only my Twitter, but also on my Instagram as well. Not that these people give a single fuck. Because most of the time when we're having these questions, most of the time we're having these arguments, you are talking to someone who does not care about the truth, who does not care about my perspective, who does not care about the context at all. They simply want to go, Muslim guy who's pro-Palestinian, he's a Jew hater. I cannot wait for undecided questions, dude. I think they bring out truly some of the weirdest fucking people of all time. Like, actually, I'm quite undecided on Kamala Harris's defense of Israel. I feel like she has not defended Israel hard enough. It's like, how? How are you this person? How is this even like confusing for you?
32 Pennsylvania voters say they are still undecided or persuadable. All of them are registered.
Oh man, these are some great.
There you go.
Yeah.
I called it. Oh, she got the IDF dog tag and the yellow ribbon. She's gonna. Yeah. Which, by the way, I very specifically go, oh, she has an IDF dog tag. She's 100% the single issue voter that will bring that up. And before people go, my God, that's anti-Semitic. My God, you are failing to comprehend the basic thing here that makes this incredibly stupid. Okay. Being undecided over whether you think Kamala Harris is sufficiently pro-Israel or not this close to the fucking election is what I'm laughing at. You have to be the biggest fucking dumbass. Okay? It has nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. She's wearing a fucking IDF dog tag. Okay? Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's continue. Stand up and be like, I feel like your loyalty to Israel is questioned.
Yeah.
How will you address campus anti-Semitism?
Yeah.
That's my favorite undecided voter.
I want you to meet Beth Sandberg. She's a realtor, a mom of 4 from Bella Cynwyd, Pennsylvania. She's a registered Democrat. Says she's undecided because of concerns about anti-Semitism. Beth?
Yes!
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Thank
Beth.
you for remembering we need to bring the hostages home. Of course. The rise of anti-Semitism and violence from anti-Semitism has risen greatly on college campuses
I called it.
and on our city.
Like, being concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses aside, which is like, again, you're fucking ridiculous, okay? You're fucking ridiculous. But being concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses, when people say this, they're talking about pro-Palestinian protests. They're not talking about like actual fucking Nazis who are, drawing swastikas or whatever. They're talking about people who are like, we don't like Israel, right? Now, if that's your concern, okay, why the fuck would you be undecided on where Kamala lands on this? She literally routinely has railed against the pro-Palestinian fucking students. Time and time again, as a matter of fact. Not only has she railed against them, this administration has allowed other state-level police to genuinely arrest and pack up pro-Palestinian students, many of which were anti-Zionist Jews, by the way. So the idea of like trying to fucking package this as like a serious concern about the rise of anti-Semitism, I'm like, I'm sorry. No, you're fucking ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person. I am not having this conversation with you. You cannot do this 12 months into a fucking genocide, dude. You can't. No one believes this. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's utterly ridiculous. Not only is it utterly ridiculous, but it's a fucking hilarious question to be like, I don't know if I'm going to be voting for you because this is my one issue. What do you want her to do? Fucking kill a Palestinian child on stage? The fuck do you want? No, literally. Like, I need someone to explain to me. I need a singular person to explain to me how Kamala Harris has not been sufficiently pro-Israel, okay? I need someone to explain that to me. I need someone to be like, here is the reason why I am concerned about Kamala Harris's loyalty to the state of Israel and its actions against the Palestinians. What the fuck more could she have done? What can she do? Actually, what can she do at that point? She's maxed out. She's maxed out. You're fucking nuts.
the streets in the last year. How would
You are right, and I will say that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism on a
Like,
regular
what more
basis,
can you
and
do? You
anti-Semitism
like
was
kill the
among
fucking
the
anti-Zionist
Yeah.
Jews on campus? Like,
country, and
what do
this
you?
was before
What can you
October
do more to combat
And we know what
anti-Semitism
we
on
see.
college
We're
campuses? I am a single issue voter. How will Kamala Harris combat anti-Semitism on college campuses? That's my single issue. There are still students out there that learn that genocide is bad, for example. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that sometimes genocide is good. Like, for example, if the victims of the genocide are barbaric, rapist animal monsters like Arabs who have an antiquated ancient gene of anti-Semitism in their hearts. If you don't teach it like that, then people are going to learn the wrong lessons. That's my single issue. I do like that she was more passionate about answering that than she was about fucking answering the other person who was like, when will you stop murdering children with American weapons? And she was like, yeah, it's really bad. We're beginning to think about the humanity of the situation. Like, what would be satisfactory? What would be satisfactory for people who are like at this point, if they are even genuinely undecided on this issue? I don't think that person is really undecided. Okay? I don't think any of the undecided voters are actually undecided. Sorry. That's me. I've been saying this for a long ass time. I don't think any of these motherfuckers that go on TV are actually undecided. They just want to be on TV. They just want to be on TV. That's it. They want to be on TV and they want their message to be heard. You know what I mean? They want to make it seem like there's a massive constituency for this sort of thing. Okay? There's got to be a massive constituency out there for this shit. It's like, come on. Dog, there was a straight up groiper. I know, it was awesome. Yo, first time chatter, my friend is a firm believer that you support the Armenian genocide. He thinks because you were a part of the Young Turks, I guess you actually did the genocide yourself in his mind. Wait, what? Dude, I've never denied it. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's so crazy. Dude, it's whatever. It's like, you know, what are you going to do? What can you do? Yeah, people are just going to always lie on your fucking name, okay? That's it. There's always going to be cynical fucking assholes. Just put your fucking head down and hope that, hope that reason will prevail. Hope that people will inevitably be charitable. Hope that people will come to their own conclusions. That's it. One day. That's the only thing I can hope for. And I know that there are plenty of people that maybe a couple months ago were anti-me. Maybe a couple years ago were anti-me. They saw a bunch of clips. They came to their own conclusions off of these like insanely cut out of context clips. Okay? MR talked about this today. They were cooking. It's just, that's it. All I can do is be myself. All I can do is be myself and speak truth to power. Try to offer a voice to the voiceless. Try to show you a different perspective that you were most likely uninitiated on. Okay? That you most likely have never heard before, that you've never encountered, and hope that you're charitable and hope that you're understanding. There's going to be a lot of people who come in here and they have, they're of a different mind. That's normal. Okay? Watch the Mujin video. He actively spreads misinformation about you, claims to be unbiased, but clearly dislikes you. Who the fuck is Mujin? I don't know any of this stuff. I don't care. Anyway. I will be reacting to the Majority Report video, yes. Or, I mean, not Majority Report video, the Jubilee video, yes. Banger AB tweet. What is this? Different doors, same concept. Israel's cruelty towards Gaza and Lebanon is planting the seeds for more violence, oppression, doesn't lead to peace, it leads to resistance. And let me be clear before I'm labeled a terrorist sympathizer, I don't want resistance, I want peace. I condemn any killing of the innocent, but peace is not up to those knocking. It's up to those that keep the door locked. Damn, that's a beautiful way to fucking put it from
If
AB.
I know that in this hotel room, they have food every day, and I'm knocking on the door every day to eat, and they open the door, let me see the party, let me see like them throwing salami all over I mean, just like throwing food around, but they're telling me there's no food in here. You know what I'm saying? Every day. I'm standing outside trying to sing my way in. You know what I'm saying? We are hungry, please let us in. We are hungry, please let us in. After about a week, that song is going to change to we hungry, we need some food. After 2-3 weeks, it's like, you know, give me all the food, breaking out the door. And after a year, you just like, you know what I'm saying? I'm picking the lock, coming through the door, blasting, you know what I'm saying? It's like you hungry, you reached your level, you don't want any more. We asked 10 years ago.
All right, we're gonna get to the obviously the freaking CNN town hall, which was kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie, and it's been kind of ass. And every time I talk to like people that are outside of my orbit, like people that aren't immediately locked into this stuff, whether they're like journalists in reputable mainstream outlets, for example. I'm always shocked that like they are also in agreement with me on this stuff. Like, because maybe I watch too much mainstream media, mainstream press, and it makes me feel as though like there are a lot of Americans who are like, no, we want this reasonable, moderate shit. And it's like, no, I think a lot of people are genuinely confused why Kamala is like, yeah, I'm going to be the border person. I'm going to be the big border. I'm going to be the big border czar. I'm going to do it. You know? How are we going to survive another 4 years of Trump? I'm terrified of it. I don't fucking know. Do you like her answer to Gaza or how she's different than Biden law? Yeah, her answer to Gaza was ass. It was so bad. It was just so fucking bad. She was struggling not to say build a wall. She did say it, though. That's the worst part. She did say it. She ended up dancing around it and then arriving at it. Like, it was crazy. It was shocking. Anyway. Is Harris no longer slated to go on Rogan? What happened? That's a massive flub, in my opinion. That's a genuine fucking L if she said no to that. Because Joe Rogan, for all of its faults, for all of his fucking faults, Joe Rogan absolutely is like a right-wing guy. We know this already. But he literally will always glaze whoever is he's interviewing, okay? He is the most agreeable person. He is the most agreeable person on the planet. If you could have a fucking Maoist rebel militia leader and Joe would be like, yeah, the third world does need to rise up against their masters. I think the unequal exchange that's occurring in the third world is completely unacceptable. And they are ripe for revolutionary sentiment over there. Like it doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. With the exception of COVID, okay? With the exception of COVID, or if someone is like anti-pot smoking or whatever, like he will always agree with you, okay? Kamala Harris could get Joe Rogan to think that it's a brilliant idea to give $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses, okay? Joe Rogan would be like, oh, yeah. Well, have you seen this video of an ape tearing off someone's arms? Like, that's what he would do. So abso-fucking-lutely, she should have done that interview. I don't know why she said no to it. I hope I hope she does do the interview because I'm like on board. I'm on board with the fucking what do you call it? I'm on board with the content. I'm on the content train. Get Claudia de la Cruz on Joe Rogan. Yeah, PSL voters, rise up, dude. I swear to God, Joe Rogan be like, PSL, pumpkin spice latte. I like that. Party for Socialism and Liberation. I think I'm on board with that. I like liberation. Socialism's kind of scary, but you brought forward really good talking points here, I think. Joe Rogan and Theo are the two of the least confrontational right-wing podcasts. I wouldn't even put Theo on the right-wing orbit, to be honest. You could have a Houthi pirate and Joe would be like, cool dude, want some weed? Oh, for sure. He'd be like, oh, you guys... Joe Rogan interviews like an actual Houthi, not the fucking Yemeni like Rashid, but like an actual fucking straight up Ansar Allah like militant. He'd be like, so I heard you guys do this thing called Kat. What's that about? Yeah, have you brought over some Kat? Would you like to try some elk meat? He would be like, you chew Kat? What is that? I want to try it. Have you ever done DMT? Joe Rogan interviews IRGC member. Yeah, he'd be like, do you want DMT? Dude, if you went on a trip, if you did a DMT trip, you'd go crazy. You would drop this Ayatollah stuff, like I think. Anyway. Ay. Did you watch the Jubilee Benjamin video? Dude, it's been 50 minutes since I started the broadcast. How could I have watched the Jubilee video so far? How could I have done that? Anyway, Harris courts moderate and independent voters at Townhall. Okay, so this was supposed to be the last debate. But of course, this was supposed to be the last debate, but it didn't happen because Trump fucking, chickened out, which is really sad. I saw you fail at the flirting game on Twitter the other day. I don't even know what that is. Okay, I don't know how to flirt. I'm a 33-year-old man who spends 8 to 10 hours every single day. 8 to 10 hours every single day covering the news. Okay, let me tell you something. My brain is fried. I don't know how to do normal human contact and normal human communications. Okay, I've lost it. I don't know how it is. Ask me about like ongoing shit in the world. I will fucking chirp for an hour.
Town hall in the Philly suburbs, Vice President Harris tried to appeal to persuadable voters, and she was pressed on her positions on immigration, the war in Gaza, and also grocery prices. Weijia Zhang is in Philadelphia.
Every single day, bro, is the Lulu. Wait, what? I'm not the Lulu. Dog, look at how many days of the week I stream, and you will recognize that, yes, I cover news and commentary, news, politics in general, every single day. That's true. Seeing your reactions, you are doing way better than people who do less hours. What?
Philadelphia for us. Weijia, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning to everybody. The Harris campaign tells us they believe that 10% of battleground voters are still up for grabs, including right here in Pennsylvania. At that town hall, the vice president took questions directly from several of those voters who say they're not convinced who to choose.
In an appeal to undecided voters, Vice President Harris vowed to bring change to the country.
My administration will not be a continuation of the Biden administration. I bring to this role my own ideas and my own experience.
But at times, Harris struggled to provide specifics when asked about policy.
So my question is concerning groceries. What would you do to bring prices down for Americans?
We will have a national ban on price gouging. There are a number of issues that we need to address in terms of bringing down the cost of living.
What would you do to ensure not another Palestinian dies due to bombs being funded by U.S. tax dollars?
Far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed. It's unconscionable.
Harris was pressed on why she now supports a border wall she once ridiculed as stupid.
Let's talk about
that was a really funny moment. where she was not even like pressed really, but like one additional question caused her to basically be like, well, sometimes some ideas are good. Okay, then why did you call us stupid in 2018? And now you're like pushing for it. Which is really interesting that the media has basically taken their time, their sweet ass time to arrive at this point. I've been saying this since Biden unveiled his, border wall package. That was last year on October 5. I've been screaming about this since last year on October 5, 2023. When Biden came out and was like, that's right, Jack, I'm the border president now. We're going to build that wall. It's just like that level of flip-flopping is so crazy to me because you have changed fundamentally what you believe. If you say the border wall is stupid in 2018, because it is fucking stupid, the underlying principles behind you assuming that the border wall is stupid is that we are being unnecessarily fucking cruel and using an antiquated mechanism to stop the flow of migration coming into this country instead of dealing with the processing issue and humanizing migrants. That's what the Democrats are supposed to be saying. That's what the Democrats have kind of said, at least my entire life. They've been like, we are a nation of immigrants. That's what they used to say. And usually the counter to that is, oh, well, you want unlimited migration because you want to like enslave these migrants. It's an economic problem. And the answer to that is always still, well, then process them, document them, allow them to participate in the labor force alongside the rest of the American working class, allow them to unionize, allow them to take a larger piece of the puzzle, a larger piece of the profits. So for me, at least there was always a push and pull, and I used to yell. I used to yell at the push and pull, like Obama is the deporter in chief, but at least he got the DACA thing, right? Like that, there was a push, he deported a lot, but there was a pull. You got some concessions, right? I was frustrated with that, but like that was the way the Democrats used to operate. Not anymore. Now they're just all push, no pull. They're like, yeah, we're doing the border wall. What the fuck are we doing? They have completely conceded on the false notion born out of right-wing panic that immigrants constitute a national security threat. That is an insane thing to say. That is an insane thing to get on board with. And that is the reason why she looks like she's fucking flip-flopping on this. Because she is flip-flopping.
Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would...
Kamala's between a rock and a hard place. Who she's supposed to coordinate the elections. Progressives at worst won't vote at all. Never for Trump. Center-right Republicans don't like Trump and want a reason to vote for Kamala. Yeah, that's really dumb, my friend. Because that's really dumb. You want to know why it's really dumb? Because Kamala and Joe Biden before Kamala has successfully gotten the Never Trump constituency. There's a way to activate them. Pick apart the things that they're mad about. They're mad at Donald Trump because Donald Trump is crazy. They're mad at Donald Trump because Donald Trump has made their relatives insane. They're mad at Donald Trump because Donald Trump is brash. He's rude. He says unhinged shit. You can say all of that and be like, yeah, you're not going to vote for Donald Trump. You don't have to make legislative concessions to the right on key issues that are supposed to separate you from the Republican Party. Because when you do that, you're hemorrhaging your base of support. Now, I'll never say that the Democrats don't have a hard electoral map. They do. It's designed against them, okay? In this country, land does vote, right? Oh my God, dude, shut up. Jesus Christ, 15-month subscriber. Holy fuck, dude. Ay. Oh, he's just like spamming over and over again. Can you tell your merch company to work with the USPS instead of FedEx? They're not unionized. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I'm sure they use both, okay? Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. I have no way of changing this shit, okay? Calm down. Fuck. We are fucking 13 days out from an election where we got like Adolf Hitler, but zesty, going up against the lighter version of that. Okay? And you're over here being like, customer support! Customer support about your merch shipping! It hasn't even come out yet! Shut the fuck up! God damn! He's lost his dang mind. I know a Reddit post is coming. Soon. New hater unlocked. I fucking hate this guy. Fuck. If your merchandise is from a unionized shop, but it's like not ethically sourced cotton, I think you really need to change that. How can I know that the yarn being used is actually being collected from sheep that have been kissed every night before they go to sleep? If it's not the case, I am going to fucking kill you. This is my one issue. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. The map is only hard for them because they let the Republicans make it. I mean, there is truth to that, but like ultimately, listen, ultimately, land does vote. That's just the reality, okay? That's the way the Electoral College is designed. Like it, hate it, doesn't matter. That's a big L for the Democrats to begin with, okay? And then the other L is that the Democrats do have to hold on to a diverse coalition of voters. A diverse coalition of voters that have very different things that they care about. They have to literally target every single one without hemorrhaging the other, right? It's a balancing act. I understand that, which is why when I see a gimme, like with the Gaza stuff, it's the easiest thing to do, right? It's the easiest thing to do. Like when you have something that is going to improve enthusiasm without any sort of like repercussions, without any sort of people being like, I'm no longer voting for you, especially with like significant margins, like you have to take it. That's one issue, however. Another thing is I am fearful, okay? I do not want Donald Trump to win this election, and I am fearful that the Democratic Party's consistent message, their method, focusing on the white suburban voter to try to take them away from Donald Trump and bring them into the Democratic Party is going to cause genuine hemorrhaging on the other constituencies that they fucking need to win, that they are taking for granted. Okay? Hasan, talk about something else. Yeah, dude, you're right. 13 days out from the election. Don't talk about the upcoming fucking election. Talk about something else.
Pay for it? Come on. They didn't.
But you're agreeing to a
come
bill
on.
that would earmark $650 million to continue building that wall.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill to further strengthen and secure our border.
CNN's Townhall.
Yeah. She even turned around and fucking said something like, can you talk more about shipping and handling? I'm going to ship and handle your ass as I package you on a fucking one-way ticket to the sun, okay? Dems are turning into the new Republican Party. People aren't going to vote for that and will desperately look for a more progressive party that doesn't exist, really, unfortunately. Yeah. There is no, like, serious fucking outsider here. And I don't even know if one can even exist with, like, the way that the duopoly currently works. So, it is frustrating. It is very, very, very frustrating. I like that the Democrats a couple of years ago were like, we want a strong Republican Party. And then they were like, you know what? The Republicans are too stupid and too fucking, they're too stupid and too racist to, like, build a strong Republican Party, so will be the strong Republican Party. It's great.
It's held in Delaware County, 25 miles outside of Philadelphia. The campaign says it represents former GOP strongholds that could turn blue, where they are focused on finding independents and moderate Republicans. Back in the city, volunteers are canvassing Philly.
Voters demand legit concentration camps, kind of? No. Okay? No, that is not true. There are voters who want it, but they don't know what it looks like. That is the major reason. There's two problems with voters, with American voters and what they poll on, okay? I saw the Axios reporting on this. 47% of Americans would not, 47% of Americans would want a militarized concentration camp for immigrants. That's what they said. 22% of Democrats, 47% of independents, and like 80% of Republicans want this, right? And I'm telling you right now, they do not understand what it would look like if this happened. They do not understand that they would not like it. I remember when Donald Trump was trying to fucking attack the Dreamers. People hated it. He had to back away from that. I remember a time when the Trump administration was like, we are going to do child separation as a deterrence policy at the border. We're going to put kids in concentration camps for the crime of crossing this fucking border. People did not like that. Okay? Americans do not understand what the policies that they're advocating for look like in practice. You have to recognize that reality. There's polling done on this as well, okay? Especially with the Republican Party. Republican voters notoriously do not understand what the impact of the legislation that they're voting for. When faced with the direct consequences, we have to find this study. It's such an informative study. I need to fucking show you this study. I don't know if a chatter can find it for me right now. I don't know if I can pull it right now, but it's such a good and instructive study for you to comprehend like how American politics works. The example, one of the best examples you can point to is like abortion. Obviously, many Republicans who voted for Republicans and didn't think that like abortion would ever get taken away, or even thought that it would be good if they criminalized abortions, have now changed their minds on this. Why have they changed their minds on this? Because they never thought of the repercussions. Okay? They never thought of the repercussions. They never thought of like how this might actually harm them somehow if their daughter was in need of a medical procedure like this. And I think that on the issue of immigration, this is another glaringly obvious example where people think they want mass deportations and concentration camps, but if it happens, they're going to be like, oh my God, this is actually kind of fucked up. This happens very frequently. Okay? This happens very frequently. Now, that's one aspect of this. Okay? People do not understand the impact of the legislation that they're advocating for. When faced with the actual impact of the legislation that they're advocating for, they go, oh, that's not what's going to happen. Come on. They fantasize about a completely alternative way that this is going to unfold in a way that actually is positive for them. Okay? I don't know if this was the one. Republicans don't know anything about their party. That's very bad for American democracy. Denying people health insurance because of pre-existing conditions is both unconscionably cruel and despised by voters. As a result, Republicans will routinely lie about their position on this issue. The most outrageous instance of this is when former Senator Cory Gardner cut an ad with his mom, a cancer survivor, saying he was fighting to protect those with pre-existing conditions. There are certainly efforts to fact check, but as this result suggests, the effects of these efforts may be limited. Okay? If Republicans were full tilt and if Republicans were, unimaginably anti-immigrant, then, like, if they were across the board or if they were across the board, like, for certain policies, they would not vote against those policies when it is presented to them in clear-cut, direct ballot measures that they vote for. Okay? You have to understand this. It is not surprising. Is it not shocking to you that Republicans in deep red states, even in Ohio or Kansas, Kentucky, will vote to restore abortion protections? But they vote for Republicans that end up taking away abortion access from them? People are very stupid. So that's one side of this, okay? That's one side of this. The other side of this is that those exact same polls also suggest that by the same fucking numbers usually, okay, almost the same. It's like 60% want mass deportations. And then when you ask that very same fucking audience, how do you feel about offering conditional pathways to citizenship for undocumented migrants that have been living on U.S. soil without doing crimes or whatever? They then say, oh yeah, I want that by the same fucking margins. Okay? So how does that work? How does that work? Americans do not understand that their belief structure is directly at odds, okay? It is directly at odds with one another. That's it. So in an environment like that, you have to recognize that if one party is at the very least launching a strong counter message against the unimaginably racist and cruel policies that the Republicans are advocating for, and show exactly how this would materialize and exactly how harmful that would be for them, both from an economic standpoint and also from the humanity of it all, or the inhumanity rather, if you suddenly had BORTAC units in your fucking neighborhood going door to door, arresting whoever the fuck is like perceived as Latino, okay? Americans would very quickly recognize, okay, maybe this is not the best idea. I don't want this. But Democrats have not done counter messaging on this front. So, of course, here we are. The Immigration Hub argued when provided a choice, voters overwhelmingly reject, only 39 in favor, the trademark Trump mass deportation policy that would result in American families across the nation torn apart. The article claimed when framed as a choice, voters prefer a pathway to citizenship over mass deportation by a large margin. Providing a pathway to citizenship remains far more popular approach to handling undocumented immigrants. The piece also cited data from the Pew Research showing that 59% of voters believe that undocumented immigrants should be allowed to stay in the country legally if certain requirements are met, versus 41% who say they should not be able to stay in the country legally. The Hub also claimed that their internal polling shows that when voters are giving specifics about who would be deported, they prefer allowing people to stay over being deported by overwhelming numbers. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so shocking to me. It's not shocking to me at all because I look at the fucking data. American Immigration Council's Aaron Reichlin-Melnick specifically responded to Axios polling saying that enforcement finding is directly contradicted by other questions in the poll. Axios wrote that the survey still found that Americans strongly support immigration as long as it's lawful, with 58% of respondents saying they support expanding legal pathways for orderly immigration. Reichlin-Melnick also noted decades of polling on this in general show that people want a balanced path to a legal status plus more enforcement, not mass deportations. In another post, Reichlin-Melnick noted that when you explain to people what mass deportation is and propose a path to legal status as an alternative, mass deportation is extremely unpopular. Oh my God, who could have thought? Who has been saying this for years? That's crazy. Me, motherfucker, I've been saying this. I've been screaming this on the fucking rooftops. Shocking. Speaking of which, did you see this? Let's take a poll. A grandma is undocumented. She's lived in the USA 30 years, not even a ticket. She has 4 kids, all American born, as are her 12 grandkids. Kick in her door in the middle of the night, put her in handcuffs, and send her and her kids back to where she was born, and do it on camera as a warning to anyone who thinks they can violate the sovereignty of my country without consequences. Additionally, locate and deport all the people advocating she stay. Now, this is on Twitter. where you can be a Nazi out and about, as this guy is, okay? Say this in the real world. Say this out in the real world, and people will beat your ass, okay? You can have the most rugged, okay? You can have the most rugged Idaho cattle rancher in front of you, and he hears this fucking dipshit say this, they'll beat his ass, okay? They'll be like, what the fuck are you saying? I promise you. Says you? It's not a says you moment. It's reality. You want to know why it's reality? You want to know why it's reality? We know it's reality. All of the Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Shit popped off on Twitter. Why? Because everyone is jerking off the fucking 14 words over here on this fucking platform. When Trump did it on the main stage, Americans laughed at him. They thought it was gross. Republicans thought it was insane that he was saying that. Republicans. There's a big difference between what pops off on Twitter, Elon Musk's very own personal fucking Nazi forum, versus the way that 60 million Americans react to it on the national stage when the fucking presidential candidate is saying it. Okay? Good luck. Americans fancy themselves to be kind people. Americans fancy themselves to be anti-war. The American government might not do that, and they don't think quite a bit about that contradiction between how they feel about the world versus what the government is doing, but they still believe it. That's precisely the reason why when Trump presented himself as an anti-war candidate in his 2016 run against Hillary Clinton, presenting Hillary Clinton as a fucking warmonger, a lot of Americans responded positively to that message because they too were like, I don't like war. Yeah, the Iraq war was fucked up. There is a real problem with the DC bubble. There is a massive issue with the way that staffers and people that work on campaigns think versus how the average American sees themselves. Okay? Poll, Republicans hate Obamacare, but yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a classic. This is a classic by Ezra Klein. It is a fucking classic. Republicans hate Obamacare, but like most of what it does. When polled, they despise Obamacare. When asked about the many different aspects of the Affordable Care Act, the ACA, they love it, okay? Pre-existing conditions protections, polls at like 99%. You can stay under your parents' insurance plan until the age of 26. Oh, great. I love that. Okay. Expansion of Medicaid directly. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, why shouldn't we give poor people more medical access? Everybody loves that. Everybody loves that. When you slap on Obamacare as a sticker on it, everyone's like, whoa, I don't want that. Because Americans are fucking dumb. They're stupid. Everyone is stupid, myself included. We're all dumb. Okay? That's it. So recognize the fucking court you're playing in and start messaging for it. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Oh. I think it's more racism, but I get you. No, dude, no. It's not just slapping the racism sticker on it is too reductive. Okay? Are there people who are unimaginably racist? Of course there are. Okay? But simply saying, nah, they're just racist, they don't give a fuck, is not enough. It's not going to help you understand the situation. Okay? Because if that was the case, then Americans would not respond negatively to like someone who is saying that they're an open Nazi. I talk about this all the time. There's a concept of permissible bigotry. Okay? Permissible bigotry. So, like, if you look at the pre-existing hierarchies, forms of oppression that are systemic and point to them and demand more of them, then it doesn't read as like you being bigoted. You can always rely on common sense. I just have common sense. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if these guys are being violent and, you know, they're doing more crime, then yeah, of course the police have to be brutal to them. Like, that's just common sense. That doesn't read as racist. You know what reads as racist? When you say black people are genetically inferior and therefore must be dominated by a fucking brutal force. That is racist. Both messages are communicating the same thing, but one is not giving the game away. There's a reason why there has to be dog whistles, okay? There is a reason why Lee Atwater's famous quote is still very prescient, okay? Americans don't like it when you say something that is so unhinged that they're like, oh, like, even if I agree with you, I feel like you're making me feel bad. Okay? Do our politicians have the data within their parties and governmental agencies that suggest the same thing that you're saying? I'm not doubting anything you're saying. It's just hard to believe. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm showing you data that is readily available. Like, what? If I have access to it, they have access to it too. It's not like I'm making this up from my ass. I'm not like fantasizing about it. I'm showing you actual polls. That's it. People like what I have to say. They just don't like the word Nazi stormfront. Exactly. Exactly. That's it. Have you watched a new Jubilee? No, not yet. Yeah, it's just like that lady, Valentina Gomez or whatever, in Missouri that chat was talking about over and over again. She was popping off on Twitter. She was using the F slur, the homophobic, queerphobic F slur, saying like F slurs need to fucking stay hidden or whatever. And everyone was like, oh, look how many fucking likes she's getting. She's going to do gangbusters in the fucking, the Missouri, what was it, like, it was some state office that she was running for. And she got like 7th place. People don't like when they have to face the actual racism with, like, yeah, Secretary of State. Yeah, she got fucking destroyed in Missouri. And I told you at the time, if she were to say this in public, she'd get her ass beat even in Missouri. Okay? Even if people agree with her on the issue of like gay people being weird or whatever, when you say the quiet part out loud, most people go, ugh, gross. You understand? Anyway. Politicians can be just as arrogant and stupid as your fucking neighbor who's real good chaps, the most important people in your town's leadership, intellectually lazy and scared of change. That might mean they haven't changed their monthly wine selection budget. Yes, exactly. Fox News co-host Lauren, right-wing media have used the poll questions about mass deportation to claim the majority support Trump's proposed policy, not revealing that there is another side of this data that always shows that people are also simultaneously on board with pathway to citizenship. Okay? So what our billionaire friend was saying in that poll that he conducted on Twitter is correct. Most Americans, not on Twitter, but most Americans, like real Americans, when you talk to them about mass deportation versus pathways to citizenship, will absolutely prefer pathway to citizenship. Another thing you have to remember is that many Americans, especially many Americans, especially Republicans, arrive at their conclusions because they just don't fucking know how to read. Okay? They simply are not literate. They are illiterate. Okay? Maybe they know how to read, kind of, but like they don't do the reading, if you know what I mean. That's precisely the reason why, although I am, I would say, somewhat knowledgeable on the issue of immigration, public attitudes towards immigration, the impact of migration, and the negative consequences, supposedly, of immigration in general. Whenever someone approaches me and goes, what do you mean it's racist that you don't want illegal aliens coming over the border? And I ask them a couple questions about like what you think is the negative harm of people immigrating into the United States of America. They just start making shit up. They just start making shit up. It's that simple. They're like, oh, I don't know. They're trafficking drugs in their buttholes. It's like, no, they're not. Okay. Data shows the exact opposite. Oh, there's a sense of criminality. It's like, nope. Or the other side of it, people don't know how long it takes for people to legally migrate to the United States of America. They have no fucking clue. Right? They don't know. They don't know. They'll be like, oh, why don't they come in legally? It's like, dog, what are you talking about? Do you know that fucking process is like at least minimum 7 years? Okay? That's insane. Minimum 7 years. And even then, it's not guaranteed. So it's ridiculous to just be like, yeah, we shouldn't make that an easier process so that we can, integrate people quickly so they can become meaningful participants of the American economy, right? Which many people would be on board with, by the way, if suggested as an alternative to mass deportation and concentration camps, mind you. Okay? People don't even think about that. They just don't know. They don't know basic facts about this shit. Suddenly, Harris's edge in Michigan looks to be the strongest for either candidate in swing states. Anyone have any theories on why that would be? Michigan poll. Kamala Harris at 52.2%. Donald Trump at 47.7%. Anyway. I don't know. It took me 20 years to get citizenship. Yeah. I think it could be the juggalos. Not gonna lie, the juggalos coming out helped quite a bit with Kamala's chances, The juggalos have officially endorsed Kamala Harris. This is true. And then Obama rapped Mom Spaghetti, and America was like, that's right, this is our time. This is correct. Meanwhile, Americans were like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and I have to avoid seeing those ads. I must subscribe. New in recent weeks, Republicans have flooded the airways with anti-trans attacks, but our new polling finds that voters would prefer a candidate who stays out of people's private lives over one who supports anti-trans legislation. When it comes to trans issues, voters trust Democrats more than Republicans. They say Republicans have the most extreme stance. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. 100% of voters no longer want to see the ads, and that's why they must subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime account to their Twitch account. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. So is there no problem with immigration? Are Republican and Democratic politicians discussing it in the same way? I thought that qualifying the problem, if one exists, isn't a bad idea. From what I've gathered from Vice President Harris, the problems are at no fault of immigrants. It's our ability to process immigrants are the problem. Similar to our problem with the top of the hour ad break. You were early, bud. Okay, you were actually too late, my friend. Anyway. Voters reject candidates who support anti-trans legislation. A candidate who says that we need laws that restrict access to transgender healthcare and keep biological boys out of girls' sports. All likely voters. A candidate who says that the government should stay out of people's private lives and that there's too much legislation targeting a small minority population. Every single person that has historically said, Hasan, you are wrong to tackle the trans issue when talking to transphobes with this exact line of communication is eating crow. For years, whenever motherfuckers come to me and they're like, whoa, this hyper specific thing about 3 trans participants in the fucking high school swim meet is the only thing we should talk about. What did I always say? Why do you fucking care about this, you goddamn loser? You're out of your fucking mind. Okay? You're out of your goddamn mind. No normal person gives a shit about this. You're a fucking deranged lunatic. You have been primed by right-wingers to act like you give a shit about this. Debate perverts love this shit. They loved it. They were like, we got to talk about this endlessly. We got to offer endless amounts of fucking content surrounding this issue and then concede to the right-wing framing on it. It's like, shut up. It is inconsequential. Sometimes things are a little off, okay? Things don't make a lot of sense immediately, okay? And people love picking apart those things. They love making you hyper-focus on it and try to fucking create a wedge issue there. You don't have to concede, okay? You do not have to concede. The trans panic was a perfect example of this. And some of you dumb fucks, even in this community, constantly fucking yelled about this shit. I will never forgive nor forget all of the fucking Bonercelli, Vosh, all of the fucking debate perverts out there who were like, Hasan, I can't believe you got owned by fucking Christian Walker. When I literally was like, you don't care about this. Can you tell me who was the second place winner in this fucking swim meet in this example that you're suggesting? You do not actually care about this. You don't. And everyone was like, oh, you got owned in that debate. No, I didn't, dumbass. No, I fucking didn't. This is the proper way to communicate on this issue. You do not have to constantly talk about this dumb nonsense. Nobody cares. Americans broadly think trans people are kind of weird. I don't really get it, but they're also getting dunked on unfairly. That's their opinion, okay? That's the opinion of the average American. They're like, I don't really understand it. It's weird to me, but like, I don't care enough to want to kill them or want to legislate them out of existence. Republicans, on the other hand, like the fucking monstrous delusional losers that they are spending a metric ton of fucking ads specifically on this issue. And it's very stupid. It is very stupid. Republicans literally broke their own possible red wave in the 2022 fucking midterms because they did this. They did this over and over again. And people were like, I don't care. You will never make me care about this. Okay? You come across like a mentally ill psychopath when you constantly talk about the woke gender shit that's going on in high schools, okay? You're obsessed and you can't see the world outside of your immediate horse blinders when you get fucking mentally ill and laser focused on trans existence, so much so that you know the latest and greatest in trans tech. You know the latest and greatest in like trans culture. You know more about trans people than actual fucking trans people. At that point, you've lost your mind. You've lost your dang mind. It's like weird. It's sexual pathology. It's like a hyper focus, a hyper fixation that comes across as gross to normal people. Okay? Like, which message resonates with voters meme, okay? Democrats want you to stay out of people's private lives in terms of, offering medical care to trans people. Or, we need to kill every trans person. We need to make sure that they are forcibly regendered to be their biological sex. They're stealing people's participation trophies in high school swim meets. I am going to now write state legislation that directly targets 3 trans 14-year-olds This is my effort. This is my time. We need to send bomb threats to the children's hospital now. Which one is better? Which message resonates with voters, you think? Which message resonates with voters? You're a fucking weirdo, dude. You're a weirdo. You're a fucking weird freak. You're a nasty little pervert. I don't care. I don't want to hear from you. You fucking psychopath. Huh. If they present in the way that you did the second one, yeah, dude. Okay, good one. Let's not get angry about past events, Lamau, but yes, you were 100% right. Yes, I was always right. I'm always right. Too early, though. And to be right too early is basically being wrong, okay? That's what it is. Anyway. The other issue here is anti-trans ads are now #1 TV topic for the Trump campaign. The economy's #5. As Mark notes, it could either reset culture war politics for years to come in presidential races, or if Trump loses, go down as a major, even historical tactical blunder. Astonishing data point in this Mark A. Capito piece. Since President Joe Biden left the race on July 21st, Republicans have spent about $120 million on ads attacking their Democratic rivals over trans issues. Okay? I gave a warning after the 2022 midterms. I said, either the Republicans are gearing up to make this the #1 culture war issue, and they're going to fucking successfully break the brains of enough Americans that they also become little Matt Walsh style terrorists, okay, which is genuinely scary, even more scary than what America is going to look like in the next fucking 4 years. Or most people are going to look at this and be like, dude, I don't care. I just want fucking eggs to be cheaper, man. What the fuck? Just shut up. I don't want to even think about this. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. And it kind of seems like I'm right. Turns out most Americans just don't hate trans people the way Republicans desperately want them to. Americans fucking don't care. Okay? They do not care. 64% of Americans say trans people are discriminated against. You are fucking dumb. You are so echo chambered, so hugboxed by watching an unlimited amount of Daily Wire videos and only spending your time on Twitter, and you have deluded yourself into thinking other Americans also give a shit about this. Okay? They don't care. 64% of Americans think trans people are being discriminated against. That's crazy. That's like a fucking higher number than black people, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Because it's true, but that's not the point. Like, it's obviously true, but think about that. Think about that. Like, how do you make that work? How do you make $120 million of trans panic ads work in an environment where 64% of Americans say trans people are being discriminated against? According to our new polling released today, a majority of voters and independents by 23-point margin think these ads have gotten out of hand. Voters agreed transgender people should be treated with respect and disagree with the use of anti-transgender political ads. Oh, another fucking Hasan Abi vindication moment. How many times have I said this? And it's understandable that my trans chatters regularly get fearful because the deck is stacked against you. But how many times have I fucking duked this out with people in this chat? It's because anti-trans shit, once you go, there's two routes that you can take on the trans stuff, okay? you can either be like, yeah, they're weird, I don't get it, but let them live, who gives a fuck? Or you can be like, they're weird, they're actually undermining Western society, and I will make it my life's mission to like literally destroy them. And yes, I would say around 10% of Americans have hit that fucking right-wing slant, including the likes of Dave Chappelle, for example. And slowly but surely, they just never stop thinking about it. That's why I said, like, being a TERF is the actual mental illness. Like, being transphobic is the mental illness, the real mental illness, because, like, you just start thinking that there's, like, a trans person lurking in every fucking corner. You think, like, everything is trans, right? It becomes the only thing you think about. Now, that's a small percentage of people that are really, like, really motivated on this stuff. Okay? But that small percentage comes across as gross to the rest of society. They're like, what? Okay, stop. I don't want to even think about this. I don't want to think about, like, child mutilation. Like, that's insane. What the fuck are you talking about? This does not mean that Americans are fucking flag-bearing, pro-trans individuals. I've never said that. Make no fucking mistake. Okay? It just simply means most Americans are disinterested in this issue, and constantly harping on it over and over again makes them negatively polarized against you. Okay? Transgender people deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. 49% strongly agree. 25% somewhat agree. Strongly disagree 8%, somewhat disagree 10%. That's a net 56, dude. Republican candidates using anti-LGBTQ rhetoric as a part of their campaigns is sad and shameful. 41% of Americans strongly agree. 20% of Americans somewhat agree. Political attack ads against the transgender community have gotten mean-spirited and out of hand. 33% of Americans strongly agree. 21% of Americans somewhat agree. This data came from 1,200 votes. That's so funny. Yeah, you're right. 1,200 is not a statistically representative sample. What are we talking about? How is it that every time I look at any poll or any survey, okay, there are people who just fundamentally don't understand how statistics works? Like an entire field. And people just simply refuse to comprehend how this works. It's called a sample. Okay? 1,200 is an adequate sample size. Oh, God, I don't want to even talk about that. Anyway. Stats need to be required at school? Yes. So why did I bring this up? Why did I talk about this? Because it's fucking dumb, and it is causing, in my opinion, for the Republicans to look even more extreme and more silly in all of the areas where they're pumping these fucking ads. Okay? Having said that, here's Kamala Harris on this issue from the NBC interview. Kamala Harris is asked by Haley Jackson if transgender Americans should have access to gender-affirming care.
Let me ask you this question, very broadly speaking here.
Sure.
Do you believe that transgender Americans should have access to gender-affirming care in this country?
You should talk to Dean Withers. Is that Spider-Man? Is that liberal Spider-Man? Because I've been thinking about having him on the stream. I like his stuff. I like his gumption. Liberal Spider-Man. Spider-Lib. Yeah. I like the wear. I don't know. He's a little too libbed up. I don't care. Yeah, he is. I know. He got moxie. Yeah, that's right. He's got moxie, you see? I can see the future. Don't do it. I like the cut of his jib. That's right. The kid's got spunk. He's got moxie. I like the way he carries himself in debates. Yeah, he is omega libbed up. But I think it's good to talk to guys like that. I don't want him to go down like the debate lord trap, the debate lord trappings. And hopefully I can provide him a decent path forward.
Country.
I believe we should follow the law.
That's your answer, dude. You are running for president. The question is designed to see what you will do if you are president. Okay. You are the vice president right now. You are running for president. The question is not, will you follow the fucking law? The question is, what will you do if you are president? You make the law as president. What the fuck?
I mean, I think you're probably pointing to the fact that Donald Trump's campaign has spent tens of millions of dollars.
They're trying to define you on this.
Yes,
I'm asking you to define yourself, though.
Yeah, like literally, that's the question. How will you operate? Okay. How will you operate? The question is, what will you do? What will you fucking do?
Broadly speaking, what is your value? Do you believe they should have that access?
I believe that people, as the law states, even on this issue about federal law, that is a decision that doctors will make in terms of what is medically necessary. I'm not going to put myself in the position of a doctor.
Good. She should have fucking said, wait, what do you mean, huh? No, did I misunderstand? Yeah, she's saying, keep it between a fucking doctor and a patient. That's smart. She should have said that at the beginning. She's like, I don't think that we should be fucking putting ourselves as the big government, big scary government in these fucking decisions. Medical experts are making these decisions. You did? She's not saying that. She's saying follow the law. Yeah, but the point is the law as it stands currently is in favor of protecting. She's saying if your doctor doesn't think it's medically necessary, I'm not supporting you. I read it differently. I think that she said it's medically necessary. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. Like, that is not a bad way to communicate this, okay? No, that is a fair way to communicate this, saying that medical professionals make this medical intervention when they deem it medically necessary, and that should be the law. That is the law, and that should remain the law, is the best possible way to say it. My only problem with this is that she didn't come out of the gate swinging with that. Like, this is a ridiculous line of questioning. I don't think that the government should interfere with the best standards and practices in terms of a medical decision that a professional doctor and a patient are coming together to arrive at, right? Hasan dodges accountability like an Asian man in a dodgeball game. What? Dude, why are my fucking number one naysayers so weirdly gross, like all the time? Like they just... Is decent to liberal. It's not great, but as a trans person, it's good messaging to the regular voter. Yes. I think that this is the best pathway forward in terms of communicating trans issues. Like I said, a candidate who says that the government should stay out of people's private lives and that there's too much legislation targeting a small minority population and these decisions should be kept between a doctor and a patient and the government should not step in there is the best way to communicate, okay? Because the reality is that we don't do this kind of thing for anything else. We don't have these kinds of arguments for diabetics getting insulin, you know? Can you imagine Christian medicalists decide, actually, no, like medical intervention cannot happen. You should pray it away. You should pray when you have a gunshot wound, we have to pray for it, okay? We cannot actually do medical intervention. And then they start trying to legislate this. You'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? We should just pray a gunshot wound away. Get the fuck out of here. It's no different. It's no different when we have this conversation with abortions. It's no different when we have this conversation with HRT for trans people. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The only difference there is most people understand, like, yeah, Christian medicalists are fucking psychopaths, and that a gunshot wound must get the proper fucking medical attention. Whereas people on the other hand are like, trans people are kind of weird, so maybe I'll hear it out. Except turns out they don't. They don't want to hear it. They think it's gross when people fucking constantly harp on trans people. I think some chatters are falling into the opposite spectrum of bench on trans people, that all corners should get that care without any vetting that is appropriate, then it's appropriate. I don't know about that, and I don't really care about that right now anyway. But overall, I think that it's understandable that people are fearful that trans medicalism is also like somewhat of a dangerous prospect here as well, where you can just get like enough doctors to be like, yeah, actually, we shouldn't do any sort of fucking HRT whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, you're pushing the consensus in the opposite direction, and that's a fear that a lot of trans people have, I think, and that's an understandable fear that they have. But in terms of communicating, I think this is a solid way to do it. It still most likely leaves enough room to throw trans people under the bus come next election cycle. And that's an understandable fear that people have. I get that. Here was President Biden's message to trans people in 2022.
For our LGBTQ plus Americans, let's finally get the Bipartisan Equality Act to my desk. The onslaught of state laws targeting transgender Americans and their families. It's simply wrong. And I said last year, especially to our younger transgender Americans, I'll always have your back as your president so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential.
That's like kind of wild. Like this man said, in the first 100 days, put a bill in front of me and I'm signing a pathway to citizenship. I'm doing amnesty. I'm doing conditional amnesty to immigrants in 2020. And then in 2024, he's like, oh, look alive, Jack. I'm building the border wall. Like, again, 2020, they're like, they try to do a gotcha on him. I'll never forget that classic, like, toilet paper USA dumbass charlatan walking up to Brandon and being like, Mr. President, or Mr. Vice President, how many genders are there? And he goes, at least 3. Or no, he said at least 2. Did he say at least 2 or at least 3? That was awesome. That was awesome. Great way to deal with it. Just fucking say, I don't know, I just got here. It's great. People try to pick apart cynically whatever your fucking answer is when you are motivated by empathy, when you are motivated by finding the best pathway forward. And I think that it's really silly when dumbasses that don't even know how to fucking read, okay, turn around and start discussing the science of the matter. It was, in my opinion, one of the more annoying aspects of like the COVID denialism that ran rampant throughout American society. People were just like, you don't understand. These words that I can't even fucking read nor spell are actually inside of the fucking vaccine, and that's turning me gay and also autistic. It's like, no, dude, shut the fuck up, okay? Please, please. We leave so much to the scientists. Like, this is another one of those moments, okay? There are people who have spent their entire fucking lives trying to find cures, trying to understand how epidemics happen, trying to understand how fucking pandemics happen. Please, you are not an epidemiologist. You are not a fucking medical professional. Please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, shut your stupid fucking mouth up, okay? I get it. It's scary. You're going to get a fucking boo-boo. And you don't want that. But, like, please. I hate that. I hate it so much. And people love doing it for every issue. It's one of the most annoying aspects of American culture, and the idea that like you're an exceptional human being and you are individually an American citizen, and therefore your opinion is unique and you came up with it on your own, and now everyone has to fucking listen to you. And it's like, if we fucking ran the world with that principle, okay, if we ran America with that fucking principle, and we might actually, holy shit, I'm staring down a future Trump presidency right now and seeing that, you would die of dysentery, okay? 3 days in, you'd be like, well, the FDA, I don't give a fuck, no more FDA, sorry. No more fucking, no, yeah, you get E. coli from your McDonald's burger, which already happened. It's just so fucking stupid. It is so stupid that you take for granted the professional consensus on so many things that literally cause your dumbass not to fucking die the moment that you come out of the fucking womb. And you take all of that for granted while simultaneously shitting on it every day. Meanwhile, the things that you're shitting on are keeping your dumbass alive. Okay? It makes me so mad. Sometimes I go, maybe medical science has gone too far. Maybe we shouldn't have fucking saved everybody, okay? It's so frustrating. And you got dummies like fucking Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and the like also advocating against this principle while they also benefit from it. And they have this like veneer of intellectualism attached to their position, so they can like get away with saying this shit to even dumber people who go, hell yeah, that guy's a smarty pants. He's saying it. He's a fucking nerd. And he's saying it. I believe it too. It's like, fuck, man. I test the water for the EPA. My wife does quality assurance on foods for the USDA. People have no idea how many people work to keep them from being poisoned. I know, and it's so fucking frustrating that there are people, thousands, hundreds of fucking thousands, hundreds of thousands of people working every single day to ensure that there is a level of protection that you take for granted. Okay? When you go to the grocery store, you do not have to worry that the meat that you purchase is going to fucking kill you. All right? But nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about that because it's happening behind closed doors. Okay? Now, having said that, is the FDA perfect? No, it's not. Okay? Of course it's not. There's a revolving door. There are a lot of the regulatory agencies that turn around and unironically staff themselves with people that technically go and either work for the corporations that they're supposed to regulate, or work there and then go and work for the corporations, or work for the corporations and then go work in the regulatory agencies. Okay, and that is by design, for sure, right? So it's not perfect, and there is some level of corruption, okay? There is some level of corruption. Regulatory capture is a real problem. But having said that, the solution is not to further cripple these agencies, underfund them even more, and then cause them to perish, okay? The solution is to fund them better. The solution is to ensure that there isn't regulatory capture. USDA is meat, not the FDA. USDA and the FDA. As a federal public health researcher, thank you. It's just so it tilts me to no fucking end. That's something I hate here in Sweden. Social safety nets get defunded, blame the social programs, then they get defunded even more. I know. Sorry, I've lost faith in the FDA. Okay, dude, fuck it. But you don't trust the FDA isn't corrupted by the pharmaceutical industry? That is such a vague generalization that I don't even know how to tackle this subject. Like, I don't know what you mean when you say that. Okay? Money. No, that you're just your answer is still vague. Tell me exactly what you mean and we can have a conversation over it. You can't just be like money. All right? Like there's certain aspects of your I guess overall sentiment that I might agree with, but I don't know what you mean. Okay? But every step of the way, deregulation and underfunding these institutions, underfunding these regulatory agencies is a massive fucking problem. Okay? Same with the EPA. Same with the FTC. Same with the NLRB. You will never get me to say we have to fucking abolish these agencies. It's the exact opposite. We have to instill public trust in these agencies once again. We have to fund these agencies. We have to make sure that these agencies work properly. When people look to these crippled institutions, okay, and they say they're not working appropriately due to regulatory capture, or due to moneyed interest corrupting their impact. If you say we have to fucking destroy these institutions, well, then you're literally arguing on behalf of the people that corrupted the institutions to begin with. Like you are now a loyal servant of moneyed interests. And many people don't understand this. Anyway, on every economic issue surveyed, Kamala Harris has closed the trust gap or even surpassed Trump as a candidate as swing state voters trust more. Taxes, interest rates, housing costs, healthcare costs, cost of everyday goods, and gas prices. I can't believe that Donald Trump just simply, I think there's a bunch of different reasons for this. One, we have concepts of a plan, is what Donald Trump said. Okay? Two, not only did Trump just do a spectacularly bad job at this, he also hyper-focused on dumbass shit too much. Every time they ask him about like, what are you going to do for the economy? He would just turn around and be like, we're going to deport 20 million immigrants. What are you going to do for the economy, sir? Nuclear warming is a massive problem. Sir, how will you protect our jobs? I am going to deport every trans immigrant. It's the transgenders that are stealing your jobs. It's like, okay. Well, that's not really a good answer, is it, sir? Or we're going to do tariffs. We're going to do trade protectionism in industries that currently don't exist in the United States of America without taking the initiative to fund the manufacturing, the domestic manufacturing to make up for the additional tariffs, which is so fucking stupid. That's just more inflation. I don't understand how Americans hear him say this and go, hell yeah, baby. That's right. Tariffs are coming. They're going to take over China. It's like, bro, his merchandise is made in China. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what that would do, by the way? Tariffs on all Chinese goods. Ironically, you know what that would do? That would destroy the Trump merchandise economy, which we know is a pivotal part of the heartland, the rural American industry, okay? Because all of those motherfuckers are getting that ugly ass shit directly shipped out of China. It would destroy them. No more MAGA hats. No more ugly ass t-shirts with Donald Trump on it with his like fucking, with his six pack, with eagles flying behind him. None of that. Can't do it. Now you have to pay an additional price. You have to pay this extra tariff fee when you purchase those things. You're fucked.
Making sure voters cast a ballot.
Black man vote.
Billy Miller is the state director for the nonpartisan group Black Men Vote.
Can you put into words how important turnout is?
It is the most important thing in this election. If every Philadelphia voter came out and voted one way or another, it wouldn't matter what the rest of Pennsylvania did.
A senior campaign official says next week the vice president will make what they are calling a closing argument speech on the National Mall, the very same spot where Trump delivered his January 6th remarks right before the assault on the Capitol. Tony?
Leisha, thank you very much.
Well, you know what they're going to be
Vice
talking
President
about there. Harris cites former Trump chief of staff John Kelly's characterization of Trump during the town hall. It's coming.
In a primetime town hall last night, she called Donald Trump a fascist who fans the flames of hate, following on the warnings of former Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley and retired Marine General John Kelly, who both said Trump fits the definition of a fascist. The former president lashed out at Kelly, his longest-serving White House chief of staff, who also said that Trump praised Adolf Hitler and wants to rule like a dictator.
Our team across the country with 12 days to go. Rachel Scott is in Atlanta tracking Trump. John Carl in Nebraska on the impact of the pivotal state. Aaron Katursky on election security concerns. And our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, starts us off in Philadelphia. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Robin. Well, in these final days, Kamala Harris is really ramping up her argument that Donald Trump is unfit and a danger to democracy, saying flatly overnight that she does think Donald Trump is a fascist. But when pressed by undecided voters to define her policies and positions, she often turned to defining Donald Trump instead, eager to make clear to voters the stark choice they're now facing. Overnight at a town hall in Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris saying she agrees with Donald Trump's longest-serving chief of staff, retired four-star Marine General John Kelly, when he says Trump fits the definition of a fascist.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And
Like, great. I don't have an issue with that statement. Awesome. Where was this energy for the past 5 months or whatever? They make it seem like Trump talks about policy at all. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, we all know that the deck is stacked, okay, against the Democrats always. They treat Democrats as the adults in the room, and then they fucking bully them, especially when they give dog shit fucking answers. There's never a moment when motherfuckers are like, wait a minute, how are you going to lower the prices, Mr. President? Donald Trump, how are you going to lower the prices? Like, no one asked this question. How are you going to deport 20 million people that you say live on U.S. soil? Like, how? Walk me through the process. Walk me through the economic impact. If you're not even going to think about the humanity of this process, walk me through the economic impact. Walk me through the economic impact you perceive tariffs will have on prices, okay, when there is no domestic manufacturing substitute. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. Explain the vision of America that you have. Never a question is ever asked to Donald Trump on any of this shit, okay? It is deeply frustrating. Not only that, but also then whenever they ask Kamala and she gives this dog shit middle of the ground fucking answer, right? Whenever they ask Kamala similar questions and she just sits there and gives this like wishy-washy nonsensical answer, they fucking turn around and they do the Daniel Dale like, well, actually, Kamala Harris said 2% of the wall was funded. Actually, it was 5%. And it's like, what? What are you? She didn't even fucking respond. She didn't even respond to the question. This is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous, okay? Everything is fucked. Everything. Like, across the board, everything is fucked. The liberals are cooked. They don't give good answers to any of these fucking questions. The media across the board does not have like an even-handed approach to this at all. And because they're so desperately, constantly trying to fucking make themselves seem impartial, they end up treating the Democrats like the only serious party and never really having these considerations for the Republicans. Okay? Which is also very dangerous, which is also very devastating.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are not taking the same exam.
Yeah.
And I think it bothers people. They're not taking the same exam. He gets to be lawless. She has to be flawless. That's what's unfair. That's what's unfair. That's what's unfair tonight. That's what's unfair tonight. They're not taking the same exam. Look, she has policies. She may not articulate them perfectly every time. She may not put the stories in the right places, but she's fighting for actual ideas that will help real people. And he's talking about people's penises. And so they're not taking the same exam, and that's pissing people off. It's pissing me off.
Well, and I'm also old enough to remember that if your fiscal plans were actually said to bankrupt the Social Security Trust Fund in sooner years, Donald Trump's, that would be a campaign-destroying issue. But
Going camping with my hog father this weekend, there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to bring up politics. How do I adequately counter the Trump energy independence argument? We already have energy independence, and that was basically fucking completed under the Obama reign. So whenever these fucking guys talk about energy independence, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's number one. Number two, energy independence doesn't actually mean that we have real energy independence. What do I mean by this? Great example of this is the OPEC Plus cartel that kept up the supply of oil relatively low in an effort to keep prices high under the Biden administration. So to counter that, the Biden administration went to the American domestic oil producers and said, you need to fucking make up for this gap. The oil producers literally turned around and very publicly, openly stated on television, we do not care about your demands. We only care about our bottom line. I have a fiduciary responsibility to protect my shareholders. I will not be increasing oil supply in order to keep up with the fucking demand. Okay, in order to adjust prices for the American manufacturers. That should have been the first moment where the Brandon regime turned around and said, "Okay, great, DPA time." Okay, that's great. I love that. We're nationalizing our extraction industries. They'll never do that, of course. It doesn't fucking matter. Shale has a high production cost to OPEC, can cook American producers by keeping oil prices low. No, we're talking about keeping oil prices high. In moments where oil prices are kept high by OPEC Plus, which they did do, right? They did that. It also played a role in the inflation crisis that Americans were experiencing. Love you, but your oil and gas knowledge is so off. The OPEC cuts were negotiated by Trump in 2020. Our domestic production has done nothing but go up. No, it's not necessarily about our domestic production. It's where that domestic production goes. That's the problem. Our domestic production has gone up. The issue is, where do you give that domestic production? If you're still selling to the international marketplace instead of selling it to, instead of producing it and selling it and keeping it within American boundaries, you can greatly adjust the oil prices no matter what OPEC does. Am I wrong? U.S. oil giants that take advantage of massive subsidies in order to keep their profits as high as possible, literally continuously export instead of keeping domestic oil production internally in an effort to adjust when OPEC decides to fucking lower the supply of oil. If you lower the supply of oil and demand is going up, obviously prices are going to fucking stay super high. In order to make up for that lack of supply necessary to keep prices low at the point of consumers, like when you're going to the fucking gas station, you have to either ramp up supply of oil domestically, which they have, right? And not allow certain exports to occur. That is completely unacceptable. It's beyond question. Like that will never happen. Yeah. As prices go up, exports go up as well. OPEC surprise output hike offers Biden break on gas prices. Move may reduce gasoline prices as Americans head to polls. Biden has taken unique ownership over prices at the pump. What the fuck? Hold on. Fuck yeah. I did it. This was in June 4th, 2024. U.S. President Joe Biden may have just received a timely election boost from an unlikely source. OPEC Plus's decision on Sunday to put more oil in the global market potentially keeps a lid on gasoline prices through the end of the year, which could help cool voters' wrath over the cost of the pump. Even though U.S. presidents have little control over oil markets in the short term, their fortunes have often been tied to prices at the pump, with voters not hesitant to punish politicians for expensive fill-ups. And with signs posted prominently at corner stations, the cost of fuel remains one of the most visible inflation indicators. The Biden administration has clearly gotten a big dollop of relief here, said Bob McNally. All output boost in October may keep gasoline prices in check. You are not wrong. There are just a few important details. For example, SPR. The U.S. has no direct role in OPEC, but its relationship with OPEC members, especially Saudi Arabia, can indirectly affect oil prices. Our influence is important. Obviously, if we suddenly decide to support a foreign nation that is threatening Arab nations, that would be a lot harder. We do not have control over OPEC, okay? But we have a lot of influence over Saudi Arabia, okay? We have a lot of influence over Saudi Arabia, a tremendous amount of influence. The problem is, OPEC can still decide not to play ball. But the entire principle surrounding energy independence is that what happened with the oil shock in the 70s never happens again. Okay? And American manufacturers took advantage of that to drill, baby, drill, improve and increase, like tremendously increase domestic oil production. The problem is they're still capitalists. So, of course, with that increase, they just continue pummeling exports because they're making more money that way. If they shut off exports and were forced to sell to American, to only, in times of need, in order to make up for the demand, when there is a lack of supply, in order to keep American oil prices, American gas prices at the pump low, you could, force these domestic oil producers to only sell to the United States of America, or at least limit how much exporting they can do. Gas is objectively far too cheap when everybody's buying pickup trucks they don't need that are larger than German Panzer tanks. I mean, that's an entirely separate part of this conversation. We're not having a conversation about the lack of fucking adequate public transit, for example, which would greatly fucking reduce the harm both on the environment and also reduce the harm when fucking oil prices shoot up. But it doesn't matter because you have to work within the confines of what America is currently. America is a gas-guzzling, car-dependent country across the board. No one is going to be able to single-handedly change that. So, especially not in the short term. So what I'm talking about right now is in the interim period, what America could do in terms of controlling its own domestic manufacturing and where they go. Oil prices have dropped almost 5% since OPEC and its allies agreed on Sunday to gradually unwind some production cuts starting in October, earlier than expected, a decision some analysts say may weigh on crude in the months ahead. The move also may boost oil flows in the global market just weeks ahead of the U.S. election in November, potentially lowering the cost of gasoline as voters head to the polls. Crude oil is the biggest factor in what consumers pay for gasoline in the U.S., accounting for more than half of the retail price. In a May Bloomberg News Morning Consult monthly tracking poll in the 7 key states that will decide the 2024 election, 30% of voters said gas prices were the most important economic factor to them. Voters in those states trusted Trump more than Biden to handle the issue by a margin of 49 to 32%. Yeah, larger vehicles are not a product of consumer preference, but auto producers trying to skirt regulation. Yes. Cafe standards, specifically. Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi said if gasoline falls towards $3 a gallon by election day, Biden should win re-election. But if prices rise to more than $4, Donald Trump is more likely to prevail. Prices averaged about $3.52 a gallon on Monday. The outcome on the presidential election isn't likely to hinge on abortion, immigration, or even climate change, Zandi said in a May 20 online opinion piece. It is likely dependent instead on the price of gasoline in the lead up to the vote. Soaring fuel costs emerged as a political albatross for Biden early in the summer of 2022 when pump prices peaked at more than $5 a gallon, giving Republicans a chance to bash his energy and climate policy before the midterm elections. Still, Biden has taken unique ownership over the issue, saying later that year that his decision to unleash a historic amount of crude from the nation's emergency supply provided motorists with relief at the pump. OPEC's move could keep gasoline out of the headlines through the summer, said Jim Lucier, managing director at Capital Alpha Partners, a research group in Washington. They are opening the door for their OPEC partners to produce more, but trying to maintain enough discipline to avoid a price collapse. Ironically, it would be at that price collapse going into the fall that would be the ultimate vindication for Joe Biden. Retail gasoline prices, a key issue for swing voters, have already risen 13% since the beginning of the year, according to the American Automobile Association. And while prices have retreated since mid-April, largely tracking a decline in crude, they typically climb during the summer as increased driving boosts demand. Asked about OPEC's decision on Monday, White House National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said Biden's goal is to keep easing costs for drivers. Our focus is going to be on the price of the pump for consumers, and the president is confident that he's got strategies in place to do that. For Biden, the OPEC policy shift may also help negotiations on a historic defense pact with Saudi Arabia that would potentially reshape the Middle East and bolster U.S. positions in the region. We're going to give them fucking nukes for this, by the way. Anyway, I wonder what concessions they had to make to bring OPEC on board. I don't know. The pending production boost provides a beneficial backdrop for the U.S.-Saudi grand bargain negotiations, said Halima Croft, head of global commodity strategy at RBC Capital Markets. The decision to provide taper forward guidance will likely please officials in Washington who consistently maintain that a moderate oil price will help build congressional support for a deal. The move may also help Biden restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at more affordable crude prices. The administration has said it's willing to pay as much as $79.99 a barrel to refill the stockpile. U.S. price is currently more than $6 a barrel below that threshold. While OPEC's move is good news for the president, analysts say price gains are still possible later this year. Demand growth is expected to increase, and geopolitical tensions in the Middle East still hold potential to hamper crude supplies. This is the real reason why Joseph Robinette Brandon stopped Israel. Remember, he has no power over Israel, but for some weird reason, Israel did not fucking light Iranian nuclear facilities nor oil refineries on fire as they said they would do after Iran struck 3 targets inside of the Israeli Iron Dome and Arrows 1 through 3 defense and David Slingshot boundaries. How did that happen? How is Israel not struck back yet? It almost feels like there are real secret red lines that Biden is unwilling to cross. Those secret red lines being lighting the entire fucking oil production in the region on fire with Iranian retaliation after Israel selfishly went and struck Iranian oil refineries. That's it. There is a real red line there, and that's why you haven't seen Israel behave this way. Now, Israel's fucking crazy. They might still say, fuck it, YOLO. Who knows? And it does seem as though that is still in play. Okay? Wasn't there a leak saying they'd strike back? No, the leak is that America was keeping a close watch on Israel's first strike capabilities, included but not limited to their nuclear arsenal. But ultimately, you have to look at what Israel has done. Israel always consistently and notoriously backs away from extra pressure when Iran strikes them. I'm at the Trump ASU rally and MSNBC interviewed me, and when they asked me where I got my news, I said from twitch.tv/Hasan Abi. Hell yeah. Like, Biden has emboldened Israel to behave in whatever fucking insane ways that Israel wants to behave. But there are still obviously fucking red lines that they do not want Israel to cross. If left up to Israeli officials, I am certain that they would have struck Iran the first time. They would have struck Iran, not with like a drone strike or whatever, but like directly struck Iranian oil production. This would cause everything to fall apart. Something that you need to be reminded of, I guess, like the top of the hour ad break, which is why you should subscribe. It's funny, I say one thing about the FDA and you get upset, but you also see through the lies around Israel. What? Yeah, I get upset because you didn't actually fucking give me direct details as to what you think is going on with the FDA. If you were to tell me what you personally think is the problem, that we can criticize our government while also believing in our institutions. Wait, what? You just didn't tell me what your criticism is, dog. That's my issue. Anyway, let's continue.
And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted.
Kelly telling the New York Times Trump repeatedly praised Adolf Hitler, that he puts personal loyalty above loyalty to the Constitution, and that he has an affinity for dictators. Claims that the former president's campaign has denied.
Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist. for sure.
The vice president warning that if Trump returns to the White House, people like General Kelly won't be there to stand up to him.
I think of it as he's just putting out a 911 call to the American people. Understand what could happen if Donald Trump were back in the White House. And this time, we must take very seriously those folks who knew him best and who were career people are not going to be there to hold him back.
Harris facing questions from undecided voters after Trump declined the invitation to a second debate. Alone on stage, Harris at times finding herself on the defensive.
When you talk about rich people paying their fair share, the really high earners may move their money offshore if there are disincentives in the U.S. This could impact the economy. I would like to hear more nuts and bolts about your economic plans.
Sure. Thank you, Pam. So first of all, it is the case in the United States of America that billionaires on average pay less taxes as a percentage than teachers and firefighters and nurses.
I'm talking about hard workers like pound the street, have some success.
Yes, no, I understand, but I want to just let's set the scene, right?
Yeah.
So when I say that the richest among us need to pay their fair share, I am referencing that, and I need to reference that because sadly, Donald Trump, when he was president, gave tax cuts to the richest, to billionaires and big corporations.
And on immigration, she was pressed about her plan, a bipartisan compromise bill which includes $650 million set aside under Trump to build some border wall.
You don't think it's stupid anymore?
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he actually didn't do much of anything.
But you do want to build some wall.
I want to strengthen our border.
With the election just days.
Ay, ay, ay. I don't think Trump's base even cares the fascists. They're all for it. Yes, they are. People on Reddit hating on Cooper for that one. Yeah, I mean, there are moments where Anderson Cooper definitely fucking cooks Kamala Harris throughout this process. But the reality of the matter is, she should not be in this position to begin with. Or at the very least, she should be able to message her way out of this, especially at this point. Like, come on. Like, if I could foresee an angle of attack months ago on the border wall shit and how much she's flip-flopped on that issue, like, her fucking staff should have also seen it. Her staff should have also seen it and found a good way to dance around it. It's crazy. Also, people forget that Anderson Cooper literally held her hand. On the abortion stuff.
Is away, Harris repeatedly bringing the conversation back to her opponent.
He's going to sit there unstable, unhinged, plotting his revenge, plotting his retribution, creating an enemies list. I'm going to tell you, my list will be a list of how I address and continue to address the issues that you all are raising.
And the Harris campaign has now announced that next Tuesday, exactly 1 week from Election Day, she plans to give a major address, her closing argument, to the American people at the exact same site in Washington where Donald Trump addressed his supporters on January 6th. But first today, she'll be down in Georgia for a big get out the vote.
I know you talked about how dumb it is she's taking Republican standpoints, but can you tell me why she does it, though? Yes. Because they like it. Because they like it. You know? That's it. Okay, that's a stupid answer. The smart answer is that they are fearful and too shy and too scared and too committed to a policy of always tacking to this fucking center. The policy of always tacking right. Okay? If I'm going to be as charitable as possible, I think it's because they are legitimately fucking terrified when they see one poll that says like 65% of Americans want mass deportations. They're like, okay, that's it. We're the mass deportation party as well. Okay. Why did you have to retweet me when I wasn't watching, shaking my head? Oh, I just did. Don't worry. I'm gonna get to that later. I heard you cooked. Even though this is the number one Hasan Abi hater that you're fucking chummy with. I hope that he also did a good job against Ben Shapiro, because I'm not a fucking asshole. I don't care if you personally despise me and are a destiny orbiter like this guy. Mason's becoming a hog? Yeah. No. Do not underestimate the impact of donors. Yeah, dude. Donors definitely fucking want... donors definitely want mass deportations. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? What? No, they don't. They want a steady flow of undocumented immigrants that to stay undocumented so they can fucking hyper exploit them. But they don't want fucking mass deportations. What are you, crazy? Emma Vigeland caught all the smoke for no reason yesterday, Law. Who wants the mass deportations? Racists. What is this? You're in the Philly D video? Wait, about what? Mia Khalifa faces backlash for comments about veterans? Wait, what? Oh, damn. Dude, Philly D. I posted that this morning. That's crazy. I posted that this morning as a response to fucking Cappy. That's so funny that he like took that. That's awesome. Holy fuck, that got 11,000 likes. God damn. I didn't even realize. Holy shit. Philly D is a fucking content demon, dude. God damn, he's fast with it.
This is a news show.
For your daily dose of creator controversy news, we have Mia Khalifa making headlines right now. Right, and that because she's facing a ton of...
Dog, you guys want to know something fucking crazy? My mom is a reel head, okay? She watches a lot of Instagram reels. A lot of her Instagram reels are AI. I keep telling her, Mom, stop looking at the AI reels because the algorithms just keeps feeding you more and more AI stuff, okay? Like babies smiling and cackling as they like ride Roombas or whatever. And it's like, Mom, I know it looks real, but it's not, okay? It's AI. She recognizes it, but then she's like, but it's still cute. I'm like, Mom, please don't look at the AI stuff because I'm sorry, but like it's going to break your brain. I'm worried. So that's number one. And she's aware of this stuff. So she will become a little bit more careful with this thing, right? Another reel that I caught her watching was Mia Khalifa getting interviewed by the New York Times. And I was like, Mom, do you know who that is? And she went, I don't know, a model or something. And I was like, no, that's a porn star. Mom, she is a porn model. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just thought it was really funny that she was like, oh, look at this model talking about like how exploitative the industry is. Former porn star.
Backlash for comments that she made about the U.S. military and veterans, with her posting a video this week captioned public service announcement and saying,
good morning to everybody who is not in the U.S. military. Good morning to everybody who...
Oh, by the way, for the record, my parents know I dated a sex worker. Like they're not oblivious to this stuff.
Is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD and then come back here and see how much the United States...
By the way, is Mia Khalifa a fucking Frogan head? Because like I feel like this popped off after the Frogan shit, right? Like this was like going viral on fucking Twitter.
States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you.
That's kind of
when you come
crazy.
back with, oh, I'm so sad. I piss my pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours.
They're then adding that they would just tell these people to do breathing exercises because the government does not care about people who are back and no longer able to die for them. And so unsurprisingly.
So here's the thing. There's a way to communicate this and there's a way not to communicate it. And like, the thing is, especially if you're like visibly brown, you know, good luck. Like you will never be able to say anything about veterans that people will like treat with any sort of seriousness. But in my experience as the number one anti-veteran 9/11 lover, according to all of my haters, the appropriate way to communicate this sort of thing is not necessarily to be like, I hope you get PTSD, okay? But instead, to talk about how little Americans give a fuck about veterans. Because that is the truth. I'm sorry, that's the truth, okay? And there are plenty of active duty motherfuckers in here right now, and they know that reality. There's plenty of fucking veterans in this goddamn community that know that reality. You know? You gotta optically change the way that you talk about this stuff, because if you don't, then every single fake veteran enjoyer, fake veteran respecter is gonna be all up in your fucking DMs, be all up in your replies, being like, how dare you, you fucking bitch, I hope you go die, you're brown, I hope veterans kill you. It's like, the thing is, they're sending your ass out there not to defend American free speech or whatever the fuck. They're sending you out there because someone's making money. And virtually every single active duty and veteran kind of gets that. Unless they're the dumbest hogs of all time, you know, and there's plenty of them as well. Usually in the Marine Corps. But most people kind of understand it. So at that point, I think the best possible thing to do is to say no one should have to sign their fucking life away to the Defense Department so that some fucking Raytheon executive can turn a tidy profit so that the shareholders can get, marginally better returns on their fucking investment every goddamn quarter, while you get your shit blown off, you get your dick shot off protecting a goddamn poppy field so the CIA can have a funding operation for themselves. Okay? And then you come back here and all the promises that the American government told you turn out to be a lie. Okay? The problem we're having in Vetland lately is the Pago shit impacting benefits is fucked. Yeah. I'm sorry. You will never catch me being like, oh, dude, yeah, thank you for your service so much, sir. Like, fuck that, okay? You're a human being. I'm a human being. I'm going to treat you like a goddamn adult, okay? You made a decision due to your financial circumstances or because your entire family is veterans and you had no other opportunity. You were like, this is the only thing I know, okay? That's most of the fucking military. It's either the poverty draft, some of the most like exploited fucking people of all time, or you're escaping your circumstances, or you're from a military family. That's it. That is like what comprises, or you're an officer, which is, and you're a freak and you're going to go to politics eventually, and I despise you. But that's besides the point. That's a totally separate subject. We're not going to get into that. We're not going to talk about, all the rich kids that get into the officers program and then, and then inevitably become Yale law graduates that run for Congress. The point is, the American government doesn't give a shit about any of you. Okay? The American government does not give a shit about any of you. They care about profits. They care about the military-industrial complex. So that's why I always urge people to look for alternative sources of income and not to go and serve in the military, because you're going to get fucked up. No matter what you do, you are going to get fucked up. You get fucked up at basic, okay? You will get fucked up even during basic training. You will get PTSD. You can have tinnitus. You can have a litany of different complications, some of which, if you are very lucky or very unlucky, will be paid for by the VA. Okay? You either have to be super lucky to get 100% disability or super unlucky, okay? And nothing in between. So, ultimately, it's not a good fucking avenue for gainful employment down the line. Why is it not a good avenue? Or why does it still exist? Well, because we need to keep extracting natural resources from the global south. We need to fucking maintain a militant presence everywhere around the world, 800 military bases, yada, yada, yada. We have to have these defense contracts that improve our domestic manufacturing, our output somehow, and someone's got to use those guns. Ultimately, if you do that, you can go serve thinking that you're maybe protecting and serving the nation and protecting fucking freedom of speech by, I don't know, fucking door knocking or breaking into the fucking houses of like random Afghan villagers, or, you know, directly calling air support on top of an Afghan village full of civilians, okay, in an effort to protect America. And then that shit fucks you up, and then you come back, and now you're 4 years behind everybody else, so you can get that same fucking communications degree that everybody else got and get, and suck dick in the awful dog shit jobs market with your dog shit fucking degree that everyone else got before you. But now on top of that, you also have PTSD, and the motherfucking government is barely fucking helping you. Okay? It sucks. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't dog a comm degree, big dog. But that's it. That's usually what it is. That's usually what the fuck this is. It's always how it works. Okay? 7,000 soldiers died in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. 130,000 plus veterans died by suicide since 9/11. 22 a day was the number. I believe it's a little bit lower now. But still, it sucks. It fucking sucks. Okay? I will always be respectful for people that, due to a litany of different circumstances and social conditioning, for the wrong reasons, right reasons, whatever, sold their soul to the American government and did most likely some heinous shit, or at least participated in heinous shit happening globally, okay? And then were conflicted by their service, and now very clearly and very deliberately say, don't do it. It's not a great idea. I'll always have endless respect for you, but if you're a hog, I'm going to treat you like a hog regardless, okay? You're talking infantry and combat support. You can get contracted to be a dental technician. How is it bad for someone of limited means? That's why I said you can also literally, there's a shit ton of parts in the military that have nothing to do with combat whatsoever. You're like, at the end of the day, offering like logistical support for people doing the bad shit. Okay? But one thing remains clear. If these social safety nets, including healthcare, were universally provided to every citizen unconditionally, something that every other OECD nation offers, if there was a mechanism of upward social mobility in the form of higher education that is also at cost, free, or literally paid, like some, or if not all, of the other OECD nations offer unconditionally to every single citizen, ain't nobody will be joining the fucking military, or at least the recruitment numbers are already down, but it would be even worse, okay? That's the reality. But yeah, you got to be, you can't, you got to be careful with the way that you communicate these sorts of things, because if you don't say it in a careful manner, people love acting like they give a single solitary shit about the military and the veterans. It's their favorite thing. Their favorite thing is to be like, how dare you? They protected and served, sir. How dare you? I fucking love the veterans. Like, no, you don't, dude. You spit on them when you see them as like homeless people in the corner of your fucking eye, okay? You don't give a fuck. Nobody cares. They don't. Many people don't care. They just like to act like they care by saying thank you for your service. I think it's fucking bullshit. I think it's bullshit. I'd much rather be honest with every single veteran and every single active duty person that I talk to, okay? That's it.
A lot of different people had a lot of different thoughts. Right? People writing things like wishing PTSD on people is never okay. Making fun of people with PTSD is never okay. Others saying Mia Khalifa's family fled the Middle East because of an ongoing war when she was a child and she grew up in Maryland with the safety and stability afforded
to all Americans by the U.S. military. Yeah, that's right. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with our geopolitical positioning and everything to do with like our military. Be clear, you calling our military members a hog? Wait, what? Yes. Do you not? Dude, this dude won't let you clip. Wait. You think that there aren't hogs that are veterans? Of course there are. What the fuck are you talking about? Talk to any veteran and they will be the first to tell you that yes, just like every other fucking aspect of life in America, there are hogs in the military and that there are smart people in the military too. The fuck are you talking about? See, this is what I mean. This is fake reverence, okay? You are offering fake fucking reverence. Like you're offering this fake bullshit. You're like, what? How dare you? No, what are you talking about? You were going to tell me that there aren't fucking hogs that serve and then, become even more hog-like? The fuck? The fuck are you talking about? What is this? What is this bullshit? Be clear, you're calling our military members a hog. First of all, put some respect on it. You're disrespecting a Korea veteran, okay? That's right. Put some fucking respect on it. Soldier, I did not see your salute hand go up. You will properly address your ranking officer with the dignity that he deserves. You are talking to a U.S. military Korea veteran. Now drop it, give me 50. Florida man, 850. This guy's pretending he doesn't know what you mean by hog so he can clip to others that don't know what hog means in this context. Yeah, there are, the military is no different than any other fucking aspect of American culture. Yes, some people are dumbasses that are in the military, and some people are smart. What do you mean? They unfollowed? Yeah, I think that their goal here was to try and get a clip, which is really funny. That's one opinion, chat. That's not always the case. Did you just call our military a hog? Say it loud and clear. With what you mean. This dude won't let you clip his own words. Be clear. Did you just call our military a hog? No, I didn't say all of the military are hogs. I just said the military is no different than anything else. There are hogs everywhere for those with eyes to see. I'm a vet and openly say fuck the military. The only time I really talk about my service, the milk dumbass veteran hogs for bigger tips when I'm bartending. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Sometimes it sucks being a veteran and a fan of yours and it feels alienating sometimes. What do you mean? I have said a fuck ton of shit about specific veterans, as you might know, or maybe you don't, okay? Let's not bring that up right now. But having said that, I'm always honest. This isn't I'm not one of those. There are a lot of leftists out there that are like, oh yeah, I'm the troop exploder. You know what I mean? Fuck the military, fuck the veterans. No, I get it. You know, I get why people join. I have a lot of fucking veteran friends. Far before I ever started doing political commentary. So I understand the context in which people go and serve in the military. People escaping homelessness, people escaping fucking drugs. Okay? A lot of it is the poverty draft. A lot of it is like lower middle income class individuals that come from like shitty backgrounds that are just like, oh, maybe this will give me an opportunity to get fucking upward social mobility by getting higher education. You know? Yeah, which way military man and his pictures of Mike Preisner or Chris Kyle? Yes. So Mia Khalifa said this. Chris Cappy responded, "Thank you, Mia, for using a platform to bring awareness of the broken mental health system for American veterans. I say she ain't wrong. America does not give a shit about its veterans unless they want to talk about immigrants when they love remembering that there are homeless vets." Chris responded with, "America does more for its vets than any other country. 5% of the entire U.S. budget, $300 billion, is veterans benefits. I'm a veteran of Iraq. I might be able to get mental health whenever I need at the VA, but it's not perfect. Suicide is still a huge problem. Glad we're shining a light on it." So I think Chris is a pretty funny dude overall. I don't always agree with him, and I think he's like definitely has like hog-like tendencies every now and then. But you know, as a content creator, he's fine. The thing is, he's right. Like as far as the suicide situation, it's like it's insane. Now, the problem here is that a lot of the benefits that veterans get, people get for free without having to serve in other countries, you know? And my argument always is we should do that. That's like kind of my main thing. My main thing is you shouldn't have to get PTSD or fuck your body up during basic training even to be able to arrive at a crumb of these fucking benefits. You know? As a veteran with benefits, yes, that point sucks to deal with every day. It feels like you get lumped in with the hogs automatically, I guess. No, I don't do that at all. I'm not of this mindset at all that like all veterans are automatically hogs. I've never said that, and I don't believe that. There are, however, hog-like veterans, as most veterans will be the first to tell you. Not some of the best and brightest. You know. Anyway. So. Another chatter made a great point saying, we don't treat them better. We just have way more vets than others. Yes. And the VA structure is also designed as like one of the only nationalized healthcare structures in this country. And it's really devastating because you have no leverage. Like insurance normally works with leverage. You need to have healthy people pay into the program so that the unhealthy people can take out of the program. But all veterans need health care. Like really devastating versions. Like the really crazy amounts of health care, like nonstop. And that number is constantly fucking growing. The number of veterans that need health care is constantly fucking growing. It's the worst part of, this is the worst fucking process of all time, which is why many Republicans have tried to privatize the VA over and over again. I saw this license plate at the gas station recently and had to wait till he came out to salute him. Grenada conflict veteran. That's my goat. I have never met, in my experience, I have never met a single veteran ever that has been like, yeah, nah, shit is sweet. The VA is dope. And there are very good reasons for that. Okay. Like, even if people are like, it's good for me, they will immediately tell you it's fucking dog shit for everybody else. Okay? That's it. Now, let's continue.
All Americans by the U.S. military, and adding, this is what she thinks of the U.S. military members. Though that is a criticism that she's pushed back against, saying, I didn't move to America to invade it, I moved to evade the U.S.-made bombs Israel kept dropping on our heads. Tons of other people also noting that her comments are very, very similar to what Frogan recently said that got her into controversy, which is also why you had some looking at Mia's video and wondering if Twitch will ban her as well. Though this also is on the other side, you have people thinking that even though she is getting a ton of criticism, there was truth to what she was saying. Arguing, nah, she is right about the U.S. barely giving a fuck about veterans. Every homeless person I see was in the military. It's for real sad. Political commentators like Hasan Piker even writing, she ain't wrong, America does not give a shit about its veterans unless they want to talk about immigrants and they love remembering there are homeless vets. And whether people agree with or disagree with Mia's comments or her delivery of them, this conversation does highlight that veterans do face a ton of unique struggles when coming back home. I mean, according to the American Psychological Association,
Yeah, I think it's like all you get for your service, where you sold your soul to the fucking devil that is the Defense Department. All you get for it in return is a bunch of people turning around and every now and then letting you fucking skip the line, letting you cut the line at the airport if you're in fucking fatigues, and then 3 cents off of a jalapeno popper on a fucking Wednesday morning, and then people will go, thank you for your service. Like, it's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I don't think the fucking ass cancer that you got is worth it. You know what I mean? By fucking breathing in the goddamn burn pits at the forward operating base that you were at. Like, I don't think it's worth it. It's just not. It's fucking ridiculous. The American military is a jobs program. That's it. It's a jobs program. The problem is the output is not great.
Association, vets have a higher risk for suicide than the general population. In 2021, over 6,000 veterans died by suicide, and that's over 17 per day. I mean, since 2010, 71,000 vets have died.
You can get free college football tickets too sometimes. Tell me that ain't worth it. Yeah.
By suicide. And earlier this year, we also learned that there was an increase of veteran homelessness, with a study from the Department of Housing and Urban Development finding that on a single night in January of 2023, over 35,000 veterans experienced homelessness. That's an over 7% jump from 2022. Though I will say, while that year-to-year jump is troubling, homelessness in this population is decreasing overall, going down over 50% since 2010. And this recent spike is likely tied to late-stage COVID-19 effects as the pandemic impacted homelessness in general, not just among vets. But also, as far as why this is such a major veterans issue, you had the National Alliance to End Homelessness explaining. Research indicates that those who served in the late Vietnam and post-Vietnam eras are at the greatest risk of becoming homeless, but that veterans from more recent wars and conflicts are also affected. Veterans returning from deployments in Afghanistan and Iraq often face invisible wounds of war, including traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder, both of which correlate with homelessness. So it really is all tied together, right? Veterans experiencing mental health problems is not in a separate vacuum from homelessness. But, I guess in general, I'd love to know your thoughts on any and all of this, right? Whether it be with Mia Khalifa and her specific comments and that specific backlash, or on the larger discussions about the problems that veterans face here in the US. And then this grieving mom says that
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I think it's like the only thing that Americans do for veterans is like whenever someone says like, fuck them, they just like immediately stop. They immediately start chirping. That's the one thing that you will always get. If you're a veteran, your life is fucked. You got PTSD, you got a shitty communications degree, and now you're in the same fucking job market that is ass cheeks, and you're probably unemployed. Maybe you'll get some benefits if you're lucky. But if someone comes out and says like, fuck the veterans, everyone's going to pounce. They're going to be like, oh, what the fuck? How dare you say that? You are disrespecting a future JROTC soldier, ma'am. It's just like, it's not like, it's bullshit. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake bullshit. It's absolutely fake bullshit. It's nonsense. I'd much rather be honest. You know what I mean? Did you cover that chatbot story? No. Can you talk about leftists voting for Jill Stein over Kamala? Yeah, I think that the Kamala Harris campaign does not think that they are important enough to earn their votes. That's what I think. And my principle always is that you cannot outflank the campaign. If the campaign is messaging against those people saying, fuck them, you know, then what are you supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I can't fucking convince people to not make this decision when the campaign is like openly going, nah, I don't care. And if you have like a real issue with this, then you probably don't you probably don't fit the bill of the people that the campaign is like actively pushed aside. You know what I mean? There are a multitude of different reasons for why people are feeling like the campaign does not care enough about their votes, right? People aren't educated about Jill Stein and her insane anti-vax weird shit, so they default to saying, dude, my most liberal opinion, like I don't give a shit. Don't vote for Donald Trump, right? I don't want Donald Trump to win. But my most libbed up opinion is my distaste for Jill Stein in general. I've talked about it quite extensively. Like I've dunked on people over and over again on this front. You know, I understand why people are still seeing that as like the only alternative, especially when the Harris camp is like deliberately pushing them away. Now, if you ask me, we're voting for Jill Stein because we're teaching the Democrats a lesson. The Democrats will not learn the lesson. Just letting you know. They won't. They didn't in 2016, and they certainly will not. There is no instance where the Democrats will tack left instead of consistently tacking right. That's what they did in 2016, and that's what they're going to continue to do. Democrats win, they're going to say, see, we moderated our positions and we won. That means we have to tack right. The Democrats lose, they're going to say, we lost because of the Jill Stein voter coalition. Fuck them. They should have voted for us. We lost because of the third party voters. Fuck them. Have fun getting deported, bitch. We need to go more to the right so that we can captivate more of the Trump base of support, more of the Republicans. That's it. They will never turn around and go, maybe we should reconsider. Maybe we should reconsider and possibly not hemorrhage our base. How do you expect third parties to ever gain prominence? Is that supposed to happen overnight? Voting third party in hard blue states is the best approach to this since it doesn't increase Trump's chances of winning. Yeah, I know. I've heard this. I've heard this quite a bit too. I know. Like, there are very significant reasons why I have great disdain for Kamala Harris on the policy front. Okay, but if I am keeping that same energy for a lot of our wonderful third party candidates, like they don't fucking meet that test either. She's fucking insufferable. She's literally a career campaigner. How do people not see she only pops up to run and milk money out of PNW anarchists in Seattle? Marianne tried this and failed too. I know. But I also understand why people are so fucking angry and like want to punish the Democratic Party. I'm just letting you know. I'm always going to be fucking honest with you. They're not going to learn that lesson. So go with your heart. Okay?
Rally with some big names.
How many of you, show of
Oh, the goats. CNN asked undecided PA voters if the town hall changed their minds. This was what I was waiting for. This is my best. This is, I love me some undecided voters, baby. 13 days out, and I'm still undecided. Let me tell you, okay? 13 days out. Yeah, why did so many of them not show up? All right.
Hands will
I gotta
leave
pee.
tonight planning to support the vice president. 2 have made a final decision. You came in leaning that way?
Pretty much right in the middle.
Okay. Came in
Leaning.
leaning, and now you're decided.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 3 of you have not. So let me start with you first, Joe. Why?
I think there are still, first off, I certainly respect the vice president and the work that she is doing in her office. I think that there are still some, at least for me, some personal policy differences. I don't think that, I still can't get behind her policies on abortion. That's just something that I can't get behind, because that's, the right to life is so fundamental in this country that it becomes, without that right being respected, it's incredibly difficult to talk about anything else. So I have a policy difference, a number of policy differences with her. That's the biggest one that comes to mind. But at the same time, I'm still not sold on the former president either, just because of his personality, his actions on January 6th, just the way that sometimes he treats people. That gets to be a little bit difficult for me.
So 2 quick follow-ups here. Number 1, so you're not leaving here planning to vote for Trump. You're leaving here still not knowing what to do.
I came in here leaning in the direction of the former president. I have not made a final decision.
Okay. The vice president approached you as she was walking out, and we could hear a little bit of it from afar, but you were having a conversation about your disagreement on abortion.
Yes.
Obviously, you still disagree with her. What did it mean to you that she took the time to talk to you? Did it mean anything at all?
It meant quite a bit, actually. I will respect that. Anybody who's willing to hear ideas that are in opposition to hers, and that's, or to anybody's really for that matter, that's something that is a personality trait that I really appreciate. And that is certainly something that, like, I try to have in myself. I do try to listen to as many points of view as possible in my day-to-day life to try to get that. So I appreciate that element for her.
I guess not any women's point of view, though, because how the fuck could you live by that standard and still be a goddamn anti-abortion guy in your old-ass age, bro? Also, excuse me, but no, I don't believe that someone who is like this solidly fucking anti-abortion is still undecided. Like, how is that a thing? How can you be like, you're voting for Trump? Like, if you're saying you're undecided 13 days out from the fucking election and you're like, my single issue is abortion, why the fuck would you vote for Kamala Harris? I do not care what these people say. I don't care, okay? I am going to make up my mind about them. You cannot stop me. I am so invested in watching them operate because I think it's fascinating. But I've already made up my mind about these undecided voters, no matter what. Okay? Like, 13 days out, dog. 13 days out. Are you fucking kidding me? He's like, oh, my single issue is abortion. No, you're a plant. You're there to present a significantly more reactionary perspective than the average American on an issue that is so overwhelmingly unpopular that Donald Trump might still lose the election, okay? What the fuck are we talking about? Like, you are, and I cannot stress this enough, the tiniest minority in this country in terms of like singular political issues, okay? You're like a fucking flat earther. And the most devastating aspect of like media coverage surrounding abortion leading up to Roe v. Wade being overturned was always that this is a divisive issue. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. There are a fuck ton of Americans who are like, I think abortion is fucked up. It shouldn't happen. I would never do it. And I would never let my daughter do it. Who also simultaneously still think maybe the government shouldn't interfere in that. Okay. When you say I am an anti-abortion single issue voter, you're objectively in the less than 20% of Americans who are at this point. Okay. That's it. There has never been a moment in the United States of America post Roe v. Wade where less than 75% of Americans have thought, oh yeah, we should overturn it. Never. Okay? Never. It is fucking ridiculous that the media tried to even present this leading up to Roe v. Wade, because I remember I would get mad at this all the fucking time by being like, it's a divisive issue that a lot of Americans are split on. No, they're not. Not even in red states, they are not. Okay? And it's so weird that the media still presents this as like a serious person. It's not. This is not reflective of the broader electorate. This is not reflective of the Pennsylvania electorate. This is not reflective of anyone. So one must ask the question, why? Why is he on this fucking panel? Okay? Why is he on this panel? It is specifically to make it seem as though there is more people out there who also have this opinion when there aren't. Okay? Because he's hot, yes, and that. Because he's sexy.
It's just sometimes this can be so very fundamental. That particular issue can be so very fundamental to how we talk about anything else, the right to life, not just abortion, but the respect of life from the beginning to the end is so very fundamental to how we operate as a country.
Well, we have 12 days to keep in touch with you as we go forward. We'll come back to the conversation. I just want to go back to the back row a little bit. So Pam and Lauren, Pam on my left, Lauren on my right.
Wait, y'all found the guy? That's crazy. That's amazing. He tweeted about how he fucking he tweeted making fun of Joe Biden like in July. That's awesome. Yeah, undecided, by the way.
So you're not leaving here planning to vote for her. Do you leave here any clearer in either direction?
You know, actually, I think if I had to pick right now, I would pick her.
If you had to pick right now,
I would.
But
yes.
Is that you changed your mind since I asked the question a minute ago, or that's where you're more strongly leaning there? Is there what's missing? If there's a missing link to get you to absolutely, what is it?
That's a tough question. I guess a lot of the foreign policy is really my biggest concern, but.
Do you see the latest? Yeah, I don't care about Mudahar. Once again, Mudahar can farm a right-wing audience as much as he wants from this like centrist drama baiting position. This motherfucker literally went to the Hajj, okay? He did the pilgrimage. Mudahar went to Mecca and Medina, okay? I do not care. It's ridiculous that he is cultivating desperately a fan base of people that think he is inferior. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, no, you can present it as like, oh, well, I have like significant issues with your coverage on this last 12 months of genocide. And if that's your only fucking output, then you're not like serious. You're not serious at all. You're not a serious person. Okay, that's it. Like, make no mistake. I see it, and I'm sure others see it too. If you've said very little about Gaza, about Palestinians, about Israel over the course of the past 12 months of like death and destruction, and the only time you actually talk about it is when you're fucking railing against dudes who are speaking out against it, then you've made up your mind on it, okay? The reason why I point out the fact that he went, the reason why I point out the fact that he's done this pilgrimage is because like he is at a certain point, he was like a committed Muslim, like a better Muslim than I could ever be, right? That's a pretty significant aspect of Islam. So like the fan base that you're cultivating is inevitably going to despise you. They're always going to have this. He did Umrah, not Hajj. I thought he did. I think he did. Who has the timestamp of Emma eviscerating a chatter on Majority Report? Yeah. Mudhar is a better Muslim than Hasan.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's just disappointing. These people, it could put all their energy in showing us the right way to talk about Gaza if you're doing such a poor and radical job of it. Yeah. I want them, I want people to do that. I want people to be committed to the appropriate way of doing coverage on Israel, Palestine. I don't want to hear pointers from people whose coverage is like, drama focused, because I think this is something that is more serious than drama. If you don't talk about it at all, and the only time you actually have any commentary is people who are actually railing against Israel, then, just feels a little hollow. Or say your beliefs openly if you fucking think that, if you think that what Israel's doing is great, then say it. What is this?
Because apparently that's pro-Jewish people, according to Bill Ackman. I would argue that continuing to tie Jewish identity to the Zionist project only furthers anti-Semitism. Now, I don't know if Ackman's ready to have that conversation, but at the very least, you should be, if you're a liberal Zionist watching this, and apparently there are a few well-known liberal Zionists that watch this program, one in particular. If you are still out there and you're basically saying that people who are anti-Zionist are anti-Semitic, look at how one of the most public, well-financed by himself Zionists out there is defending the guy who praised Hitler and Hitler's generals because of his defense of Israel. That says everything. DC letter carrier, why would Ethan talk to Sam about an issue he has with Hasan? Ethan even said Sam wouldn't agree with Hasan's takes. Well, he doesn't know Sam.
He's coming at us too. Like, he's clearly got a bee in his bonnet, and he should talk to Sam about it. And also, Sam basically agreed with Hasan's perspective without, he didn't really dive into what he saw, but I've seen enough of Hasan to know that there's no real degree of difference here. And the people...
Like, even if that conversation takes place and the most, like, disingenuous framing is applied in that situation... I'm pretty sure Sam is someone who is very aware of how like things can be framed, especially when you are at odds with the rest of American society in terms of foreign policy. So, I have not talked to Sam at all beyond the fact that I was like, I think it'd be cool if you could talk to Ethan about this sort of stuff. Like I never said anything like more than that. But
accusing Hasan of being terror are fucking losers and should be ashamed of themselves.
Agreed. Chris Burdick said...
It's funny, you can have, there's certain people that could have Sam on, but they'd rather take screenshots of our YouTube chat. It's coward behavior, I would say.
I had the flu since Friday, so I did just see, that Ethan Klein has included me in his attacks on Hasan. I will say that, if you don't want to have a conversation, if you think, I'm an anti-Semite or whatever, or Hasan is, we're not. I shouldn't have to say that.
It's stupid. I mean, go fuck yourself.
But he can have a conversation with Sam Cedar. I mean, Sam is a proud Jewish man, proud of his Jewish heritage.
Go ahead, call Sam an anti-Semite or soft on terror. See how that goes for you, Ethan.
Unless he's too afraid.
And there's other streamers we don't need to name, but a lot of people having freakouts because they've shown their ass for a year.
Yep.
It's a gamer channel. This is one of those gamers that I hear about.
There's some gamers losing their minds. Yeah, a lot of weird, a lot of people moving in very strange ways. Recently.
I know.
It's interesting.
And again, I don't follow. I have maybe an old school media diet, so I don't follow some of this Twitch stuff. I only really follow Hasan and Vosh to a lesser extent because I'm friendly with both of them, and so I know their work from being friendly with both of them. But when I see this other stuff crop up, I'm like, Jesus, where did this come from? But apparently, I guess there's been some issue with
I've seen some pretty gross comments out of a lot of different mouths that if people want to dig up stuff, racist bigotry and stuff like that, even Jewish groups, we can have this deep conversation about bigotry. Let's welcome this, folks.
Well, you actually listened to two people you just mentioned who are in that world, but are in that world for, weird reasons because they actually are knowledgeable about the issues and actually do the work and talk about things that they know about. Talking about, someone like a Hasan or a Vosh, whatever you think of them personally, they clearly do the work and know what they're talking about and are very educated on the subjects they're talking about. The other people we're talking about, it's the same sort of.
I haven't seen a Vosh mission in a long time.
The thing I was talking about earlier, when you have these people who don't know very much and bloviate about things. I mean, it's no surprise that so many of the people from the gaming world who made all their fame from playing World of Warcraft or some shit like that, all of a sudden over the past year or so, or a couple of years, all of a sudden they're all of a sudden political experts and talking about this stuff. They've been, all of a sudden that's how they gained their fan base. No, they are doing the same thing they did when they were streamers for video games or whatever. They're creating as much controversy and drama as possible because all they care about is views. That's what it comes down to. There's no other way around it because that's that whole industry. You see it for all these guys.
And I think, Binder, to your point, there's clearly some sort of, I don't know, lately it's difficult to build up an audience, I think, if you don't already have an established platform. We're in a very calcified environment, consolidated market on the internet. And
he's far gone at this point. He posted a screenshot of a vile anti-Semitic comment and said those comments are allowed on your sub or Discord. That person doesn't even follow you on Twitter. So just anti-Semitism existing in the periphery is also my fault. What is this? I put it in mod chat earlier. He's a fucking Jew. He's a rat by nature from this fucking random guy. I would never, even in a million years, remotely allow this kind of sentiment to be expressed in my community. No, these people are such pathetic liars. I watched his response through its entirety. I didn't mix or cut anything. I turned comments off because mobs of lunatics brigade anti-Semitic comments like he's a Jew, he's a rat by nature. You can't write that in Hasan's subreddit or Discord. You can write that in Hasan's subreddit or Discord. The craziest part about it is that anyone could technically go into my Discord or my subreddit and write something like that, and you can snap it before it gets moderated. That's insane. The fuck? The point is it allowed or not? Of course it's not allowed. This person, who the fuck is this person that said this? Bro, this person doesn't even fucking follow me. I'm responsible for fucking random Nazis online now? Like, when did this happen? And there are fucking Nazis who follow me too. They're hate watchers. They're hate followers. It's fucking deranged. Here's the full context of that screenshot. Acid check the full history. OP tells him to fuck off. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Be nice to your fellow Hasan fan. Like, yeah, these people are deeply unserious, dude. That's so fucking stupid. He's like, what are we doing? What the fuck is going on? Like, what's the end game in all this is a great question. Like, I don't understand it. Does Ethan think that, like, this is going to magically make people not think that he is, like, doing all of this by centering himself in an ongoing act of genocide? That people are going to be like, you know what? You're right. Like, you're right. You were right all along. I actually no longer think what Israel is doing is unconscionable. Like, I don't understand. I tried to explain to him that, like, I try to explain to him so many times. Like, I don't know. He wants to get you banned. Yeah, but this is so stupid. This is not going to fucking, this is ridiculous. It's especially ridiculous because he knows personally how much these fucking communities have come after me as much as they've come after him. Like, at what planet is someone whose name is Hasan, who is anti-American imperialism, anti-Nazi, anti-Semitism, well liked by fucking neo-Nazis? Like, what are we talking about? It's intentional at this point, brother man. Might need to reassess how you move forward with this if he's willing to set aside all common ground y'all built. I don't know. I hope that eventually he will just, like, quiet down on this stuff. You need to extend charitability to, you're extending too much charitability to Ethan. He's deliberately taking this out of context. No, I think that the charitability I extend to Ethan in this situation is that, as someone, Ethan, a prominent Jewish person in America, he has received a fuck ton of anti-Semitic attacks throughout his entire career. And I'm certain that they increased after October 7th. Okay? For sure. I think that has caused him to lump up a lot of the other people that listen to his output and assume that he is, you know, pro-Israel or not sufficiently anti-Israel, that are making up their own minds when he's crashing out like this into believing that these people are all doing this from an anti-Semitic framework, and lumping real anti-Semitism with people who are in his own fan base thinking, Ethan, your hyper-focus on this aspect of this conflict after 12 months makes me reconsider your position. Perhaps you are not actually anti-Israel. Maybe you are pro-Israel. That's what's going on. And I tried to communicate this to him early on. I was like, if you say certain things like, oh, if you're gay in Gaza, good luck, you're going to get killed. like, yeah, people are going to assume that you're pro-Israel. Like, it's not going to change. The only thing that's going to happen is some of your mega fans are going to despise me, and that's fine, right? And you will cultivate yet another very toxic community that I don't think he appreciated when he had one. People fail to realize that you will not weaponize his own fallout against him. He's doing all the work by himself. I'm not interested in that because I feel like it's wholesale unproductive and stupid. But like, yeah, the point is when people that are uninitiated, okay, random people online see random points that might even be clipped out of context. Okay. When people turn around and say, Hasan, you're anti-Semitic, what do? Okay. I respond to it. I tell them that it is not correct. I show them that it is not correct. Okay. And then I move on. There have been people who think that I'm not sufficiently pro-Palestine. But that does not change my output because I am an anti-Zionist and I am not anti-Semitic. If people are like, oh, dude, it seems like you're like defending Israel this way, by centering the conversation around yourself, by like attacking people who are pro-Palestine and like falsely smearing them as like anti-Semitic terror supporters or whatever. Yeah, of course people are going to start, more and more people are going to start assuming that maybe you are pro-Israel. That is like, of course that's going to happen. I think that ultimately this level, like this warpath, is not going to be successful because it's not true. And I think people can see that it's not true. Some people in his fan base that are like super fans might literally believe him and go, yeah, it's really fucked up. Hasan is a really bad guy, even though I've defended him time and time again. But ultimately, more and more people will be like, okay, dude, the fuck? Yeah, I mean, this is one of the many different instances where I've described this. There is real anti-Semitism. There is actually a sense of marginalization that is valid. There is actually a genuine impact of anti-Semitism that is a canary for fascist ideology. So when that gets diluted with anti-Zionism in a very nefarious cycle that tries to associate all of the actions of Israel with Judaism, you are literally, without recognizing, telling people something that is objectively false, okay? Just like Saudi Arabia and its actions have nothing to do with Islam, okay? Or the rest of the Muslim world, Israel's actions have nothing to do with Judaism or anything to do with that. It is a state, right? It is a state built around an ethno and religious supremacist ideology that is built on top of an area where there are millions of indigenous people and tens of millions that have been displaced already. But with anti-Semitism, anyway. I respect you for being charitable after all this shit. Respect, brother. There's a couple reasons for that. some of the reasons is because like I think that every single person is never too far gone and that you can change their minds. I've known this person for a very long time. I still do think that's why I keep saying still keep saying like just talk to Sam Seder. He is a person that you respect, not because like, and privately, not because I think that like, you know, like it's going to be an epic own. If I was in the business of epic ownage, like I would just debate Ethan personally. You know what I mean? That's never been my concern. That's never been my consideration. Like, it's not like I'm somehow scared of the secret truths that he has unearthed. Like, what do you mean? It's just like the same fucking smears I have heard a million times over. This is not about debating. If I didn't think that this was salvageable, if I didn't think that Ethan could have a change of heart on this issue, I wouldn't even suggest talking to Sam Seder offline. You know? I don't think I can convince him. No, I've tried. And it very clearly, demonstrably did not work. So I think someone else with lived experience could be better equipped. And someone that he does respect, because I don't think he respects me, could do a better job.
I think a lot of YouTube channels or Twitch channels or other, they're getting notes from algorithmic like experts about how debate and conflict is actually like the biggest driver of views right now. You know, I used to work and look at some of those analyses, and you have to change your coverage based on that kind of stuff to get more views. And I think a lot of channels are following suit. We all have to make money. I get it. But I think what I like about what our show does is that we are a consistent product. And I think it also creates less volatility, because when you're constantly chasing, like, this is what this consultant or this person on this platform is telling you is doing the best for numbers right now, then that's going to change the next year. And then you have to change your value proposition or what you're providing for people in the next year. I would rather just do the same show the same way. I mean, adjust accordingly to an extent, but I do think like people should be aware that right now, my hunch from seeing on the outside is that there's a lot of data telling these
No, extending shareability is pure malpractice on your part on this point, and you know, especially since he's out there smearing people close to the community, i.e. Frogan. Dog, the fuck are you talking about? He's been calling me a fucking rape apologist and trying to get me banned for the past couple of weeks now. The fuck are you saying? It's not just about Frogan either. It's me as well. Like, what do you mean malpractice? Let me do my fucking thing, okay?
YouTube channels that debate and disagreement is driving a lot of views and money for people.
Well, that's because they can't do what we do. They can't do like a torts conference show or have Mark Joseph Stern. None of them want to do this like deep. I mean, I'm just looking through our recent shows, and it's just like all things that none of these people want to fucking do.
Yeah.
Like it's like our first half. None of these people have the depth for it. And so
Ethan does not believe his opinions are wrong or colored by his bias at all. He's not trying to learn or grow. I know, but that's why I'm saying that a person like Sam Seder could potentially convince him otherwise. Okay? And in terms of like rape apologia, I've addressed this a million times over as well. I have never once said that there was convincingly no rapes that occurred on October 7. As a matter of fact, I've said quite the opposite. I've said the exact opposite of that. My criticism over this is the weaponization, which is an ancient, old, colonial, old school tactic. The barbarian savages that broke through the gates specifically to rape, and mass rape occurred directed by Hamas, was not something that was proved to be true. Okay? The most famous reporting on this matter came from the New York Times, which New York Times journalists themselves have said did not meet the standard of their regular reporting. New York Times even fucking went so far as to suspend the main reporter on that. You just denied the rape? What? No, I didn't. And not only, no, I'm not. I'm not denying it at all. I'm saying that there was a very high likelihood that it occurred. As far as conclusive evidence has yielded so far in the UN report, the only parts that were original reporting from the UN report that everybody is pointing to, which is another thing that I covered, there was one clear first-hand account accusation from a victim. This was not conducted on October 7, but instead, this was when this person was a hostage. Now, my analysis on the matter does not change. Even if there was multiple rapes that took place on October 7, I still don't believe that Israel is allowed to just, as a belligerent occupier, destroy Gaza. This does not change anything for me in this dynamic. And I have directly called out many of the atrocities that took place on October 7. Okay? While also framing it within an understanding of how the colonial entity always sets the standard for violence. Like, I have described the steps that took place over the course of 76 years of apartheid and how the Palestinian resistance got there. And time again, I have repeated that analysis is not justification. I think they legitimately don't know what atrocity propaganda is at all. They said you think no rapes happen because you criticize atrocity propaganda like the 50 decapitated babies thing? Yeah. There are a lot of clip chimps of you saying no rapes happen when the full context is you explaining no systematic rape happened. Yeah. I suspect that that's what's going on. So no matter how careful I am in the way that I communicate my position, it still doesn't matter because someone can just like clip it and shorten my statement in bad faith, and others will be primed into believing this. So at a certain point, yeah, this becomes completely unproductive. This becomes completely unproductive to address. This isn't about being careful. This is about getting you banned and deplatformed. It's that simple. The truth has never mattered. I know, which is why I laughed at the other statement from last night. Primed on LSF, brigaded into oblivion. Ethan was sitting next to you when you said a lot of the stuff. It wasn't clip chimp for him. What do you mean? Oh, when we last had a conversation, he heard the context. Is this you saying he's being bad faith, or are you saying that he's correct? I'm confused. What are the odds that you actually get banned? I don't know. Probably not that high, but yeah, on H3 about the rape. What? Yeah. And people are like, oh, at what point is your friendship irredeemable? This is not about my friendship at all, dude. I just want I don't want another very large progressive content creator to fall down a right-wing rabbit hole on this issue. Okay? That's it. He's saying Ethan's being bad faith. You talked about the rapes versus systemic rape with him in person. Yeah, he literally talked to you about this exact topic and decided now months later that he's mad because he saw clips. Yeah. The point is, I don't think he's going to turn around like a big chunk of his audience from seeing this issue in a different way. That's it.
It is just like policing other people's chats and just debased behavior like that.
But what you're talking about exactly speaks to the longevity of what we do and other people like us do. Like, you can see that we're like I'm talking about the majority report as a whole and other streamers who have been doing this for as long as we have in the news and politics world. There's longevity here because we know what we're
Kyle
talking about.
Kalinski's another example.
Isn't he the one who denied the idea of rapes? No, that's not fair. He literally apologized for that. Like, his first response was to question it, but you know, he did it. He recognized it. So I don't think that that's correct. When we had that conversation, I don't know what his current position is, but back when we had that conversation, he literally did do that. And Ethan's lack of charitability to me in the way that I afford to him right now does not change my behavior. I'm not going to stop myself from doing what I do and doing it in exactly the way that I do it. I'm going to conduct myself in the way that I do. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to continue being honest. It doesn't matter. Let's get back to undecided voters, and you can get back to deciding how to avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here it is.
Policy is really my biggest concern, but overall, I think she is a better candidate.
Okay. And you're a registered Republican.
I'm an independent.
You're an independent now.
Yes.
Who'd you vote for in 2020?
I voted for Trump.
You voted for Trump.
Yes.
So if you vote for Harris, in the math, that's a big deal, especially where we live here in the suburbs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that as well. You also had a conversation
I did.
with the vice president after. She immediately, you're the first one she sought out.
It's lovely. Yeah.
Tell me about it. What you can. I don't want to violate your privacy or her privacy,
That's okay.
but to the point you can.
And I really felt that. And I really, I came out of this feeling just kind of a feeling of adoration of her personally. I think personally she is a good person, and there was a nice connection, especially as a woman. There are a lot of things that I connect with her as a woman. However, I am very big on details.
This is the tax lady. Oh, God. Oh, no. What's she going to say? Tax
I'm big
lady?
on numbers. I am a widow with 100% responsibility for my family, for my kids, for their tuitions, for my bills. And so I do my own taxes. I'm very much on top of every dollar. And so that is where, and I'm not really getting it from either candidate, to be honest. So that's where I just want to see what lines up, and I don't know if it's with this kind of environment that you can't commit to something, but I really do have to vote for my family. And another thing that is very much a turnoff, and this is with
she's just like laying it on. Here are the reasons why I will never vote for Kamala Harris.
both candidates. Stop trashing each other. We don't care. Stop trashing Trump. Trump, stop trashing the vice president. We don't care. The voters.
Yo, she's so, oh God. Oh no, she's so stupid. Oh God, I love American politics so much. I am the civility voter, which is why I am voting for Donald Trump.
Don't care. We don't even know the people they're talking about, that this person said this and that. How does that impact the voters? That's who you're talking to. That's who you're serving. This feels like high school gossip. We don't care. We don't want to hear it.
You're all nodding about that.
How has Kamala Harris attacked Donald Trump other than he's a fucking Adolf Hitler clone because of his policies and because of the people close to him saying he's an Adolf Hitler clone? That's not an attack on Donald Trump. At a certain point, like Donald Trump literally is like, Kamala Harris is not black. She's a whore. Don't care. She sucks. I hate her. And then she's like, excuse me. In retaliation, if Kamala Harris is like, yeah, Donald Trump's policies and also people close in his orbit have called him Adolf Hitler. These two things are not the same. Okay.
Yeah,
as someone who's covered a lot of campaigns, I'm not here to take sides.
Trump called her mentally disabled, said generals would have, no, not generals, all these other global leaders would have their way with her. It's like,
Trump's
but
about.
You know what Trump's about. Okay, that's the point I was trying to get at.
Talking about
in the sense that if you are her,
yeah, I would say.
But if you look at the numbers, Donald Trump is running stronger now.
No. The generals one was Jesse Waters. The generals ones was Jesse Waters. Trump specifically said all these other world leaders will make mincemeat out of her, like will destroy her.
And he was running in either 2016 or 2020. Okay. So if you're her, you're thinking, I need to try to disqualify him sometime. Okay. But you're all telling me that you would prefer she do that by making a more affirmative case. Yes. This is why you should pick me over him.
I would say exactly that I think from prior to even entering the race as the presidential candidate. And then once she ultimately was nominated, for a very long time, she didn't stoop to his level. And as of late, last couple of weeks, I've really started to see, like you said, this schoolyard bullying. And I think that's beneath her. She doesn't need to do that. She can run on her policy. She can run on her position. You don't need to stoop to his level. And I really think that's
what the fuck has Kamala Harris done that even dude, I swear to God, undecided voters are making me sound like I'm coconut pilled right now. Like, what are you watching the same show that I'm watching? Are we living in the same plane of existence? What are these people saying? You cannot reason with these people. Like, what is going on? Oh, you shouldn't stoop to his level. When has she stooped to his level? I think she should, by the way. I think she should go farther beyond. That was a fucking thing that I was upset about to begin with. And she's like, no, actually, these are the most important voters in this country. Just remember that. These people in this room and people exactly like them are the only people that matter in November. Just remember that from this day on for the next 12 days. Remember that those people and what they decide will decide your future. What is this system? What is going on? I hate this so much. People that say stuff like, civility is my most important reason, or Kamala Harris should not stoop to Donald Trump's level. Like, what are you saying? What are these people saying? I'm going to start crying. I swear to God. It's like Like, there is nothing that Kamala Harris has done that is anywhere even remotely close to what Donald Trump has done in terms of like communicating dog shit insanity. At the most, the most frustrating part about Kamala Harris is that she's too like cookie cutter, boring fucking bullshit, always answering questions like the teacher's pet that unfortunately didn't study enough for the test. So she's trying to fucking pad the word count as best as possible. Like, even in all of that, you go, both sides are attacking each other. Like, what the fuck? What is happening? Oh my God. Like, there are a million different things you could be launching direct attacks on Kamala Harris on, okay? A million different things. I do it all the time. I criticize the fuck out of her. But when I hear one singular undecided voter in one of the most important fucking swing districts in the country that is probably going to design the outcome of the next 4 years, it makes me want to no longer be here, okay? It makes me want to get on a fucking Elon Musk spaceship to Mars on a single fucking, just one-way ticket to Mars, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Like, if your problem with the American political process is a clear lack of civility, then you're not undecided. Okay, you're voting for Kamala Harris. You're not undecided. You cannot be of this mindset. This is ironically the same thing that people were clip chimping me on LSF to be like, Hasan is anti-Semitic. Like, if your singular issue is Kamala Harris pro-Israel or not, you're not undecided. What do you mean? Like, how can you claim to be undecided and be like, are you sufficiently pro-Israel? Like, what the fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, what more could she have done? The campaign literally kicked out a prominent Arab person that was invited to a fucking speech. They sent Richie Torres to Michigan. That happened like 2 days ago. They sent Richie Torres to Michigan to speak to the Jewish Democratic Party voters in Michigan to be like, guys, don't worry. We fucking hate the Arabs, okay? We will never be pro-Israel. Like, what more can they do? What more can they fucking do?
What it is. And, you know, I respect her more for that if she would just stay out of that arena.
We're in this very unprecedented place. She just became the candidate in July.
Yeah.
Normally you run in a primary, or you're the president, as Joe Biden was, you're the incumbent, you're not really challenged. You go. To that degree, she clearly feels the need to introduce herself more. So you understand who she is, not just what her positions are, but who she is and what makes her tick. Let me start here. Did you hear anything tonight? Will you leave saying, I understand her better, I know her better, not taxes and spending?
Dude, if I did this as a job, if I had to talk to median voters as a job, I think I would die. I've decided it is the one thing that's worse than dealing with fucking random gray names in the chat for 10 hours a day. Like, actually, this is it. This is like talking to 5 undecided voters in one of the most important districts would cause me to Brian kill me, okay? I would Brian kill me. I would. There is no way. I would not be able to. I am just watching from afar for pure entertainment. I have become a different person, okay? This has changed my outlook. It's making me question my own internal moral compass that says democracy is good. It's making me now think maybe democracy is not so good. Okay? That's crazy. obviously, I still think democracy is good, for the record, before people clip Jim and be like, Hasan is a fascist. But god damn.
Not abortion rights, not immigration, but who she is. If the moment of crisis comes, I trust her or don't trust her because of what?
One of the things that stood out to me was when, I believe it was you that asked the weakness question. You know, what is your biggest weakness? And she brought up that she has people around her that she can trust, that she can get the answer from. In my line of work in IT, I don't expect everybody to know the answer. I expect them to know how to get the answer. And
your job is to turn a computer on and then turn it off and then turn it on again. You cannot do this for the election, okay? Stop it.
Specifically, that resonated with me because I don't need a president that knows everything or thinks they know everything, because that's not what America needs. They need to put the right people in the right place to lead the country efficiently. One person can't lead this country. They need a team, and that's what resonated with me.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that was the biggest question. That's the reason why I asked that question. I also want.
Okay, then why are you undecided? Why are you undecided? What expert has Donald Trump put in a federal agency in his career? What expert has he ever placed? Like, fuck the Democrats. They're fucking monstrous pieces of shit when they don't need to be, and they shouldn't. But like, if that is what it boils down to, when has there ever been a moment where Donald Trump was like, I'm going to put an expert in a position of power? He literally filled all of the regulatory agencies and all of his cabinet positions with whoever the fuck was working to undermine it before he became president. Like, that's what he did. He looked at it and he was like, who is the biggest fucking freak I can put in a position of power? Oh, that's right. A billionaire who's designated his entire fucking life to destroying the education department. Betsy DeVos, a family with a long history of trying to undermine public education. Let's put her as the Secretary of Education. Like, what are you saying? Like, no background whatsoever in like actual education, only a background, a track record in destroying education, like deliberately, fundamentally undermining education in this fucking country, in the state of Michigan. Now she became the Secretary of Education on the Department of Education. How? Like, if that's your analysis, if this is what you care about, you're fucking stupid. Like, you're not undecided. You should be decided.
I also appreciated the fact that she had a certain degree of introspection as she was answering that question, which was certainly another factor in this. We, again, as I mentioned in the setup to the question, we are not perfect as human beings. And in the presidency, you need to acknowledge that as well, because you have so much around you that can sometimes lead you to think that you're larger than life. And at a certain point, we have to acknowledge that there is something bigger than us, whatever that something is to an individual. We have to acknowledge that there is something bigger than us that helps us, that helps us be humble in our daily life, whether it's president or.
To that point, let me flip it. You have to sometimes say there are things that are bigger than me, bigger than what I believe. You have a very important personal position on an issue that is profoundly important to you.
Yeah, it's a bad decision that he has. Okay, he's talking about abortion, for the record. He's anti-abortion. He's Mr. Anti-choice.
Abortion rights.
Yes.
And it's deeply personal. I assume a position also born of faith. So she's asking you, essentially, my words, not hers, but I get you, I respect you. Can I ask you to put that aside because of these other issues, whether it's the economy, whether it's immigration, whether it's Trump's behavior?
Yeah, by the way, it's not personal for him, okay? It's not. It doesn't actually undermine a medical procedure that he could get ever, because he's not a fucking woman, okay? So no, it's not personal for him at all. He's got no skin in the game whatsoever. It might become a reason. It might become an issue if he has a daughter one day, you know? Or if he gets a wife one day, doubt it. But let's say he gets a wife and then they are trying to go through this complicated procedure. They're having complications with even getting pregnant. And then finally they actually end up getting pregnant, and then it's an ectopic pregnancy. All of a sudden, maybe religion not so significant here. Okay, maybe religion doesn't play that big of a role. This is the classic Republican conundrum. Okay, I don't give a fuck about anybody out there until it's a problem for me. That's why Dick Cheney was secretly pro-LGBT. Why? Because his daughter, one of his daughters, not Liz Cheney, the other one, is a lesbian. Okay? It's like selfishness is the fundamental decision-making structure for the Republican Party. And I will never get and Democrats are selfish too. Don't misunderstand me. They don't give a fuck about what's going on in Gaza, or they don't give a fuck about what's going on in general in like red states. Sometimes they get like a little out of hand with the way that they fucking talk about like, oh yeah, I hope Hurricane Milton fucking destroys Florida, all this shit. But having said that, if you are advocating for universality, if you're advocating for social safety nets, you are fundamentally advocating for things that don't immediately impact you. Okay? Republicans don't do that until it becomes a problem for them. It's just selfishness. It's just pure selfishness. And sometimes it's even worse than that when you got a person who's like a Trump supporter whose parents are undocumented. Then it goes beyond selfishness, where it is like you're so stupid that you are literally voting to deport your parents. Okay? And there are many people like that out there. I do not understand how you arrive at that level of like brain rot, but it exists. It fucking exists. And that's because, and this goes back to the thing that I was talking about beforehand, people don't realize what policies they are co-signing until it happens. It's selfishness and it's stupidity. Okay? They do not understand when they say, oh, we want mass deportation. They think, oh, it's for the bad guys out there. Not my parents. Duh. My parents are good guys. They're wonderful individuals that have contributed to society. They don't have the capacity to think this decision is not born out of any real logical reason, but pure vitriol. They do not think that like white nativist immigration policies, the fundamental underpinning of white nativist immigration policies is just pure white supremacy. Okay? And nothing else. There's no logical reason for this. They don't get it.
That's what she's asking you to do on a principled issue on which you fundamentally disagree. Can she get you there? What would it take?
I think that it would take, honestly, it would take a profound respect for the fact that there is a dichotomy here. And whatever approach is taken on that particular issue, if we can respect the fact that the Declaration of Independence, the first document of this country, indicated that our first right that is given to us by our Creator is a right to life, that matters. And if we can at least approach it with that as our foundation, then we can have maybe
okay, this has to be a Kamala voter. He speaks like Kamala. Like, this is a Kamala ass answer, dog. What happened? This is the most Kamala ass answer I have ever heard from a direct motherfucking question, dude. While we have to start considering the Declaration of Independence and the dichotomy that exists in a right to have someone who exists in society that doesn't think abortion is good.
maybe a conversation in that regard. The other issues that you laid out?
It's been a tough call, but I found the one guy I want to leave out of Medicare for all. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. You don't need this asshole's vote. For every pro-life IT guy with transition lenses in the suburbs, we can win 5 pro-choice women in the cities. This is true.
There is a lot of agreement on both sides. It comes down to finer points of execution at the end of the day. We heard Anderson press the vice president regarding the border wall and the fact that there's still $650 million allocated to that particular project, that project that was such a standard of the first time that the former president ran. The fact that
even the IT guy's looking at him like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? What? Stop yapping.
She wouldn't necessarily answer that question directly, and the fact that she agreed that we need a secure border. There is agreement on both sides. It's just a matter of the execution that's a part of it.
What?
So here's a look. So it was so frustrating.
What is... He said so much and yet so little, bro. What the fuck? What the hell?
Watching some of the town hall, I had to flip off. I had to switch off. I didn't say flip off. But and then read some sound bites today. Yeah. Here's a look at the questions, concise and simple, and the answers anything but.
2022, 2023, there were record border crossings. Your administration took hundreds of executive actions. It didn't stem the flow. Numbers kept going up. Finally, in 2024, just in June, 3 weeks before the first president.
He said it's a matter of execution, so he likes the way Trump says he will handle immigration. Yeah, probably. Make no mistake, you cannot learn anything from hearing these fucking stupid ass undecided voters, for the record. Like, you can't extract anything out of this that's meaningful. It's just for fun.
Presidential debate with Joe Biden, you institute executive actions that had a dramatic impact, really shut down people crossing over. Why didn't your administration do that in 2022, 2023?
First of all,
oh, this was a funny fucking take on the New York Times, by the way, from Thomas L. Friedman. Arab and Jewish voters both need Kamala Harris. A day barely goes by without a story about how many Arab and Muslim Americans or Jewish Americans plan to cast their votes in this presidential election based on the distress over the Gaza war or its spillover onto American college campuses. If you're in that category, then there's only one candidate to vote for, Kamala Harris. I totally understand the distress coursing through these two communities. Arab and Muslim Americans with friends and family in Gaza or Lebanon or the West Bank worry every day about loved ones being killed or wounded with U.S.-made weapons that were transferred to Israel. Jewish Americans have had to worry every day about their kids being exposed to left-wing anti-Zionism on U.S. college campuses. Why did you write that? You should have just said, like, unrestricted Jew hate or something. Like, why? This is one of those moments where you're just not even doing a good enough job propagandizing a position. Okay? Just fucking lie, dumbass. Why did you have to be honest? It makes it so stupid. It makes the argument entirely so fucking stupid. I've heard recently my friend's daughter had to stop wearing the Star of David necklace on her college campus. It's gotten that bad. And I'm like, I wonder if it might have to do something with the explicit linkage by Zionists to the religion of Judaism using the Star of David as his flag. Yeah, I mean, you can't. Like, people are going to say, when you say that, Megaphonics, who is Jewish, by the way, I understand where you're coming from. But, like, people will look to that and be like, see, they don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Because a lot of people fundamentally do not think Israel associating itself with Judaism is a bad thing. Okay? They don't. They also simultaneously don't want to think that Israel is doing bad things. That's the problem. What? Former Sports Illustrated swimsuit model says Trump groped her to show off for Jeffrey Epstein. This is old. This is the old shit. Oh, yeah. Remember when there was a smear campaign against Rashida Tlaib for being like, why is a liberal attorney general in one of the bluest fucking, bluest state, democratic states out there, like one of the first in the nation to specifically and directly target pro-Palestinian campus activists? This did not happen for Black Lives Matter activists in the state of Michigan. This does not happen for any other kind of activists in the state of Michigan. There seems to be something here that is weird, and there is like directly a demonstrable bias here. And everyone was like, wow, this sure is anti-Semitic, sweetie. Is it because are you saying that it's because Dana Nessel is Jewish? Remember the fucking smear campaigns that happened with the light apologies that came afterwards from Dana Fash and Jake Tapper? Yeah, it turns out 6 University of Michigan regents donated to AG Nessel's campaign. One chaired her campaign. She hired one to take the state's opioid cases. She has personal relationships with several, and she got She got SIG dollars from local pro-Israel folks raising conflicts of interest question. This is Tom Perkins' reporting from The Guardian. It turns out, much to everyone's surprise, guys, I mean, everyone is surprised by this. Significant dollars, I assume, is what he was saying. Much to everyone's surprise, oh yeah, there was a conflict of interest. I'm so shocked. Will Jake Tapper and Dana Fash cover this story? Will they talk about how they were so wrong in disparaging Rashida Tlaib, implying that she's anti-Semitic? No, they won't, by the way. On some of my worst days, I would venture so far as to say that equate the two is narcissism incarnate, but I understand rationally that people are always inward looking. Anyways, the rest of the pieces where Friedman insists, despite no evidence, that all Harris is for a two-state solution and will work tirelessly for one, this is not convincing to me. I do not think either candidate wants a Palestinian state. I've tried so hard to argue with people that what Israel is doing with the Star of David on its bombs and guns is directly endangering myself and the entire Jewish diaspora. And I just get met with, but we have to do it to save our kind bullshit. Literally no self-reflection whatsoever. It's more counterproductive in that regard than productive. It fucking sucks, man. She's a Hasan Abi.
What is the hardest substance you've ever taken, and how was that experience?
Okay, dude. What the fuck is this? Trust you should watch. Okay.
What is the hardest substance you've ever taken, and how was that experience?
That's a very interesting question, though.
Isn't it?
The hardest substance I've ever taken
Yes, ma'am.
was swallowing the amount of money wasted on the military-industrial complex.
What is the hardest substance you've ever...
What the fuck? Yo, that's Code Pink right there. Okay, I was wrong. That was a valid thing to watch. That's a Code Pink activist right there, dude. Years and years in the making. We're going to watch the Shabibo video later. Do not worry.
You're exactly right, Anderson. And as of today, we have cut the
get
flow
my
of
food.
immigration by over half. In fact, the numbers I saw most recently, illegal immigration
But if
is
it was
low.
that
But
easy
hold on,
with
let me
that
finish.
executive action, why not do it in 2022, 2023?
Because we were working with Congress and hoping that actually we could have a long-term fix to the problem instead of a short-term fix.
You couldn't have done one and both at the same time?
Well, here's the thing. We have to understand that ultimately this problem is going to be fixed through congressional action.
Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it? Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw is about 2%.
To fix the problem, you're doing this compromise bill. It does call for $650 million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I'm not afraid of good ideas where they occur.
So you don't think it's stupid anymore?
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he actually didn't do much of anything. I just talked about that wall, right? We just talked about it. He didn't actually do much of anything.
But you do want to build some wall.
I want to strengthen our border.
You know, I got to give him so much credit.
I know.
Haley Jackson, too, yesterday. These aren't complex questions. They're the questions everybody has. Yeah. She has not been forced to answer. She got the nomination in July. She hijacked it. And here we are in October. She's finally getting just normal questions and a follow-up. She has no answer.
Anderson asked her, why didn't she do what she promised as a vice president? And this was her answer. There was a lot done, but there's more to do. I'm pointing out things that need to be done that haven't been done, but need to be done.
Yeah. Well, now that makes sense. Now that you read it back. Now I get it.
There were some direct questions that we all want the answers to. Particularly undecided voters want the answers to.
So frustrating to watch.
I read.
I'm not frustrated.
I read this morning that apparently she was asked a pretty simple question, and she gave a 7-minute answer that didn't actually answer the question.
What a shame.
Here is Barack Obama's former advisor, David Axelrod, over on CNN with his assessment of her performance. And you know what? It was not good.
I think it was a mixed night, okay? I think she was very strong coming out of the gate. She was very strong on, as she has been, on abortion rights because she feels passionately about it. She could be clinical on some of these economic issues. She was great on the long-term care for the elderly. The things that would concern me is when she doesn't want to answer a question, her habit is to kind of go to word salad city, and she did that on a couple of answers.
Damn.
One was on Israel.
Damn.
Anderson asked a direct question:
Damn.
Would you be stronger on?
Okay, David Axelcock. Damn. Coming in hot, dude. David Axelcock? Yeah. That's right. She said it's word salad city, population Kamala. What's going on there? Figure it out. She does do that a lot. It's a fucking, it's very annoying. I mean, Fox News is the last place on the planet that should ever make those criticisms, considering what the fuck Trump cooks up on a daily fucking basis. But, that's neither here nor there. But yes. It is not, the irony is not lost on me when Fox News is like, oh, Kamala doing word salad. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Trump weaves. Trump weaves.
In Israel than Trump. And there was a 7-minute answer, but none of it related to the question he was asking.
Tell you something, the analysis that one of the Obama bros is giving is essentially reflecting what the former president of the United States, President Barack Obama, feels, and David Plouffe, who's now running Kamala Harris's campaign. I owe them a lot of credit from my childhood teaching me how to do community organizing, knock on doors, communicate with. She has some of the best tacticians on her campaign. The problem is they have a terrible candidate. They were used to dealing with Barack Obama, who can go out there and speak and communicate to the American people, who wanted the moderates to come and vote for him, who was called the deporter-in-chief. And now you have a candidate that has had years to craft some sort of message. And
I like that he secretly revealed that he was a Obama door knocker and then turned around and called him the deporter-in-chief. And is now firmly anti-Obama anyway. Like, nothing that he just said makes sense about the way this man views the world until you realize, like, oh no, he knows his role. Like, he knows he's playing a role here at Fox News, and he's gonna play it.
She has nothing at all for the American people. I mean, good luck.
No, this is why the answer is Donald Trump is unelectable. He's unhinged. He's too old. That is why she's going to be at the ellipse January 6th. Yeah. That's what she's going to say. Don't vote for me. Just don't vote for, vote for me because you don't want to vote for him. And that's pretty sad when they look around with their communications experts and said, but judging by your performance, we have to make him unelectable because we can't make you electable.
That's true.
Running for president would be very difficult, right? You're asked questions. You have to think very quickly on
every answer could kill you.
Yes, exactly. So you have to be smart about it. But when it's over and over and over, that whole town hall, she wasn't answering any questions. It makes me wonder, is she prepared for this? Does she have a plan? Or is she saying, I'm a thinker, I can't answer this right now because she needs to go?
Come on, man. Fucking Donald Trump literally says concepts of a plan. Like, what are you talking about?
Backstage and ask her people what to say.
Well, and tonight she's on the stage. She's going to be down in Atlanta, and she's going to be there with Tyler Perry, Bruce Springsteen, people like that. Because that's one of the ways you can get you can pack the house and then you can get your message out. It doesn't mean everybody there is going to be saying, okay, I'm going to vote for her.
But is this a message she's going to read off a teleprompter?
I don't know. We'll have to stay tuned for that. What's interesting is the number of people who this cycle are sitting it out. Warren Buffett put out a statement through his company website yesterday that said there's a lot of fake news on social media that I've endorsed somebody. I'm not going to endorse anybody, which is the same case as the LA Times. The news today about the LA Times not endorsing anybody is the fact that the op-ed page editor quit. Because apparently they were planning to endorse Kamala Harris, but the billionaire owner said, we're not going to endorse anybody this time, which flies in the face of what they have done for decades.
I just want to go back to Ainsley's point about someone.
How come the billionaire owner gets to make that decision? Like, what? Why would you reveal that? Like, why would you say that as though that's beneficial to your side of the argument? Am I misunderstanding something? Like, did this fucking idiot just say the billionaire owner was like, you're not endorsing anybody? After the editorial team was like, we should endorse Kamala Harris, the billionaire owner came in and was like, no, we're not endorsing anybody. Shut the fuck up. And then the head of the editorial team quit. How is that a favorable story for the Republicans? Fox News pro-billionaire was confusing? No, dude. They're also kind of like populist. You forget, there are good billionaires and bad billionaires. But if you simply say someone is a billionaire, that's not enough. They will regularly talk about how, like, the Democrats are in the pocket of billionaires. You know what I mean? Like, they'll be like, the Democrats are the elitist party. We're the real working class. We represent the real working class. Anyway. Yeah, not everyone has the same approach that we do, which is the only good billionaire is me. I'm a billionaire.
One that ran for president back in 2019, that is the current vice president of the United States, that when faced with issues of the country says she's still thinking about things.
Yeah.
I mean, in any other job, you're asking us to hire you and you don't know the answers to the questions.
She's 12 days away from a possible
Yes, why are you 12 days out?
No. Yeah, she gave bad answers. I can criticize it. You can't. No, you can't be on Fox News and eat Trump's dick every day when Trump literally did that while he was president. Like, not just before being president, not just after he's running again for the presidency, but Trump would do that while he was the president. You cannot use this as a line of attack. I can. You can't. That's insane. It's like, yeah, and Kamala Harris hasn't seemingly studied enough to be the president, and that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Like, what the fuck?
Out and you don't know how to fix the border. Why are you 12 days out and you still don't have an answer on how to lower the price of groceries? I mean, that makes zero sense. In any other job, it would be disqualifying.
And why are these jobs so important now to secure the border, to fix the grocery prices? Why weren't they over the last 3.5 years when she was saying the border is secure?
And also you notice how many Denny's are closing, how many Fridays are closing. These are basic food
people
prices.
Can't afford it.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see why these so many of these franchises.
3 fabulous restaurants just closed here in New York, and you drive up Madison Avenue. It used to be store after store. It's empty, empty, empty.
Yeah, well, part of it is the high cost of food and labor. The other thing is people can't afford to eat out as much as they could.
People aren't shopping as much anymore.
No. Don't worry, though. She has a plan to make sure people don't go to prison for weed.
Oh, high cost of food, you say? Oh, high cost of labor, you say? Interesting. Like, listen, I think it's unconscionable the way that the way that the American government treats undocumented migrants. But I wonder what policy would directly make that much worse. He said high cost of labor, like as though that is a reason for fucking inflation. Get the fuck out of here. He also said people are getting paid too much. In the same conversation as he said, people can't afford food. These things have nothing to do with one another. Okay, please do not say that. But they are related.
Because that's what we're all concerned about right now when we can't afford things. I mean, it's so insulting to the American people when we continue to ask for basic things, how to eat, secure the border, and you give us weed.
Who's going to be a better friend to Israel? Should be an easy question. You were Donald Trump. And she basically had...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, this is it. This is my favorite. Oh, here we go. Who's going to be a better friend to Israel? This should be an easy question. You or Donald Trump? To which she answered, I'm going to be the worst friend to Israel. That's the way I read it.
Had no answer.
7-minute answer.
Right. She's trying to
buckle up
to get those voters in Michigan, but she's also trying to get those voters in, South Carolina.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Kamala Harris is holding a huge event apparently in Clarkston, Georgia today, a town known as the most diverse square mile in America. I mean, that speaks to the changing demographics in Georgia and why the state is very much in her sights right now.
Without question. I mean, she will be in Georgia later on for her first joint appearance with former President Barack Obama. He's been out on the campaign trail with her extensively. This will be the 6th battleground state. But choosing Georgia as the place to have this joint appearance is certainly interesting. The diversity of Clarkston is something that is going to be obvious to people attending the rally, obviously, from there. But it's also something that she is trying to speak to show that Georgia has more opportunity for her. I was in the Atlanta suburb just a couple weeks ago talking to just the rising influx of Asian American voters. Some support her, some do not. But certainly this is a new base of Georgia.
I'm going to skip this one. Let's get to the voters.
More on the election. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump making campaign stops in the swing state of Georgia this week.
You got a new poll that has Trump leading Harris by 4 percentage points in the Peach State, with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution being the author.
It also shows about 74% of black voters in Georgia would vote for Harris, a drop from the 87% Biden received in 2020.
So I went to Atlanta to talk to some of these men as part of our exclusive Barbershop Talk series. Take a look.
What would you say is the state of the community right now? Oh, man, well, right now, the state of the community is, we're kind of in disarray. Disarray. Yes, we want to know.
Dude, if I were to watch Fox News only, I would think that every barbershop is the most right-wing. Every black barber is the most right-wing guy you've ever met. It's awesome.
What's going to happen in November.
If the election were held today, who do y'all think is going to win?
I think Trump, but it's going to be close. In here, we've seen...
Come on, dog. What the fuck is going on? Every time this man goes to a black barbershop, half the fucking customers are wearing hats. The other half are bald. Who the fuck's getting a haircut, man? What the hell is going on at this fucking barbershop? Kamala Harris must sick the IRS on these black barbershops, okay? It seems to me like something is afoot.
More people leaning towards Kamala Harris. It's not about the person, right? I've never fallen in love with a personality. If you look at my history of voting, even this most current one, it's not down the line blue all the time. It's not all red. It's a mixture because I look at people. You pick who's best for I pick the who's situation. best, period. What are you hearing from people right now?
A way for them to work for themselves.
Yeah.
And they want to pick the best candidate that allow them
To work for themselves.
Right. And a lot of times you have...
Oh my God, we found him. We found the Kamala voter. I'm sure he's going to say $50,000 in tax cuts for startups is a fantastic idea. He just said it. He cares about finding a way for people to care about themselves or work for
people
themselves.
like my guy right here who's looking for an opportunity to start his own business. And
On that topic of barbershops, Fox News edited out Trump's rambling answers. How many segments does Fox News itself run on 60 Minutes edits to the Harris interview? What are the rules here? Does Fox now have to lose its broadcasting license? Is this a violation of Geneva Conventions? Yeah, they need to fucking, they need to exile Brian Kilmeade now. He needs to be exiled. Democrats will never elect a Turkish man. It's true. That's why I'm not a Democrat anymore. I realized they will never elect a Turkish man. The Democrats will also never allow you to not see the top of the hour ad break. They don't want you to avoid those ads by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the ad break. This was so insane, bro. 89,000 likes. Like, this is some cult shit.
And he's telling me, what president would actually help me the best? So I'm telling him, I think Kamala.
Guess what? I voted for her and Biden last time.
I told you.
So you voted for Biden and you gave him a shot.
I told you.
Right. Okay. And my pockets hurt. I don't want my pockets hurting.
I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. I'm gonna support Trump. I mean, it's obvious. But he gave us 4 years of peace and prosperity, a secure border, no new wars. And one of the biggest things that speak to me as a business owner is the border. I mean, inflation, we have more dollars chasing less goods, and an invasion also is another form of inflation because we have more people that are needing, less products.
What would you say is the number one issue facing Black America right now?
Oh man, the number one issue I'd say facing Black America.
If that was the case, then shouldn't the Republicans be advocating for less babies, not more? Like, if that's how the economy works, more people, not less. Because, more people now are more consumers. So I guess, you should be in favor of abortion. You should be in favor of depopulation, as a matter of fact.
Is the trust of Washington, D.C. The inflation is crazy high right now. Interest rates are up, and we just don't believe what's in office right now is going to support us another 4 years.
I consider myself middle class. Yeah. And I can relate to Ms. Harris a little bit more, or a lot more. But at the same time, I respect other people's opinion. And, with that being said, the financial agenda that works best for me is the one that's going to give me that $50,000 tax break if I should start another business.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Iconic. We found the guy. Oh my God. There's two of them at the same barbershop. What is going on?
Or save me $6,000 to $7,000 on taxes during that year.
Kamala hasn't presented a plan yet on what she's going to do. All she's talked about is what she's going to give people.
Wait, never mind. I think he ended up saying he prefers Trump because Trump gives him $70,000 in tax cuts.
On taxes during that year.
Kamala hasn't presented a plan.
Tax break if I should start another business. Or save me $6,000 to $7,000 on taxes during that year.
Kamala hasn't presented a plan yet on what she's going to do. All she's talked about is what she's going to give people. She's going to give people all this stuff. We're going to give you a $25,000 tax credit.
Dude, this is awesome. This is my favorite type of dumbass, dude. Just such a fucking perfect American hog right here. Oh, I hate handouts. It's dude, there has never been a moment where the wealthy have been handouts, not for me, please. This is the classic poor guy. This is the classic poor dumbass who thinks it's fucking brilliant. I'm about to make a brilliant point. I hate handouts. Don't ever do that. That's disrespectful. Everything I've strived for, I worked on my own. I worked hard. It's dude, rich people not only demand handouts in the form of subsidies, but if you don't give it to them, they throw a fit. You are so stupid, dude. It's crazy to me that Americans are they're so captured by pro-capitalist agitprop that they literally fucking argue against their best interest in the dumbest ways possible. It's Nah, actually, we should give the wealthy tax cuts that will then inevitably undermine the social safety nets that I'm currently taking advantage of, because one day I might be the rich guy that benefits. It's like, no, you won't, because you're stupid. Like, you're stupid. You're a stupid person. So although meritocracy is a lie, you're probably not doing yourself any favors by being stupid right now. How about you worry about that when you get there, dumbass? It's so fucking annoying. Nothing more annoying than a fucking poor person or a middle-class person being like, I hate handouts. There's honor in fucking work. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, hey, dumbass, rich people do not have this mindset. I'm going to let you know right now. They don't.
Credit to buy a house.
That's not enough for you.
Well, it don't matter if you get these people $25,000. They're not going to buy a house. They're not going to do it. Everybody wants something for free. That's what the Democrats think. If we give you something, you'll vote for us. I don't need a handout. I need an opportunity.
What is the number one issue folks talk about?
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid, bro. I don't need a handout. Democrats falsely think that if they give us things, we'll vote for them. I, on the other hand, want to vote for the guy who gives me nothing. Like, what? You think you're saying something profound, and it's like, no, you're just profoundly stupid. That is unironically the underpinning of democracy, extracting concessions from your elected representatives. What can you do for me? If that's not the point of voting, I don't know what is. That's the whole principle behind the process. God, I hate the barbershop series, man. It pisses me off. I hate seeing liberated black men speak their mind after escaping the Democrat KKK rat plantation.
That's facing them in life? Is it the economy? Is it, more jobs?
Sports. But no, really.
That too.
Yeah. But again, people come from all walks of life in this barbershop.
I mean, that's the beauty of Georgia.
That's correct. And that's the beauty of any barbershop in America.
That's true.
So as you can see, it's split in Georgia, and it's a tough race in Georgia as well. A lot of black businesses also there as well. I think the one thing that you can take away is, and I continue to say this, I'm not suggesting that the whole barbershop is going to vote for Donald Trump. I've never said that in any of the ones that we've covered, but we've never seen this amount of black men supporting a Republican candidate. And I think that's why the alarm bells are going off. There's still some people in the barbershop that's going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and particularly the one guy who said, look, the Democrats are going to give you as much stuff as they can to get your vote.
Yeah.
Talking about the $25,000 to buy a house, nobody's going to buy a house. They just want free stuff.
Also, people just can't afford it right now.
Also, would you say that indicative of the passion, Georgia's through the roof with early voting?
Yeah, they are.
Through the roof. Remember Jim Crow 2.0? It was supposed to be anti-minority. They're trying to keep minorities from voting. Really? Tell that to the turnout in 2022, and then you look at this in 2024.
Not just that, Brian, but when they coined that phrase, of course they were trying to link Brian Kemp to that. His support amongst black men after they did that doubled. So I'm not sure is working as well. Another poll that came out by the University of Chicago shows that a quarter of young black men are supporting Trump. That's never happened before. 44% of young Latino men said they'll back Trump. So alarm bells are going off in the campaign.
The reason is because
it's the economy.
The economy.
It's the economy. You can scare people all day, but people want to provide for their families.
Well,
they're just like any other
in the barbershop,
demographic.
you heard the guy say, well, if you compare these last 4 years to where we were before, I had more money in my bank account.
And I think that was the gentleman that voted for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in the past. So these aren't partisans.
And at the barber.
A devastating state of affairs is a black leftist reality 24/7, by the way. I am constantly battling community friends and even family on this type of shit. Yeah, I mean, it's cooked, but also, I get it. First of all, never underestimate someone and their tendency to be fucking a dumb American, okay? They are living in the United States of America, after all. That's number one. Number two. In terms of the black community, these guys are actually outliers that are pro-Trump. Sure, they're small business owners, but I guess they're not necessarily outliers because like they are in the age demographic. But the younger you are, like under 45, the younger you are, the higher, not necessarily the higher likelihood that you'll vote for Trump, but like you break away from the rest of the age demographics in the black community. It's the unks that are voting for the Democrats, and it's like younger black men voting for the Republicans. Now, the reason for that is twofold. One, because non-college educated voters are swinging wildly for the Republican Party in general for a multitude of different reasons. And black people are a tinier sliver of that breakaway in comparison to Hispanics and whites, of course, especially whites. Having said that, however, the real reason that there's any sort of disparity now, or there's any sort of like there's any sort of population or any sort of percentage shift that is happening within black men is happening because they did not grow up in an environment where they remember the Democratic Party having their back. In the black community, the older you get, the more likely you are to vote Democrat reliably. And that's because they were there. They fucking saw it. They saw their parents march as Selma. They saw their fucking family members fight for civil rights, and the Democratic Party signed off on it. Turns out when you do something meaningful for a group of individuals, they remember that and they reliably vote for you. And that has had a generational impact in the black vote as well. It isn't necessarily because like the Democrats are not racist and the Republicans are racist. I think it's more so that like the Democrats were less racist and did do something for the black community. So the people that remember that are still reliable Democratic Party voters. The people that are 2 generations removed or 1 generation plus removed from the last time that the Democrats did something meaningful for black people are less likely to vote for them. That's it. That's it. Now, the message here is simple. Do something for voters. I know. Crazy. I know. Wild idea. Address some of the problems that voters experience and meaningfully improve their material realities. Holy shit. I know, crazy guy, crazy ideas. That's not how politics works, you see. But I feel like this radical proposition here that some might even call the fundamental of democracy, the fundamental underpinning of democracy, is precisely the reason why the black community was such a resilient voter bloc.
Barbershop itself, they've probably had to jack up prices. just because everything costs more.
I think everything is going up. I don't know. I can't speak to the prices at the barbershop there because I didn't ask them that. But I think everything is going up in some form or fashion.
Quick question, because I go to a salon.
Yeah,
right.
We got to change that.
Do they hit you with skin bracer after? Like, do they take some of that and just hit you on the side?
After a haircut?
No,
shave.
It's alcohol, and they spray it.
Oh, they spray it.
Like in Home Alone?
If
Like
it
in
doesn't,
Home Alone when he-
that's right. If it doesn't burn, then you haven't gotten a real haircut.
Yeah.
Really?
No, it needs to burn.
What's the purpose of that?
To kill all the bacteria and all that.
Mm-hmm. Good job.
Thank you.
Excellent trip.
Oh my God. I think douchey is like extra racist, dude. I really think like he just treated him like it's his, like this is his pet. Like that's crazy. They still go to Great Cliffs, I fear. Good job. Thanks, man.
That was the last one.
All right. Got to do more of them because very talented.
You're great.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
In this country right now, 300.
Uh-oh. Jubilee done did it again. They did the Charlie Kirk one, and now they done did it again. They did Ben Shapiro. Uh-oh. A lot of Hasan Abi heads in this one. Lot of Hasan Abi heads in this one. Okay? Buckle in, folks. I haven't seen this motherfucker in a minute. And ever since I said, I wonder what this motherfucker's up to, he's been up to no good. He has been up to no good, folks. Thoughts on Jubilee being inherently reactionary? Why do you pay it any mind? Because this video literally has 1.5 million views in 7 hours. And it will probably get like 10 million views. And people will watch it and people will go, epic debate content. I love it. Epic ownage from Ben Shapiro. Where do I begin? So, land acknowledgements are the hollowest, shallowest thing that you can do. I'm sorry. I'm sure that there's some indigenous people in this chat that will tell me that I'm wrong or something, but it is like peak radlib bullshit. Okay? That's number one. And I'll give you an example. Imagine 25 years from now, an Israeli debating whatever the Ben Shapiro of Israel is at that moment. And he starts off this by saying, We are having this debate on stolen Palestinian land, on top of what was once known as the Jabalia refugee camp. How does that make you feel? Does that right the wrongs of the past? Does that do anything? Because the reason why I'm using this as an example is because it's happening right now, so you can get a better understanding, a better sense of what the fuck's going on. Okay? Anyway, optically speaking, Ben is shocked by someone so liberalized that they are doing a land acknowledgement as soon as it started. I'm not gonna lie, I would have hit that red flag so fucking fast my arm would snap out of his socket. Like, my arm would have shot up so fucking fast. There would be, like, people would not have even seen me put it up. Like, they'd be like, what the fuck happened? Actually, I would have fucking blasted that shit faster when I saw the hat. This isn't a rad lib take. You are simply incorrect. As a black American who doesn't have immigrant lineage, I think it's important that there's historical accuracy. You are out of your depth. It's okay to be wrong. You're right. Okay, as a black American, let me ask you this question. Would you rather have reparations, or would you rather have someone, before every conversation starts with you, go, I acknowledge the historic wrongs that have occurred under chattel slavery. What do you think is better? Why are they mutually exclusive? It's mutually exclusive because one is done at the behest of not doing the other. No land back, just land acknowledgements. That's it. It's literally it. It's fake concern that is hyper individualized, demonstrated by Radlibs to be like, I'm fucking woke. That's all it is. You don't get land back, you get land acknowledgements. You don't get reparations, you get an acknowledgement of. Does an acknowledgement precede action? Yeah, not in this situation, it does not. I'm not centering the wants and needs of my oppressor. The truth is important, and justice is a function of truth. Okay. Just saying. I do like him. I like him. I think he's a little bit too libbed up, and I hope that he like doesn't fall full tilt debate lord. I mean, he is doing that right now, but I think that what's his take on Palestine? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Like, I like him more than I like Harry Sisson, for sure. Like, there were a couple things that he said. There were a couple things that he said in that like previous one against Charlie Kirk, where was it Charlie Kirk? Like, where I didn't fully. I didn't think that he took the best route when like talking about Kamala's immigration policies. But overall, I think he's a pretty solid debater, and it seems like his heart is in the right place. And when people constantly fucking have guys like this and they go, oh, dude, he follows this, and like, I don't give a shit, dude. Like, I don't even care if you're a fucking fan of Destiny. If you're like literally constantly in his fucking community, okay? As long as you present yourself in a solid fucking fashion against someone like Ben Shapiro and make him eat his fucking words, I'm gonna ride for you in that moment, okay? 1,000%. Even including, but not limited to, what's that other guy? The guy that was on the Nirvana cover when he was a baby who fucking hates me. I would have given Divorcelli a fucking shot if he actually didn't sit there and goddamn agree with Ben Shapiro for like most of the conversation that they had. So much so that even everyone's favorite centrist Lex Friedman was like, you guys agree on a lot, huh? That's crazy. Like that is, to me, that's unconscionable, okay? There's a couple things I don't like. There's a couple things I can't fucking stand. There's a couple things I don't like. One of those things is obviously like sitting around and just like fucking agreeing with Ben Shapiro. It's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable when Anna did it too. I don't think it was fucking appropriate at all. This man is a goddamn demon. That's fucked up. The other thing that's unacceptable also, I forget what I was gonna say. I don't even have a fucking 3 minute. Oh, the other thing that I thought that he did that was like fucked up was when he went on the fucking cake stream to like debate Nicholas Fuentes. Like I don't think that was a good idea. There is no reason whatsoever, even though his platform is not that big overall and it's more beneficial for him. Even though his platform is not that big and it was somewhat beneficial for him to present himself in front of like a Nazi, I don't think that you should ever fucking sit across from a guy like Nick Fuentes and debate them. I just don't think that it's a smart way to go about things. Now, the difference there, of course, is that like if Nick Fuentes was like straight up in a prominent, elevated position, then that's a little different. Like has a massive fucking fan base and a massive audience and like tens of thousands of people who like hang on every word that he says, then you have to deal with that. But everything that you do leading up to that is basically giving him an additional platform, like having him over or going out and getting chicken and waffles with him and inviting him to your home. Like these are all things that you should never do, especially when he had no fucking motion, no juice whatsoever. Like when you do that, or when you fucking bring him on to like other podcasts, you put him to the fucking podcast circuit, like you are giving him clout, which is insane. I'm not saying that Dean did that, by the way. There's another person that did say that or did do that. Late-term abortion. You have officially conceded the argument to your opponent. Number one, don't do this, okay? Do not do this. There's not a single state in the United States of America where you can get a third trimester abortion without some sort of medical necessity, okay? Every single state. You cannot have a fun abortion. A late-term abortion implies that someone is going out there and just getting an abortion for the fuck of it, okay? That's not how this works. Just letting you guys know. This is a rhetorical trick that Republicans apply all the time. Okay? It's not a real problem, and it also should not be legislated. Now, the reason why it should not be legislated is because the overwhelming majority, if not every single person that gets a fucking third trimester abortion, is actually looking to carry a pregnancy to term. It is already a very traumatic experience for the fucking carrier and the family because they thought that they were going to have a baby. They thought they start buying cribs for the child. They start buying clothes for the fucking child. So you're unnecessarily complicating this process by adding a legal hurdle on top of it. And it will cause the carrier to potentially die. It is a silly fucking distinction that people make. Okay? It's a Republican trap, okay? It is a Republican trap. That's it. When people say legal at any stage, what they actually still mean is that it is legal in the third trimester, but you still need to get some kind of medical, some kind of medical intervention, because you can't get an abortion at that point without like direct medical intervention. It has to still have some kind of medical necessity. A psychological trauma could be made as an argument. Anyway, where is it? Current legal status, waiting period, no mandatory waiting period, legal at any stage. Alaska does not require a minor to notify a parent. In September, Alaska Superior Court judge struck down the requirement that only licensed physicians provide abortions, meaning the procedure can now be legally performed by nurse practitioners. Why is it legal at all stages of pregnancy? Number of abortion clinics in the state decreased by 1%, going from state faces the risk of unintended pregnancy. Abortion rights. Women from the state participated in marches supporting abortion rights. Stop the bans movement. Yeah. If the woman really didn't want the baby, don't you think they would have aborted it earlier? Exactly. It is a fucking stupid argument. Why the fuck would someone carry a pregnancy to... Why the fuck would somebody carry a pregnancy to 6 months? The only way, the only hyper limited circumstances, like so unimaginably fucking marginal, is if someone found out that they were pregnant too late and they were not able to get an abortion earlier than the 6-month barrier. Okay? That's it. That is the only case. And even then, you can absolutely make an argument that this is to save the carrier. After all, abortions can still be deadly in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, much worse mortality rates than any other OECD nation. I think we're like in the bottom. Anyway. Yeah. Too fat to know they're pregnant? No, that's not how that goes, man. Not all pregnancies are the same fucking... Why don't Kamala say that instead of saying we hate third trimester abortions? Because people have a hard time describing this shit. For the record, it's really stupid. And it is a ridiculous... It's a ridiculous argument. It's a ridiculous argument to fucking present. They're just trying to find like something that sounds not so right. The entire process for the Republicans is to make it seem like women are being sluts and fucking around, and then they just like want to get a fucking abortion because they were just like, again, fucking around and being slutty, and they need to be punished by carrying a pregnancy to term. And they want to do it at the last second for fun. It's so stupid. It doesn't make sense. It literally is not a thing that happens. And adding an unnecessary legal hurdle in front of it will only prevent people who literally need to get that abortion. The overwhelming majority, if not like maybe there's like one person, okay, that was like, I want to get a fucking abortion for fun in the 3rd trimester because I wanted to see what it's like to carry a pregnancy almost to term. There could be one person in the fucking history of the United States. That does not matter, okay? There are tens of thousands of fucking women that literally go through this complicated process all the way to the 3rd trimester and then have to get a fucking medically necessary 3rd trimester abortion, which is a tremendous medical intervention, by the way. It's basically like, you know, where you are chopping up the fucking mother a little bit and the fetus too. And it is a devastating process. So it's fucking ridiculous that these guys want to shut that off because they have invented a person that is going to go and do it for fun. Okay? Arizona is legal up to the 15th week of pregnancy. Patients must meet a physician at least 24 hours before the procedure, and a licensed physician must perform the procedure. Minors under the age of 18 must receive parental consent. Total abortion ban was passed in Arizona territory. That was a famous one. Anyway. Did you already react to the Ben Shapiro Jubilee video, my king? I'm currently in the process of reacting to it. I just wanted to briefly mention that the concept of third trimester abortions are no different than like any sort of abortion restriction at any other stage. Once people realize that it's fucking stupid, once people realize that framing is fucking stupid, you can have a better, more productive. You do the violinist problem, okay? I don't even think you should do the violinist problem. There is no reason to have long, convoluted, philosophical arguments, especially with the likes of Ben Shapiro, okay? No, you shouldn't even make the violinist argument, okay? You shouldn't, because it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's like you are ridding your body of a parasite. You're going to, optically speaking, people are not going to like the argument that you're making if you start referring to a fetus as a parasite. The violinist problem is, the violinist argument is that if there is a, what was it, like a fucking world famous violinist that one day you wake up and a world famous violinist is like strapped to your fucking body and, you know, they did this without telling you. And now the violinist is on life support and can't fucking survive unless they are, if you rip the fucking cord, the violinist dies, okay? But you didn't consent to having the violinist be attached to your body. You didn't know that the violinist was attached to your body, and now you can't do things that you want to do because the violinist is attached to your fucking body. The dude who uses that on destroys him, in my opinion. Okay. Spoiler alert, Ben uses this example. Yeah, it's a famous thought experiment, okay? Imagine waking up in a bed, disoriented, bleary-eyed, and confused. You can't remember how you got there. The bed you're in doesn't feel familiar. As soon as you get a sense of your surroundings, you notice a bunch of medical equipment around. You notice plugs and tubes coming out of your body. You realize you're back-to-back with another person. A glimpse in the mirror tells you the person you're attached to is a world-famous violinist, one with a fatal kidney ailment. And now you start to realize what's happened. Last night you were invited to the guest of honor at an event hosted by the Society of Music Lovers. During the event, they told you about this violinist whose prodigious talent would be taken from the world too soon if they couldn't find a way to fix him. It looks like, based on the medical records strewn around the room, the Society of Music Lovers have been scouring the globe for someone whose blood type and genetic markers are a match with a violinist. A doctor enters the room looking distressed. She informs you the Society of Music Lovers drugged and kidnapped you and had your circulatory system hooked up to the violinist. Do you have the right to unplug? The answer is yes, but I just still think it's a fucking long and convoluted conversation to have with the likes of Ben Shapiro, especially because the morality of abortion is completely negligible in this situation. The sentience, what it means to be, what stage are we considering a life to be life? All of those conversations are completely irrelevant, okay? Autonomy rules over all. And on top of that, when we're writing legislation or when we're arguing that certain sets of standards should be kept the way it is, you don't have to make these conversations happen. You don't have to have these long, convoluted philosophical arguments. You want to know why? Because in practice, legislation is not always going to be perfect. But the goal of legislation, the goal of rules, is to ensure the maximum outcome of harm reduction, okay? When you start making rules about like what kind of abortion should be stopped, you all of a sudden, and I gave you this example in the fucking third trimester situation, you all of a sudden start creating unnecessary complications that end up hurting real existing alive people, okay? And that's unacceptable. It's supposed to be completely unacceptable. Yeah, the one I always use is if a hospital's on fire, would you rather save a week-old baby or a freezer full of fertilized eggs? But that's also an intellectual trapping. The reason why I say that is because you look like a fucking idiot if you say the fertilized eggs. That's the only reason why you ever bring that up. It's a debate lord technique that I also apply because technically your goal in that situation is to cause the other person to come across like a fucking weirdo. If they say fertilized eggs, then they're a fucking weirdo. Most people are going to look at that and be like, you're a weirdo. No one would do that. That's the reason why you apply that argument. For the record, let's put to bed the emergency room conversation very quickly. Okay? He's ass blasting him, and I'm gonna start it from the start for a second. But I do want you guys to know something very important. Okay? The Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act and to Emergency Medicaid, there is a paper published in the Journal of Health Affairs that shows that undocumented immigrants between the ages of 18 to 64 consumed about $1.1 billion in government healthcare benefits in 2006. This was 0.13% of the government healthcare expenditure. 0.1. Okay? So what Ben is talking about here is literally 0.1% of the overall healthcare expenditure. Okay? That was 2006 though. It doesn't matter. It hasn't like greatly expanded since then. You have to look at the percentages. The American population increased. The American undocumented population increased. The percentage overall did not. Okay? This is undocumented immigrants specifically using emergency rooms. Okay? That is an important number. Okay? That is an important number to understand. Why is it an important number to understand? Because that is one of the only ways in which undocumented immigrants can directly take advantage of like government social safety nets of some sort. Outside of that, they actually pay into the system, but they can't get anything in return. So all of this argument is bunk, which is why Republicans usually lie and say undocumented immigrants cost, tens of billions of dollars to the American taxpayers every year. This is untrue, but why do Republicans say it? It's because they add natural-born U.S. citizen children of undocumented immigrants into the equation. But they are not undocumented citizens, so you cannot use them, the children born on U.S. soil that are constitutionally American citizens, in that equation. Okay? Just know the tricks. When people say undocumented immigrants cause tens of billions of dollars in social services, they're not talking about undocumented immigrants. They're talking about the children that are natural born U.S. citizens that are going to fucking public school, that actually are in some way, shape, or form taking advantage of like American social safety nets. Why? They're American citizens. So just remember that. Okay? Hospital lawyer here in Texas attended the CLE today about how we're going to navigate Greg Abbott's directive to create a mandatory registry, aka list of undocumented individuals, PHI, provided quarterly to the state on the monetary value that goes towards their care. The point is to deter those people from seeing care. It's gross. Yes. In my recent video, I studied this. Asylum seekers get on average $350 max of 8 months, 12 from Haiti or Cuba. Also, every single economic boom for the U.S. was following large migration waves. War production relied on immigrants too. Also, they only get housing if it's assigned for homeless because our systems can't tell them apart. Also, if you get benefits as a normal immigrant, you are deported or forced to pay a fine and pay them back. Now, let's get back to the way Mason handled it, which was also good. Just counters. What the fuck? That's just regular border crossings of people that have a legal claim for asylum. Okay? The Border Act would have allowed the Secretary of Homeland Security to block entry and remove illegal immigrants from 100 miles of the southwest border if daily crossings average 4,000 over 7 days. That part is also insanely restrictive. That part is also fucked up, man. This is why I hate this fucking bill, by the way, just so you understand. This is one of the many different reasons why I hate this fucking dumbass, right-wing ass, stupid ass, lighter Nazi version of the same fucking dumb bullshit that Republicans are pushing for as bill. Okay? Those aren't just illegal immigrants. Those are people with a legal asylum claim, dude. What the fuck? And in order to process a legal asylum claim, you have to cross into the American state, okay? That's crazy. Also, 100 miles of the southwest border is also terrifying because that's like fucking Constitution-free zones to begin with as well. Constitution-free zones isn't like BORTAC is operating. They can legally, I guess, or illegally operate in those areas. They do not have fucking, they do not have the same restrictions on unlawful search and seizure. That's why it's called a Constitution-free zone. And they have very little, they're very little legal limits. They can just like stop and frisk and be like, you are apprehended and detained under the suspicion that you are Mexican looking. No, this part is only for the southwest border, 100 miles over the southwest border, not the real Constitution-free zones, which basically is like where 90% of Americans live in the United States of America right now. 100 miles from international airports, 100 miles from any fucking water, land, or border entry to the United States of America. That is basically just the entirety of where people live in the United States of America. But that's not what this is. This is just one version of that. Why would the U.S. government agree to this asylum stuff when we literally ruined most of the countries, our landmass hemisphere, giving everyone a valid asylum claim? Are they stupid? We want slaves. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah. Like, it's like slavery 2. Slavery 1 is still practiced. Slavery 1 is still very much practiced in the in the criminal justice system. It's legal. And this is like slavery 2.
Automatically kicked in more problems and make it hard.
Like, I think that one of the major differences between us is, aside from like being a mercenary that will debate on any issue just for the thrill of debate itself, there are certain things that I find completely unconscionable, defending genocide being one of them. And another one is just like being fucking bigoted, even if it's for like funsies. And I know that a lot of people will turn around and be like, oh, you say gusano or whatever the fuck, right? To fake care about certain slurs that you consider to be really bad slurs. But it's like, I think I have a pretty decent standard. It's like, if you're a white dude and you advocate to say the N-word with a soft A, like, no, I'm not. You're not a serious person. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in whatever the fuck else you have to say. And I think that fan base, for the most part, aside from obviously genocide denial, just don't really care about those sorts of things. Don't really care about those sorts of things at all. And only care about it from the optics perspective. And even then, they just don't really care. Like, you have to, at the very least, not give a shit about those sorts of things in order to still maintain being a fan. Anyway. He's an anti-Zionist right now? Oh, shut the fuck up. No, he's not. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on, dude. Okay. I guess his fans are finally coming to the reality. What is this kind of related, but D getting cooked by Gideon Levy if you didn't see it? Israeli journalist tells the truth to a Zionist propagandist? Oh my God.
Different levels. You are talking about the diplomatic level, and I'm talking about basic justice, about basic equality, about basic values. And this interests me 10 times more then want Abbas declared or not. I want to live in a just state, and I don't live in a just state. I live in an apartheid state. And this will not be solved through diplomatic arrangements. It will be solved, first of all, when Israel will realize what we have done to the Palestinian people over the last 100 years. Until we realize this, we cannot get to anything. And we don't realize it. We deny it. And you really reflect all the talking points of the Israeli propaganda, which is fine. I was in your place.
Yeah, Bonacelli fans about to be like, he owned him because he was silent, bro.
When I was young, I believed in everything you said. Until I realized that my brain was washed for years. I was told we are the deity, and they are the Goliath, that they want to kill us, that they were born to kill, that we are the just ones and only the just ones, that we are the ultimate.
He's going nonverbal to own Gideon Levy.
Victims, all those things I was told, until I started to look around and to realize that I was brainwashed. But why would I have the right to settle everywhere, and they don't have the right to settle everywhere in their land? Why? Because we are what?
Yeah, Dvorcelli isn't even indoctrinated from an early age. He like literally used to have the exact opposite positions and like all the way up until like 2019 on Israel. He just picked it up post October 7 when he came out of the gate swinging and be like, oh, they just got to finish the genocide. Ha ha ha. And then was basically firmly committed to that position for the past 12 months. So that makes it even stupider to be like a bandwagoner.
You are comfortable with the state that the mass killing, I don't want to use the word genocide, even though this.
He believes U.S. and Israel sidestep Palestinians caused October 7. Oh, wow. He hate watched so many of my videos, he finally learned what the truth is. He believes Israel's doing war crimes like siege, blockade, and bombings. He believes that the occupation of West Bank and Gaza is indefensible and needs to stop. He believes Netanyahu is a war criminal. Sounds like an anti-Zionist to me. I guess he watched all of my fucking videos as he was cutting drama about how fucking anti-Semitic I was, while simultaneously doing like Holocaust jokes and shit on the side where he accidentally arrived at the correct position. Also, I don't really believe you at all, but that's fine. Yeah. Didn't he go to Israel? Yeah. He... This is what debate lording does. You end up having no fucking clue what you're arguing for. Yeah. He said, speaking to Arab Knesset members changed him in Israel. I can link if you want. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about him seeing the tide shift and then still full tilt trying to fucking take me out and simultaneously being like, I've actually come to my own conclusions here. Mr. fucking cookies are used to make rockets literally 3 months ago. Yeah. If Israel is also literally losing fucking Dvorcelli, who basically attached himself at the hip to their actions. Oh no, what do they got left? Brianna Wu? Brianna Wu and fucking Noah Smith, the last defense for Israel. Yeah, no wonder they're trying to fucking take out content creators on Twitch and shit at this point. The desperation. So what happened? Was he groomed into being a pro-Israel guy at the age of like 37, dude? Is that what happened? By reading Wikipedia pages, he radicalized himself? Don't forget about Shy. That's true. We have Shy Davide. We have Eve Fartlow. That's so funny. Yeah, when Brianna Wu learned that trans girls cannot marry men, like straight trans women can't marry a straight man in Israel, it's like, damn. If only you guys spent more of your time actually listening to what I was saying for months and months and months, instead of only listening to clip shit out of context and yell about it perhaps you could have known all of these things early on and you wouldn't have come across like a fucking dumbass 12 months into a genocide.
Genocidal elements who killed masses of people in Gaza, who distracted the whole Gaza Strip, who is now doing the same in Lebanon. You are comfortable with this. You really believe that it's all because of self-defense, the right for self-defense. You really believe that Israel is still the victim and the Palestinians are the evil ones. I don't know where to start even.
I mean, I'm not comfortable with it. It needs to change, but just paying lip service to it and saying it's a horrible state of affairs doesn't do anything. If that would have worked, then we would have seen peace between Israel and the Palestinians 24 years ago with the boss. We would have seen peace, with Arafat. We would have seen peace with the boss. We would have seen peace with the Great March of Return. It just doesn't happen. There has to be.
Wow. How sympathetic. Yeah, totally anti-Zionist. The Palestinians were never a real partner in peace. Very cool anti-Zionist sentiment being expressed by a person who does seem more sympathetic now. I will admit, he is not saying we should nuke Gaza. That still would not be a genocide. That was his position, fucking 3 months ago? It was before the change. Yeah, liberal Zionist is going to be over as Israel keeps genocide. The GOAT, it was before the change. You are fucking delusional, okay?
Leadership that takes a brave step to change the state of affairs. And until both sides feel that impetus.
Yeah, I'm glad that he learned that Erdogan was the president of Turkey and not Israel in that process.
That pressure, nothing is going to change. Just pointing at the situation and going, this is so bad. It hasn't done anything yet. Why would we expect it to do anything in the future?
My main complaint to you is that you look at both sides as symmetrical, and they are not. I try to explain it.
I love Gideon Levy. He's right. And you know, you can tell why I love Gideon Levy, because his words have also informed my perspective. Of course, long before October 7, but that's besides the point, you know? It almost feels like if you did some reading whatsoever, and developed a better understanding, you wouldn't have fucking looked like a clown-ass genocide defender for 12 fucking months.
Frank, again, we are not two symmetrical parties who are struggling over one piece of land. Long time not. We are the brutal, forceful, strong, regional state, regionally superpower vis-a-vis people who lives without any protection under the very brutal Israeli boot for decades now. And whatever he tried failed. They tried the resistance, they tried diplomacy, they tried the legal arena. Wherever they try, they have no understanding. And how do you get out of it? If you deal with both parties as equals, you get nowhere, because we are not equals. There is the occupier and there is its victim. And nobody can deny now anymore after so many years.
Lamau, after watching your file, I feel less bad about stealing your talking points because I realize you're just stealing them from people smarter than you too. Dog, it's called reading. What are you talking about? Like, you just described the process of reading and learning. Yes. I stole the talking points of Rashid Khalidi. What the fuck? How about you steal the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, bitch? So, when Divorcelli inevitably arrives at the conclusion that, like, it's kind of making him look really bad to be, like, full tilt a genocide defender, and more people are anti-genocide and more cognizant of Israel's behaviors, will his fan base actually reflect on the past 12 months of endless fucking harassment that they engaged at the behest of him, and then turn around and go, you know what, Hasan, you were right. I'm actually a fan of yours now. I was wrong to shit on you over and over again. Or will they continue on their fucking endless conquest and try to find, I don't know, whatever random thing that they can really fucking needle in on? Do you think he would delete his past videos? No, fuck no. He doesn't give a shit. He's a shameless fucking monstrous pieces of shit. He's a goddamn mercenary. This is what I've been telling you, okay? It is not shocking to me if he like actually did legitimately change his perspective, or at least like change the way he communicates about these issues in an effort to like win over a new fan base. It's gross. Anyway, they'll just say you hurt the Palestinian cause with your terrorism or shit like that. Yeah, except I can fucking, like, I can see your background. When you say stuff like that, I can just like click at your social footprint and see you saying unhinged Islamophobic shit. Like trying to change your stance into they had an entire anti-Islam arc all over their Reddit. It was literally the thing that forced me out of their community. I got messages saying I'm a pedophile because of my religion. No, I'm not exaggerating. Like, nobody cares. These people do not have real fucking convictions. That's the point. They're there for the thrill of debate. They will literally debate both sides of an argument with the same fucking intensity. Do you understand? They will debate both sides of a fucking argument with the same intensity because it's not about the actual morality of the situation. It's about the pure blood sport. This is why I fucking despise debate perverts. This is why I kind of like Dean, because it does seem like he has like an actual moral rudder steering him. And he's not just like doing debates for the thrill of debates. Okay? I'm not in the business of cultivating a bunch of fucking Kiwi Farms 4chan style fucking basement dwelling losers so that they can prop me up and keep making it seem like I am this like intellectual beacon, okay? That's not my purpose. My purpose is to get you to change your fucking mind. Like, if I were to swap my positions with the same intensity that Boner Chili has over the course of like from 2019 to 2022, right? I would expect my entire fucking audience to despise me, okay? I am trying to give you the tools so that you can also advocate for these sorts of things on your own. My goal isn't to just simply win debates. It's in the win debates because you were scared of debating anyone other than teenagers and video essayists. So this is precisely the reason why I despise the Boner Chili community and just like debate lord communities anyway. They have like talking points that they associate with each individual, and then they just engage in like a serial harassment campaign. And even though it's like patently untrue, I interview Knesset members, academics, scholars, journalists, people who are literally on the ground, direct victims, activists, community organizers on a regular basis. But that doesn't fit your agenda because you only know me through clips that you've watched. And I've also debated many people, right? Including, but not limited to, professional commentators and the like. And the issue here is when it doesn't actually fit your fucking overarching understanding of me, then you just like resort to these fucking idiotic talking points. It's great to see you researching the topic a lot on Twitter is like a really silly take, especially because seemingly researching this topic on Twitter, which is not what I do, but even if it was what I did, has caused me to arrive at conclusions that were far smarter and far more empathetic than your fucking sociopathic debate pervert cult leader. You know? I also, the moment that you bring this sort of shit up, the moment that you even invoke the name of this fucking weirdo, his fan base immediately swarms you. It's gross. It's not good. It doesn't make you look right. It doesn't make him look right. It just makes you look like a fucking gross loser. This too, look at this. They have alerts on or something? No, they just have no life, dude. They're online 24/7. They're all like, it is a collective of like 45-year-old IT guys living in the fucking Midwest and Europe as well that have literally nothing going on in their lives. So they spend every waking moment fighting the battles of their fucking cult leader. It's nuts. I want to help you get out of this system. I want to help you get out of this fucking hole that you're in, because no healthy, happy human being behaves like this. Okay? Why do you concede the research a topic on Twitter point? You're reading real-time reporting from accredited journalists who use Twitter as their primary means of reporting. It doesn't matter. Even though that is the case, it doesn't fucking matter. Those people will go, oh, you read on Twitter. It's like, okay, dude. Well, I guess Twitter is more valid as a means of breaking fucking news than reading Wikipedia articles after the fact to like scour talking points. Your most deranged haters are EUD fans. Sound like Nazis half the time. I know. It's like the fucking Swedish, I'm a social democrat. And that's why we have to kill the Muslims. It is true. It was also it also was true when the American State Department actually also arrived at that conclusion independently from every single humanitarian organization and the United Nations that was involved in the process on the ground, when they revealed in a memo to Anthony Blinken that that is precisely what was going on, in direct violation of international law and also American law specifically, which Anthony Blinken, of course, just didn't agree with and claimed it wasn't real. What is this? Richie Torres tweeted about me. Oh, you know, that's some ADL ass dog shit right there. Richie Torres, you're a FARA violator. What is this fucking... It's a 17-second clip from behind the block. The leading streamer on Twitch, Hasan Abi, is an apologist for the sexual violence on October 7th. This is... Oh, God. It doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Hasan declares before finally admitting that Palestinian resistance is not perfect. A social media influencer openly defends rape and mass murder. Wait, what? What did I say in the 17 seconds before this in this 140p fucking clip that you found, dumbass? I'm saying that it most likely did happen, but that doesn't change the dynamic of the genocide. That's correct. I wonder if I could just like, can I sue a sitting congressperson? Oh, it's his personal account. I wonder if it's different. Let me see this clip. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. Wait, he clip-chimped me while I was literally talking about rapes most likely happening on October 7th? Wait, my argument literally was, yes, rapes most likely happened on October 7th, and that doesn't justify genocide of an entire people. What is he saying? He included the absolving part of the clip. He's not calling you a denialist. He's calling you an apologist. A social media influencer openly defends the rape and mass murder of Jews is not only accepted but celebrated in our society. What does this reveal about the depth of anti-Semitism in the American soul? If America believes Jewish lives matter, then America should stop popularizing influencers who popularize anti-Semitism. Wait, what? Why concede that with no proof? Because there is virtually zero way for me to deny it. Like, sexual violence is a commonplace aspect of all types of conflict. It's just something that does happen. There is no control over who got in to Israel once the fucking boundary was penetrated. There were criminal elements that also fucking went in. So, of course, I'm not going to just like wholesale deny the likelihood of something like this occurring, which is ironic because that's precisely what I was responding to when a chatter said that, most likely. And that's precisely what they are clipping out of context. That's crazy. Yes, mass systemic rape coordinated by Hamas, as far as we know, it has no verifiable evidence for it whatsoever. This does not mean that, what is this? Hasan never denied rape occurring. What he said, listen carefully to what he says. For the record, this does not mean that no sexual violence occurred on October 7th. It does not mean that at all. As I've said, there is a likelihood that sexual assault may have occurred on October 7th. However, this report does not prove that. He went through the entire report line by line. The UN found at least 5 credible claims, but sadly no physical evidence could be recovered. Hassan simply said the 5 instances was much less than what was initially claimed, which was systematic mass rapes. But how can they say this when IDF soldiers literally did the same thing, yet Israel is innocent to them? Is so hypocritical? Yes, because Israel's enemies are not humans. That's it. They don't consider Israel's enemies to be human beings. There's a double standard. That's the entire point of this process. That's the entire problem here. I want to find the OG video where I'm talking about it because like it's very obvious that I'm most likely responding to a chatter. I'm most likely responding to a chatter who was like, why are you saying that rapes happen when there's not enough evidence or whatever is most likely what's going on. Is the clip with timestamps? The actual clip is at 1:45:11. I get that we want. But if the. What do you mean? I don't. Because one, there is no evidence whatsoever for one. It is completely and utterly made up. But there is a likelihood for the other, and also evidence as far as firsthand testimony from a hostage. Yeah. Here I'm responding to a chatter. How do you dismiss accounts of kerosene and burning, but do not dismiss sexual violence? I dismiss the accounts of kerosene and burning because there's no evidence for that happening, but do not dismiss sexual violence. I don't dismiss sexual violence because there is evidence of that happening. The fuck? This is quite literally me arguing with a chatter on the likelihood of sexual assaults happening on October 7, or not even October 7, but since then. They clipped me arguing that there is evidence for sexual assault under Hamas, under the like the UN report showed that there was one verifiable direct victim of sexual assault from a Hamas militant. There was one. There was direct personal testimony. That is correct. I am not in the business of fucking denying atrocities happening. Okay? I am looking through the information that is being delivered to me with honesty. So, ironically enough, I am literally having a conversation with a chatter who is saying, like, why are you, not dismissing the acts of sexual violence? And I'm describing to them that there is a likelihood that it happened, and there is direct evidence for it happening, at least in the UN report. That's the difference. The accounting being conducted on October 7, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Wow, I wonder why they clipped the beginning. So let's see. That's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7, and they were conducted themselves perfectly. Yeah. Yeah. What's the, like, they are not perfect victims at all. This sucks, to be honest. Wait, what do you mean this sucks? My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, fucking stupid? This is me recognizing that there were atrocities that took place on October 7 in the hands of both the Palestinian militancy and also criminal elements that fucking escaped the Gaza boundary. The fuck are you talking about? I'm saying, yeah, they did a bunch of fucking heinous shit. That still does not justify genocide. I don't think he means the situation, but I don't know. Maybe they meant the situation sucks. What sucks is having a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour for those who are unsubscribed. No, the UN report does have direct evidence. It was not circumstantial at best. No, many of the claims were just basically a rehashing of the screams without violence stuff or screams without word stuff from the New York Times, which have mostly been discredited, like directly discredited or are circumstantial. There are some pieces of evidence that are circumstantial, and then there is one claim that is a direct victim. Okay, there is one victim testimony. Okay, I can't even ratio Richie Torres on Twitter because he fucking blocked me like the coward that he is, which sucks extra hard. But yeah, it is funny. I feel like the more you address the clip chimps, the more the clip chimps get. Yeah, except they've literally, the more I address it, the shorter the clips get. And the more deep fried they get. Which is crazy. It's not on his government account. It's on his private account. Yeah, the next clip is just going to be 1 second long. Okay, we wave a magic wand and Israel's occupation and apartheid ends overnight in a total ceasefire. Do you believe the Hamas will release the remaining hostages and completely desist from all violence? Yes, I do. What's the counter to that? What, you think that they just like having hostages? Like the ones that are still alive? Yeah, they would. Why wouldn't they? If there are any hostages that remain at this point that haven't been murdered by the state of Israel. Anyway. Does he still use his private account for government acts? I mean, I think Richie Torres is a FARA violator, for the record. Oh, he posted it on his Instagram too? That's funny. What a fucking idiot, dude. Dude, deal with your constituents, man. What are you doing? Like, what the fuck kind of obsessive, nonsensical behavior is this? No counter, just genuinely interested in your thought. What does a win-win look like in your mind? Win-win? End the occupation, end the apartheid, allow Palestinians to return, and create a singular nation state where everyone has equal rights and equal representation. At 37:30, you mentioned sexual violence was likely on October 7th.
We don't know anything. They've been in
likelihood that sexual violence is a common occurrence in war and in situations like what happened on October 7th, and that there is a likelihood that sexual violence did occur on October 7th. However, this conversation is not about the likelihood of sexual violence occurring, but rather the investigation, or rather lack thereof, into sexual violence occurring, a proper investigation into sexual violence occurring, and a lack of forensic evidence and a lack of evidence in general. I just want to point that out so that people don't misunderstand. Or Varlo defending you in the replies. You posted a clip in which Hasan is saying rapes did happen, but it doesn't justify the genocide. Why did you cut the context? Is AIPAC is paying you to lie to voters and paying you to lie on Twitter? I just don't like. I think Richie Torres 100%. Like I am very suspicious about Richie Torres. That's all I'm going to say, because he cares to a very weird degree about this stuff and not his own personal constituents. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, he'll turn around and say like, oh, because I care about anti-Semitism, but like, this isn't caring about anti-Semitism. If you cared about anti-Semitism, you wouldn't be like clipping a fucking Twitch streamer out of context and like posting about him, claiming that I'm being anti-Semitic. Like, that's so crazy. It's 17 seconds. Are you that fucking stupid that you didn't like check? Like, you didn't even go, let me look at this real quick. That's insane. Let me see what I can do. Problem is, everyone and anyone that I could talk to about this is probably blocked by Richie Torres. And this one, I think, is his official government Instagram, for the record. I don't think this is his, I don't think this is actually his, pro-Israel recipients, 1,274,644. Your uncle Sam Cedar will be very, very upset to hear this from Richie. That's interesting. Watch him delete it now, Lamau. Maybe they're trying to gear up to ban you. Yeah. Oh, this is his government account. Never mind. Richie Torres, New York 15 is not his government account. I'm confused. How does this help the people in his district? It's good to have these receipts in broad daylight. I do see a massive campaign to get you banned before November 4th. This fucking wild. Yeah. It's so gross to like use a clip of me literally openly defending, like openly arguing with a chatter that said, how could you say that how could you say that no rapes happened, to make it seem like I'm pro Israelis being raped. Like, what a fucking gross person. Like, you're a goddamn elected representative. Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? 17-second clip? Like, are you insane? Deep fried 17-second clip? I'm honored that Richie Torres used the clip I made. This is actually fucking insane. Like, it's not as bad as like the 9/11 stuff. But it's certainly pretty fucking bad. It's crazy because you haven't done anything bannable recently anyway. Like, if you get banned, that'll just mean public institutional pressure works on Twitch moderation. Yeah, but it does. Can you sue to end the era of clip chimping, please? No, it doesn't work that way. Like, there's nothing you can really do about it. People just fucking yell. You just let it go. People yell into the fucking void for the most part. All right, let's get back. Banned, I'll go on YouTube, chat. Fucking calm down, okay? Like, I'm not gonna stop streaming, okay? I don't think I'll get banned anyway. It would be fucking ridiculous for me to get banned because, like, someone clipped a 17-second clip from 6 months ago where I'm arguing the exact opposite position that they claim I'm arguing. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, there is no, like I said, there is no end to the fucking pit of despair. All right? There is no end to it. And they'll just keep up the pressure until it fucking fizzles out. There's an election coming up in literally 12 fucking days. And this is what a congressperson is like worrying about. How deeply unserious. To be honest, I'm surprised it took this long to do a major hate campaign. No, it hasn't ever stopped. What are you talking about? The only difference now is that like Ethan is involved. What are you talking about? If it's a bunch of fucking Groiper Nazi adjacent losers doing this shit, it doesn't fucking matter. When it's actually a massive content creator with a relatively progressive audience that has been around for fucking 10 plus years, that's also now making these exact slanderous claims, it's going to be a lot more, I guess. He's lost credibility lately, though. It doesn't matter. He's lost credibility in the public eye, but we're talking about institutional credibility. Institutional credibility is very different than institutional credibility is different than the public eye. Oh, is Ethan behind this? No, I'm not saying it's Ethan behind it. It's not Ethan that is directly behind it. I'm saying that like the dynamic is different now because Ethan is also saying it. Yeah, and they got the ADL to take a look at it too. Not gonna lie, if I was in your position, I'd have a huge ego knowing that people are actively trying to ruin my stream while knowing I have nothing to hide. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work that way. It's still fucking dog shit. I don't want any of this to happen. I just want them to leave me alone. Link me the Hasan Abi Productions tweet and I'll retweet it. Maybe the one case where drama freaks in this chat should find evidence, and I hate drama freaks in this chat. Yeah, I mean, compile everything that you see. But it's more so like a mass letter writing campaign that stuck, that like got ADL. Here. Here. He deliberately lied and cut out the part where he says rapes did happen, but it doesn't justify the genocide. Not only that, but it's like I'm arguing with someone who's saying their goal is to either get you to quit streaming or to get you banned from everything. They're even pressuring people who collaborated with you, like Maya, and harassing you. It started immediately after the whole Asman thing. They won't stop at any point until they make you stop. Yeah, the problem is the more they do this, the more stubborn I get. So it's not, this doesn't change my convictions. And more importantly, it doesn't change the truth of the matter. They send direct messages. They send direct messages to fans all day, every day. They try to make it like as toxic as possible to fucking collaborate with me and shit like that. But it doesn't matter, We broke the link? What do you mean? Broke what link? Go fucking slap a context note under Richie Torres's tweet if you can. Because it's like, that's the other ridiculous shit. Little bro watch himself in clips of himself. Yeah. Yeah, Richie Torres is fucking insane. I mean, he is a psychopath. New York Representative Richie Torres doxes college teacher for mentioning Israel genocide in class. Like, he is vicious. Monster. It worries me because the TwitchCon panel got banned even with the context. I know. Anyway, all right. I'll get back. This is 9 hours today, dude. I'm tired. I'll get back. I'll finish the Jubilee video tomorrow. We'll do the Israel-Palestine section on the Jubilee video tomorrow because it seems like, dude, it's just, I can't fucking finish it. It's too long. But you already expected that because it's a fucking 1 hour and 40 minute banger. Banger after banger. Anyway. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Peace, everybody.
On a street